What's that? All right, welcome to the Utah State Board of Education meeting. Welcome public and board members and staff and stakeholders. We will call the meeting to order. Let's do a roll call, see who we got. Board member Bogus. We're just doing roll call to see who we've got here. We got member Bogus, member Booth, member Klein, member Davis. I know Cindy's here. Vice Chair Earl.
Yes.
Member Green. Not yet. Are we expecting her remotely?
No,
or?
she's on Zoom.
She is with us on Zoom.
Well, she will be.
Will be. Okay. Do we have you with us yet, Emily? We'll come back. Vice Chair Hart.
Here.
Member Hymas, I think, said he'd be running late. Okay. Member Carey. Don't have Member Carey yet. Member Carey, are you online? No? All right. So we're waiting for Member Hymas. Green, member Lear.
She is going to be slightly late.
Okay. Member Green, are you with us now? Emily?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
There we go. All right, welcome. Member Norton. Member Reel. Member Straight. Member Wood. And I'm here. So we do have a quorum. We're holding for Member Hymas, Member Carey, and Member Lear. But let's get started. And Vice Chair Earl is going to lead us in the pledge.
The audience, please rise. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, board member message this morning is from Member Wood. Are we set to go? Oh.
Okay. So at the recent Utah Teacher of the Year banquet, Chad Warnick did a beautiful job in sharing the vast difference in needs there are in the various children who come to our schools when he made this statement. Students who feel love at home come to school to learn. Students who don't come to school to feel love. It would be amazing if every student had the love and support I saw at a recent Davis School Board meeting. As I was walking in, a teacher asked me for directions as she was there to support one of her students. It turned out that she was not the only one from Clearfield High School that evening who had come to support Joshua Barrera as he was sworn in as a new student member. I had to capture this moment. His family, mom, dad, siblings, nieces and nephews, and then the school, his principal, teachers, and student body officers had all come to celebrate this moment. It was so meaningful to me. Ideally, every child would have the opportunity of family and school, and they would work together because when schools, families, and community groups work together to support learning, children tend to do better in school, stay in school longer, and like school more. That evening with Joshua has made me more grateful for those educators who have supported my children over the years. I thought I would publicly express a few thank yous in this season of Thanksgiving and gratitude. I'd like to thank Mrs. Mosier, who taught kindergarten for 4 of my children. She established a love of learning, and if Zoom had existed 12 years ago, I think the first 4 would definitely have figured out a way for her to teach number 5 too. She also didn't mind playing mom to 2 toddlers every month for a couple of years so I could serve as an elementary PTA president. Mrs. Nyland knew that 3rd graders learn best by doing, not sitting, and Mrs. Williams established a love of art and history. Mrs. Johnston established a foundation for the perfect career in early childhood education. Coach Talley taught my children that team means together everyone achieves more and to always run with the right pack. Dr. Tonks welcomed our family to the world of charter schools and still brags about my son's pro-con list he made to convince me to allow him to move to her school. Mr. Firmage, the assistant principal, had an open door and a listening ear. Mrs. Estenson, an elementary school counselor, helped fill gaps in learning and social skills far before we had a diagnosis on the autism spectrum. And Superintendent Linford and Principal Hawthorne take the time to celebrate students who may not have 4.0s or be student body officers, but they recognize that there are students who uniquely make a difference in creating a positive school climate. I figure in the past 25 years, I've interacted with over 100 different teachers, a dozen or so principals, and many, many other support staff. I'm grateful for each one who helped my children walk their individual paths. And at the end of the year, we'll have one more Davis Dart to add to this picture. I hope as we begin this month, when we often focus on the things we're grateful for, that you might consider adding someone who has helped you or your child walk along their path of life, whether it's a teacher, administrator, coach, counselor, superintendent, secretary, bus driver, custodian, lunch lady, librarian, or any of our other many school employees. Thank you for the difference you make.
Thank you, Member Wood. All right, next up, our education highlight. We'll go to Kelsey James.
That's fine. Thank you, Chair Moss. Kelsey James, Board Communications Coordinator. I am going to welcome up here Julie Lundell. She is one of our specialists here at USBE with teacher recruitment and retention, and she has a couple guests with her, and I'll let her introduce those as I get the slideshow ready.
Okay, thank you, Ms. James. Julie Lundell, Specialist, USBE, over Teacher Recruitment, Retention, and Evaluation, and I'm pleased to introduce our guests today. We have Tony Zaney and Carrie Johnson, who are part of the leadership team at Rose Park Elementary, and in their spare time, they are also the leadership team for the National Board Teacher Coalition. Yeah. So I'd like to turn the time over to them, and they're going to share a little bit of information about the National Board Teaching Coalition.
Well, good morning. Thank you for having us today. I'm Tony Zani. I'm the assistant principal at Rose Park Elementary. I'm a National Board certified teacher. I certified in early childhood when I was a first grade teacher. This is Carrie Johnson. Allow you to introduce.
Good morning. Thank you for having us here. I'm Carrie Johnson. I'm a National Board Certified Teacher, Middle Childhood Generalist. I'm currently a math coach at Rose Park Elementary and Meadowlark Elementary in Salt Lake City School District, and I certified in 2017. I'm also the Vice President of the Utah National Board Coalition.
I'm the president of the coalition, and we want to thank you for the support that the board has given to National Board Certification. And we want to explain a little bit about National Board Certification, why it's important, and how we're trying to help the state of Utah increase the number of National Board Certified teachers.
All right, so every student deserves to be taught by an accomplished teacher. Everything about the National Board Certification process is focused on this vision. National Board is all about defining and recognizing accomplished teaching. As someone who's taken on initial certification, maintenance, and has mentored many teachers through their National Board Certification, also facilitating various professional development for my district as a coach, I can attest that this is the best professional development an educator can undergo. The architecture of accomplished teaching is embedded in every component that you do with National Board. Next slide, please. There's a compelling reason why National Board is the most respected certification available in education. National Board teachers know their students very well, and they use that knowledge to design meaningful learning opportunities for students. They reflect deeply on their practice and constantly look for ways to increase their impact on student learning. Next slide, please. I'd like to share just a little bit of my story and how National Board has advanced the quality of teaching and learning in the classrooms that I support as a coach. I certified in 2017 as a middle childhood generalist. I was actually a coach at the time, so I was able to adopt classrooms to go in and do my components in the classroom. The benefit of that was getting to refine my practice, but also get to collaborate with that classroom teacher and get to know their students very well. The thing I want to share is how filming yourself as a teacher can be super daunting at first. You have to get over that initial hurdle of, is that how I look like? Is that how I sound like on camera? But once you work past that, seeing the students on camera, you notice so much more. And the thing that helped me with filming myself and going through this deep reflection process is I noticed how my students were very good at pretending to have academic conversations. But in watching it back on camera, I was able to change the questions I was asking students, the supports I was offering them, and the involvement of them in setting their own goals and reflecting on their own learning. And I can say now that after seeing myself on camera and watching the students, I am more in tune with what students are actually doing and saying in the classroom. Therefore, my students are able to do more because I've gone through this process. Next slide, please.
So I was reflecting on this research that National Board Certified teachers, they teach their kids about 1 or 2 more months worth of content in a school year. And I've been reflecting on that. How can that be? That doesn't seem reasonable. And then I thought about when I went through the process. And I thought, I became a better teacher. When I went through the National Board Certification process, which is quite rigorous, you record yourself and you spend so much time watching yourself teaching and refining and reflecting. And one thing I've noticed about other National Board Certified teachers is you're much less likely to spend time reviewing and reteaching. The National Board Certification process makes you so much more effective and efficient, and you're so much more inclined to teach kids more rigorous things. You really are teaching more content. It truly makes you a better teacher, and everyone I've ever worked with that's gone through the certification process, they say it's the best professional development they've ever done. Because it's all about your teaching. It's all about your students. It's all about that stack of videos that you make and you watch and you refine and you reflect and you do it again and again and again until you become a National Board Certified teacher. It's powerful. And the research is it's most powerful for our kids who are most needy. And really, that's what I want to emphasize. That your support for National Board Certification is putting better teachers in Utah's classrooms. Generally speaking, once you become National Board Certified, you see that certification helps raise your career up, so it's also a career builder. A lot of National Board Certified teachers go on to mentor other teachers. They go on to become coaches. I was a literacy coach, and now I'm a school administrator. By the way, coaches and administrators can still be National Board Certified. And I encourage them to. You have to get into a classroom and teach. I still go into classrooms and teach. I just renewed my certification, and I'll be up again in a few years. You get into a classroom and teach. I don't think there's anything better that an administrator can do. Could we skip one more? There are 25 certificate areas, so it pretty well covers all areas of teaching in all ages. At one point, they thought about doing a National Board Certification for administrators. But as they were doing that, they realized that administrators should be teachers, that you should be an instructional leader and a teacher first. So when I go to renew, I go back to a lower grades classroom as an early childhood specialist. So I would go back to a first or second grade classroom, even though I'm the assistant principal now, and pretty much spend the entire school year teaching lessons in there, recording myself, and then submitting that to renew my certification. The process is rigorous. There is 4 components that you have to submit. The first is an assessment. It's essay and multiple choice, and it's specific to your standards. So if you're an art teacher, a math teacher, it's going to be content and subject specific. The other 3 are portfolio entries. You're going to analyze student work, and you're going to write about 20 pages of analysis of that student work, of not only what you taught, but what did the students learn and how did you change your teaching? And then what was the end result for the kids? So you're looking at what the students do, what you need to change in your teaching or improve, or what you need to learn, and then the outcome for your students. Component 3 is the the toughest one. It's the most weighted. You record yourself teaching, and you analyze that. And there's about 20 pages of written reflection that goes with that. And you submit it, and that is challenging. I cannot tell you how many times I recorded myself teaching. It wasn't good enough, and I had to do it again. But it made me a better teacher. And then the written analysis of how you use assessments and collaborate with others to improve student outcomes. Again, another 20 pages of written reflection. This is a rigorous process. Most people don't finish it in a year. Most people take 2 or 3 years. But in the end, you are such a better teacher. It's worth it. Doesn't matter what order you submit them in. Some people do take more than 3 years because they'll let you retake it. And this isn't like a master's degree where because I have a master's degree. I did the research, I did the work, I got the master's degree. But this is based on classroom practice. National Board Certification is analyzing what you do and submitting it and continuously improving. You're making yourself better and then proving that you meet the highest standards in the country. So we are the president and vice president of the Utah National Board Coalition, and we are trying really hard to increase the number of National Board certified teachers in Utah. We have 4 cohorts going right now. Currently, we are working with about 35 teachers working on their certification, which doesn't sound like a lot, but we only have 147 in the whole state of Utah currently practicing. Our numbers are really low. The state of Wyoming has like triple the number of National Board certified teachers that we have, and their state population is like 1/6 of ours. So we're trying to bring that up. So each month we're providing 4 cohorts, and we provide formal training and mentoring so that all of these candidates are getting mentoring from a current National Board certified teacher. Let me do one more slide. So we want to improve outcomes for Utah students. National Board certification is proven to make teachers more effective, and it reduces teacher turnover. National Board certified teachers are more likely to stay in the classroom and stay in education. And I was reflecting on that, and I was like, well, why? And then I thought, when you're good at something, you like to do it. If you're good at teaching, you like to do it, and you stick with it. It's like playing a sport. If I don't like soccer, I'm not going to play it. But if I'm a really good soccer player, I'm going to be out there on the playground every day playing soccer. So when you become really good and really effective and respected, you'll probably stay. And we really appreciate your support. I'm not sure if all of the board members know, but there's a stipend for classroom teachers for earning National Board certification. The prepayment of the fees, it costs about $400 per component. That's a huge game changer for teachers to be able to take that barrier away and apply for the State Board of Education to prepay the fees so that they can focus on the components in the portfolio. We really appreciate the support. Do you have anything you want to?
Well, and I would
Sure.
just say the number one support that I give teachers is in mentoring, is actually getting the students to take more ownership of their learning.
Oh.
That's why this process is so beneficial for our students. Every teacher that I've mentored through the process has turned over more responsibility, more reflection. Their students are doing and saying more in class. So it truly is the best professional learning that a teacher can undergo because it gets the students to do more in class.
The students are doing the work of learning, and you'd be shocked when you're in classrooms, and I am a lot, how much teachers talk. And kids tune them out. And when you go through this process and you watch a recording of yourself and you see how much you talk and how much the kids are wandering off, it changes your teaching, and the kids do more of the hard work of learning. It really does. Questions, comments?
That's exactly what I was going to say. Thank you very much for addressing and reminding us the importance. I think there's some questions out there sometimes of funding and policy. So board members, it's a live question as well as an inspirational report. There are, questions about policy.
Yes, thank you. May I address them directly, Chair?
You bet. Thank you.
Okay. So as I've visited with nationally board certified teachers, one of the statements that really struck me was that, in their opinion, receiving their national board certification was more valuable to their students than their master's degree. Do we have any data that backs that up? And I have some other questions too, but go ahead.
Well, the research that I've seen, I haven't seen any research that earning a master's degree actually dramatically improves outcomes for students. But there is research that this process, your kids learn about 10 to 20% more content in a school year. And you're overall a better teacher. I don't know of any particular research. My master's degree is in school leadership, but it didn't technically make me a better teacher, just made me a more knowledgeable teacher. Does that make sense?
Yes. So I don't know if you're aware, but there has been discussion at USBE regarding this, both policy and funding,
Mhm.
and we did. I pulled it back a little bit. It was something that I'd put forward because I felt like we needed more information, because we do have incentive programs such as this. We have several that we're doing, and in many respects, my opinion is they're not being used effectively, and I think national board certification is one of those. The truth of the matter is that when someone receives their master's degree, they're getting anywhere from a $4,000 to $6,000 bump in their pay.
That's true.
That is much more of an incentive, and thus we see large numbers of teachers. I don't know what the percentages are, but most teachers that I know receive their master's degree.
I think it's about 40%.
40%?
Mhm.
Okay. Anyway, I kind of made a statement there, but in your opinion, what would be the best way that USBE could move this forward to encourage more teachers to become nationally board certified?
When I first certified, I was actually teaching first grade in Virginia in 2007. The stipend from the state was $10,000. In most states, it's about $5,000. And you mentioned it's a bigger pay raise. So I actually earned my national board before I got my master's degree, because when I was teaching first grade in 2007, I had a 3-year-old at home. And it was economics. Like I was a new dad, and how can I increase my income? And the state of Virginia prepaid the fees for me, so it wasn't anything out of pocket. Master's degree is out of pocket. I earned my certification, and $10,000 pay increase talks. And most East Coast states, it's about $10,000. So if you look at states like Florida, North Carolina, Virginia, tens of thousands of national board certified teachers in those states. Western states, the stipend tends to be much lower. Ours is one of the lowest. It's not all about the money, but if you're a young teacher and you need to increase your income, and think about rural districts, you go down to San Juan County and the pay is not great. I've looked at their pay scale down there. This national board certification would be so beneficial for their students and a pay increase for their teachers. You'd have people knocking down the door to get it.
Thank you, Member Straight. Any other questions, comments? Superintendent Dixon.
Okay. Thank you, Carrie and Tony, for coming, and it's been a pleasure to be in your school and watch you in action and see the actual reflection taking place in the classroom. So that's my question, Carrie, is to your comment about it helps students be more reflective. The early research around national board certification did not show that transference of reflection into the classroom, and I think that's where some of the early criticism came from, just reflecting as to why we didn't get this uptick in our legislature. Every time we would go and ask for funding, that research was brought up. So can you drill down on that a little bit? Because I've seen it play out in classrooms in Utah with national board certified teachers. Is there something that has changed in the process that's more intentional about that? If you could speak to that. For anybody who might be listening, I think that's an important inflection, how we might get more support. Thank you.
Absolutely. So it's all embedded in the standards. When you submit your portfolio or your video evidence, you have to highlight where in your video or where in the student work are you exemplifying the standards. The standards specifically say that students need to show reflection. They need to take ownership of their own learning goals. So, for example, if you have a writing rubric, you would submit actual evidence of students evaluating themselves using that rubric, giving each other and their classmates feedback based on what the teacher had asked them to do. If you're submitting video evidence, the assessors want to see students giving each other feedback. So not just getting feedback from the teacher, but students are actually aware of, this is where I'm at in meeting this learning goal. Here's the steps I need to do next to help myself reach that goal. And if you're not showcasing that in your evidence, you wouldn't certify, therefore you'd go through the process again to have stronger evidence of students taking ownership of their learning.
And they have changed the process. It is different now than when I certified in 2007. For example, component 4, totally different. They totally have revamped it. From about 2019 through 2022, they went through a process of refining and revamping. So the components are different. They're more refined. They're more student-centered. Component 4 used to be about your own personal professional development. Now it's about assessments and collaboration for the benefit of students. The content-specific test is different than it used to be. It used to be 6 essay questions. Now it's some essay, some multiple choice. It used to be a 10-year renewal. Now it's a 5-year maintenance. So you have to maintain it over time. And because I certified in 2007, I didn't have to recertify until 2017. Now it's every 5 years. So they have refined it and made it much more powerful, I think.
All right, thank you. Back to Kelsey, I think. Or does that wrap us up? All right. Thank you all very much for being with us. Appreciate
Thank you very
your input.
much. We're going to go back to Rose Park now.
Happy travels. Okay. Oh, yes. Sorry. All right, public comment. And I did overlook one sort of process logistics. We wanted to welcome, as always, Chris Horrocks. I believe we got Chris here with us from the Highway Patrol. In case of emergency, 2 west doors over here lead to exits on either side. Did I miss anything else? We got the roll call. Okay. We're official. All right, so we have 2 minutes for public comment. We have a number of people on the list. Let me just remind you our guidelines and rules for public comment. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes. Comment can express support or dissent for regulatory action. Individuals should not use public comment to complain about personnel issues or attack or defame an individual. Speakers making a highly detailed or complex comment should also consider providing a written outline of their words to the board. And I just wanted to remind the public that we appreciate and do read those in their entirety. So do feel free to revise and extend, as they say in Congress. Send us all your thoughts, and they will be reviewed. Please remember that children may hear your comments. Be thoughtful and professional. Keep your comments appropriate for a general audience. If you have material with explicit language or content, we will ask you to submit that material in writing to the board at publiccomments@schools.utah.gov. Okay, so we have first up Laurel Fetzer. Sorry? She asked us to move.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, members and staff of the State School Board. My name is Laurel Fetzer. I'm from Murray, Utah. I've been here a few times. First thing, I would like to encourage you to reverse course and go back to the first draft of R277700. The legislature passed the Rights of Conscience bill to be worked out at the local levels. It's not supposed to be superseded by any state core standards, especially when some of the state core standards currently are not based on high academic standards, but on arbitrary social standards, more procedural. It looks to me a little like teaching kids to jump through hoops or measurement of soft skills like collaboration and grit. Many standards in the English language arts and the social studies are based in equity and cultural diversity and not academic rigor. If the curriculum itself violates a student's or parent's rights of conscience or religious belief, a replacement is going to do the same. The state has been flexible in its standards in the past with, for example, military families, online students, or even all the COVID policies. So why do you pick now to violate religious beliefs? Why don't you just let it work out for what it's intended for, to uphold the rights of students' conscience and their religious beliefs? Second thing, the USBE just sent out the state and school report cards. I was just really surprised to see the current proficiency standards for English is 45%, the math is 18%, and science is 33%. How is this even real? Maybe we could just join the state of Oregon soon and not have any academic standards for graduation. One thing that I observe is that online classes depending on online learning are not cutting it. Kids don't like to learn everything online, and it's rare for a student to actually internalize that knowledge in a meaningful way. I would encourage this board to start spending time improving teachers' ability to teach academic subjects. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel. We've got a serious new time warning. All right, Renee Pinkney.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Moss, Vice Chair Earl, and Vice Chair Hart. State School Board members, your mission states the Utah State Board of Education leads by creating equitable conditions for student success, advocating for necessary resources, developing policy, and providing effective oversight and support. I want to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude for your tireless commitment to the betterment of our public education system. Your dedication to ensuring that our public schools provide the best possible opportunities for our students is truly commendable. Your willingness to serve on the board, dedicating your time and expertise is a testament to your passion for public education and the well-being of our students and our educators. You have the power to shape the future of our schools, and your decisions impact the lives of countless children and the school community. Being a state school board member is crucial because it allows you to influence education policies, support students and educators, engage with the community, and contribute to the overall well-being and development of the state's educational system. It is a position of significant responsibility that requires a commitment to improving education for all students, serving the interests of the public, and contributing to the betterment of society. Thank you for your service. And please know that your contributions are making significant difference in the lives of our students and community. Our students, our educators, and our future are depending on you to fulfill your mission. I look forward to working with you in the future to support our educators and our schools. Thank you for everything that you do for the state of Utah and our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Lisa Clough.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to be here. I just want to thank you for your support of arts education, for specifically the Beverly Taylor Sorensen Arts Learning Program. I know that you have many fabulous programs within the state and truly appreciate that BTS Arts is a priority going into the 2024 session. I just have such gratitude for what you do and appreciate the work and that you value the arts for our students. So thank you for what you do in support of the Arts Learning Program. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Lisa. Sherry Maddle. Sherry, is she online? I didn't have a list of online folks. Okay, we'll come back to Sherry. Corey Fairholm.
Good morning. My name is Corey Fairholm, the Utah PTA president. Board members, thank you so much for allowing the time for public comment. I'm here today to say thank you to each one of you for your time. November is National Gratitude Month, and it's time to show you all some gratitude. Gratitude is a simple but incredibly powerful concept. It is the act of being thankful for the things we have, the people in our lives, and the opportunities that come our way. It is about acknowledging and appreciating the efforts and contributions of others and recognizing the positive aspects in our lives. I have gratitude today for the PTA leaders in our school who spend time and effort this year providing opportunities for the children in our school and communities. There is gratitude for the administrators and teachers who show up every day to teach the students and are role models for our children. I am grateful for the educators, the bus drivers, the custodians, the librarians, the lunch workers, the crossing guards who contribute to a child's successful education. I want to recognize the school board members on the state school board, as well as the ones who serve on the local levels, the staff who works hard to support the boards, and for Sid Dixon, the state superintendent, to say thank you for all of your hours of attending meetings, working together to make tough decisions, leading by example, and working tirelessly to ensure that each child in our state of Utah receives the best education. Thank you for what you do. Parents appreciate your efforts, and we recognize all of your hard work. Practicing gratitude is a simple act of kindness that will lead to positive change, so thank you for making that positive change today. I'm leaving you all with a little gift of gratitude for each board member. It is a stress ball, so when you are stressed, pop the ball and it will make you feel better, I promise. So I'll just kind of leave these right here. Take one of those.
Thank you very much, Corey. All right, Jessica Mackley.
Good morning, board members. My name is Jessica Mackley, and I'm so grateful to speak to you today. I love preschool. I previously worked for the board as a preschool specialist before returning to the classroom in August 2022. I learned so much while at USBE. I am a better educator because of my time here. During my time at USBE, I would hear board members or legislators be asked about preschool. On nearly every occasion, the response was to mention Upstart. Upstart is a great program, but there is so much more happening in the preschool space across the state. It was discouraging that my work and the work of my colleagues in classrooms continually went unrecognized by our leaders. Preschool educators help students learn how to express their wants and needs, understand and work through their emotions, interact with others, brainstorm solutions to problems, and so much more. Utah preschool children deserve human interaction and high-quality educators that can meet their needs. Waterford, the developers of Upstart, have stated that the Upstart program should be used as a supplement to a preschool education, not a replacement. It alone cannot meet the diverse needs of Utah students. I come to you today with one invitation. Please come to our programs and classrooms. Come get to know us. We exist, and we're doing great things. We need to be on your radar. We are a tool in your toolbox that isn't being fully utilized. We can intervene early and prevent many of the serious challenges and hardships that older students are currently experiencing. On the USBE preschool webpage, you can find contact information for the preschool programs in every school district. Please contact those in your area and visit them. You are all welcome to come visit my classrooms in Davis School District. Preschool is the first introduction to education for our students and their families. We need your help to make sure that they get off to a great start. Preschool is important. Come and see us. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. All right, next up we have Todd Kornberg, if he's with us, principal at Harriman High, and a student whose name we don't have, but welcome to both of you.
Well, I'll introduce him to you. I represent this Utah Association of Secondary School Principals throughout the state, but I am the retired principal of Harriman High School as well. We're unscripted today because there's a story that needs to be told from the heart. When I first got to Harriman, we were at a 4% minority population. Today, we are at a 35% minority population in 5 years. I've said that I got caught with my pants down. Please don't send me to UPAC. But I haven't been able to pull them back up because of the need. I'm going to turn the time over to a student who represents this population to talk about what he's learned and needs. Sebastian.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sebastian Panayitas. I'm a senior in Herman High School, and I'm going to talk about some struggles that I have being the leader of LIA in my school. So basically what we do is help a lot of the ESL kids, the new ones, and we also help the community. We have helped different elementaries, and one of the elementaries called us the other day and say that we need more help with the ESL kids. We are trying our best to help everyone around us, but we need more help. We have helped the middle school, the Copper Mountain Middle School right between us. They need more help with the ESL kids and the translators. As a school, Harriman High School is doing what it can do best, and that is just helping each other. Even if we don't have the resources to it, we still are helping the community out. One of the things that I would like to say is that I really do feel like we need more help. We are doing great, but the translation problem between all this new refugees coming to Herman High School is really becoming a problem because LIA cannot be everywhere. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate both of you joining us. Okay, Carolyn Charette.
Too much stuff here. Good morning. I'm Carolyn Charette, and I'm the Director of American Preparatory Academy. Very excited to be here and want to thank you for all of your amazing hard work. I'd like to speak today on the proposed Rule 114 on corrective action and the withholding funds of LEAs. I appreciate you so much responding to my emails, 4 of you engaging with me on the phone, and 4 more on text and emails over the time when you're so busy. I really appreciate it. I understand maybe some changes will be made to that proposed rule today, which I would welcome. But I come to you as an LEA experienced with receiving corrective action, and so I speak from experience today and would love to give you three concerns that I have about this proposed rule. Number one, the rule does not require USBE to cite which law, rule, or published standard was violated by the LEA before they impose corrective action. This seems super basic to me. It actually allows USBE to continue the corrective action based on violation of a perceived best practice, which is an undefined term, and I feel like that's untenable and really has to be remedied in the rule. The second is it provides no right to appeal the corrective action, which I think must have been an oversight, and maybe that will be fixed today. But we all know how important the right to appeal is in America, and we can't leave it out here for LEAs. It could cause great harm to us. Having been required to give up a right to appeal one time with the board, an experience with the board, it's really a shocking thing to have to give up your right to appeal. It just shouldn't be something that happens in America, in my opinion. Third, the proposed rule provides no guidance and no guardrails to the superintendent with regard to imposing financial penalties. And based on previous experience, this is a critical omission. The board needs to have guardrails on when money is going to be withheld, and oversight there. So we just ask that more consideration is given to this reworking of 114 to ensure that LEAs are not harmed by this rule. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carolyn. All right, Monica Wilbur.
Hello? Thank you. Okay. Good morning, Board. In addition to reconsidering the recent unlawful amendment to R277700, this Board today will also be looking at some major amendments to its R277114 rule, which redefines the USBE's oversight of education programs. These recent rule amendments paint a picture for the public that shows how this Board is increasingly and alarmingly governing inappropriately, illegally, or both. The 114 amendment uses a lot of words that give the USBE staff and board leadership cover to act unilaterally, subjectively, and non-transparently when it comes to enforcement of the law. And the newly amended 700 rule puts 53G 10205, a law backed by no fewer than 3 constitutional guarantees, at the mercy of another piece of code that would make it virtually impossible for students and parents to realize their lawful constitutional rights. The board had zero authority to make this amendment. I've heard members of this board cheerlead for local control when that level of control suits their agenda, and then turn around and push control of the locals when they think the law goes too far, as some board members say 53G 10205 does, because it protects kids from having to compromise their religious beliefs and consciences to receive a public education. I've also seen board members hand out goodie bags celebrating the Constitution and then turn around to punish board member Klein for her constitutionally protected free speech. These double standards are wrong. James 1:8 warns of double-minded men being unstable, and a double-minded board is just as unstable. The USBE has no right to break the law, no authority to bypass the Constitution, and certainly has no business cherry-picking how the law gets enforced and who they enforce it on. Please keep this in mind today as you vote on these very important rule amendments and other business. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monica. Let's see, Lexi Cunningham.
Chair Moss, Vice Chair Earl, Vice Chair Hart, members of the board, Superintendent Dixon, and USB staff, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to address you. There's been some hard acts to follow today. Nationally Board Certified Teachers, BTS, PTA, preschool, having a student. This has been a really good morning, and it's nice to celebrate education this way. I had the opportunity to attend a meeting yesterday afternoon in the Q's region down in Nephi with school board members, superintendents, we had legislators there, and just spending the afternoon talking about education and talking about students and all the work that goes on in our school. It just reminded me in this time of Thanksgiving, how thankful and how grateful I am to be able to work with the people I work and to be able to work on a regular basis with members of the board. As I was driving home, I reflected on how thankful I am for our teachers, our staff members, administrators, students, our school communities, USBE, the board, the superintendency, and staff. And I'm so grateful that we can work together to make things better for our students and our teachers. I'm also grateful that we don't always agree on everything, but we've made a commitment to work through the things that we don't disagree on and have positive, proactive conversation so that we can reach consensus and move forward and do what's best for students. I'm grateful for your presence around the state. Very rarely do I go to a meeting where I don't see at least one USBE board member at meetings, and that is a huge commitment on your part. Takes you away from your work and your family, but we do notice, and it is appreciated. I know that the next 2 days you are going to be very busy. I wish you luck on your agenda. Thank you for your work and the opportunity to speak to you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Lexi. And April Wild to Spain.
This on? Okay. As part of National Gratitude Month, I want to express my gratitude for the freedom I have to hold my elected representatives accountable. Though I enjoy the introduction informing citizens that we are not to criticize anyone directly, I'll remind you that as elected representatives, you work for us. As a citizen of the USA, it is not only my right, but my duty to hold you accountable, and I will gratefully criticize my elected representatives as I see fit. I'm represented by Sarah Reel, and today my comment will be focused on her. I prepared for this comment by watching credible investigative videos
We're
from
not
Michael...
going to allow attacks of a personal board member.
From
If
Michael
you wanna
Clara's YouTube
prepare a
channel. In them, he
policy
laid out
critique,
verifiable
Ms.
facts
Despain,
and evidence
you can.
revealing the embarrassing
Just cut the
ineptitude
mic,
of USBE. Excuse me?
Our instructions were clear. We are not allowing personal attacks. If you want to make a policy criticism, we're all ears. This is not a forum for attacking a personal board member. You want to submit that? Please do. I'm sorry. I understand. We understand, but the personal attacks don't belong here. Send that to us. We're happy to look at it. This is not the forum. If you want to continue with policy critique, please do. We're not going to allow, we've had some things in here that really went beyond the pale. For our personal board members, I don't remember the last time, Ms. Despain, I don't want to engage in a whole long debate with you, but I don't remember the last time somebody stood here and made a personal attack on Ms. Klein. If they do, we'll stop them. So feel free, again, if you want to criticize on policy, we respect your right to do that. We want to protect our board members from personal attacks in this forum. If it's a personal attack, yes. If it's a policy attack, our job is to serve you, and you're very welcome, as Ms. Wilbur just did, to attack our policy and our decisions. We're just not going to have personal attacks on a specific board member. And you can do that if it doesn't go to a personal board member attack. Tell us we're horrible. Tell us we messed up a vote. We're good with that. It's just not a personal attack on a board member. So can you start my time over, and I guess I will. If you can do that, sure. We just want to put the word out. We welcome criticism. We don't want our board members subject to personal belittling and attack in this forum. So I don't know where you were. Might have been 45 seconds. Anybody know?
Just do 2 minutes, it's fine.
Absolutely. I don't recall it here, but please, hey, we will do it. You're right to call us out and hold us. Hey, you can go, Ms. Despain. If somebody says something personal about one of our board members, this is what we'll do. Go ahead if you want. You got a minute. We reset the clock. If you want to go ahead on a policy critique, have at it. The floor is yours. We reset it to the point where we cut you off.
So hit your.
I don't know, 2 minutes. You guys are we're going by our parliamentarians, so we're neutral. However time you had left, we're going to restore that. 2 minutes. Let's go to 2 minutes. We're
Hit the button. It's there. You go. There you go.
As part of National Gratitude Month, I want to express my gratitude for the freedom I have to hold my elected representatives accountable. Though I enjoy the introduction informing citizens that we are not to criticize anyone directly, I'll remind you that as representatives, you work for us. As a citizen of the USA, it is my right and duty to hold you accountable, and I will greatly criticize my elected representatives as I see fit. I prepared for this comment by watching credible investigative videos from Michael Clara's YouTube channel. In them, he laid out verifiable facts and evidence revealing the embarrassing ineptitude of USBE. Included in this ineptitude is the board succumbing to the childish whims of one of its members who unethically and illegally colluded with her college buddy, KSL reporter Lindsay Ertz. Together, they formulated a plot to take down fellow board member Natalie Klein in the public media. Sadly, this pathetic attempt to defame Klein wasted the time of USBE members and the resources of Utah taxpayers. Of course, this all resulted in a big fat nothing burger, since Klein has never done anything illegal which could ethically warrant action from USBE. Meanwhile, Utah's school report came out and our scores are below 50% for ELA and around 30% for math and science. The scores in my children's school in Murray, which this official represents, are significantly lower than that. This is very sad, especially considering the fact that many in Murray are minorities who need a strong focus on academics to help them overcome barriers. It can only be described as tragically ironic that this member, who prides herself on her minority status as a queer identity, is robbing our minority students of what they need most so she can use the board.
Ms. Despain, that's it. You're done. Mic's cut. We don't allow personal attacks. The policy attack was fine. We welcome it. Do not attack our personal board members. All right, moving on. All right, we've got standards and assessment next up. Let's take a 2-minute break. Well, I don't know. Maybe we just need to go for it. We okay? Anybody need a break? No? Who's up next? Chair Booth is up next. Do you want a quick break before we launch into standards and assessment? Or are we ready to? We're ready to go? Okay, let's go ahead. Chair Booth, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Moss. We had a great meeting in Standards and Assessment, very informative, very educational, and I think as board members, we came away with some excellent new information that was not only interesting, but prepared us to make better decisions in the future. So I encourage you, if you haven't had a chance, to watch the meeting, particularly in the information items at the end, where we had an opportunity to have an update from special education, from assessment and accountability, and also from school improvement. Excellent presentations. The backup information is available in backup. And I hope that you'll take the time to make sure that you have that information because it was extremely valuable. In the action item area, the first action item that we would like to focus on is the Daggett School District's request for a waiver under R277419-4, and the committee recommends that the board approve Daggett School District's request for a waiver under R277-419-4 and make it retroactive to the 2022-2023 school year.
Okay, any comment, discussion of that motion? Member Bogus.
Yes, sir. I'm just wondering if the representatives from Daggett are here.
Chair Booth, I don't
believe so.
Wait.
Okay. Do we have Principal Skagg with us? All right, member Bogus, we're not sure if the principal's with us. Did you have a particular question you want us to direct to him or perhaps to somebody else? Oh.
It's no secret that I think that districts should be able to do what fits within their community and their niche and unique environments and circumstances. I just see some data with regard to attendance and student achievement that causes me some consternation, and so I had sent out some query and I didn't hear back. So it's not. I'm not going to hold up the meeting over it. I would just like to see some information reconciling those two things, so that we are doing what's right by kids at all levels, even if there's only 7 of them in a grade.
Was that data on Daggett or broad data, Member Bogus?
I believe, sir, if I recall correctly, it was
okay. Anyone you want to direct that to, or should we move on if there are other questions or comments? Okay, I don't, it doesn't look like we have the principal with us, right? Okay.
This is a continuation. It's a
All right.
continuation.
Yeah, so there's some data on the survey that Daggett put out, the absence data. At least what I saw was that absences were down with the 4-day work week. They got some kids in fairly extreme rural circumstances. I'm not the expert, though. If there's any other comment to that or other comments, let's put it to the floor. Yeah.
I don't have the paperwork in front of me. I just have the agenda. But if I recall correctly, they're down, but they're still very, very high. And as an educator, I think it's a broad brush, but I think educators would say if students aren't present, we can't teach them. And the achievement data then reflects, even though it's less of a problem than it has been in the past, I just wonder. I just wonder is all, and I would like to reconcile those things in my mind. I have every intention to vote for this continuation, but I would love to see as a community what is being done to address those things, because it has been my experience that if any teacher cares, the rural teacher cares. They really do care about these kids, and it's just a question is all. Thank you, sir.
Got it. All right, good question for follow-up. Member Booth? Chair Booth in this context. I was turning to you for comment, but let's see. Anybody else? Comment, question? Seeing none, did you want to comment, or should we put this to a vote? Okay. With that, let's vote. The motion is that the board approve Daggett School District's request for a waiver under R277-419-4 and make it retroactive to the 22-23 school year. With that, members, please vote.
Yeah. Then Natalie, it'll go dark. Okay. Because sometimes just tapping it home.
I have 12. I think let's see. Do we have everybody with us now? Emily, Member Green, could you give us your vote?
Yes.
You're a yes?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Next, okay, we're getting you in there. Let's see. I think that does it once we get you in there. Okay, that is unanimous. Thank you. That motion passes. Back to you, Chair Booth.
Thank you, Chair Moss. The next item, action item, has to do with the waiver for Board Rule 277-419-4, winter sport for the winter sports school. And the motion is that the committee recommends that the board approve winter sports school request for a waiver under R277-419-4 and make it retroactive to the 2022-2023 school year, and that the waiver be applied for 5 years.
Thank you. I believe this is also a continuation of a prior waiver approval. Any comment or question to that motion? Member Lear?
Curious about and I was going to say the same thing about Daggett, but I'm curious why the retroactive request. Why was the request not made last year, or did I miss that?
AAG Beal, thank you.
Yes, thank you. So we had a couple of school districts that during the COVID waiver period, when the school days requirement was out, then they kind of lapsed on replying for the renewal of their waivers during that COVID period when that exemption was in place. And so just to kind of correct books and go back, because last year they should have applied for that waiver and then didn't. So we're just asking that they be retroactively applied so that moving forward, then the books are all in alignment.
So the short answer is COVID lapse or something like that?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Ashley. Any other comment or question to that motion? If not, let's vote. Member Green?
Yes.
Thank you. Got one. Oh, Member Wood stepped out. Let's not. All right. I don't see Member Wood. If you're in hearing, sight, sound, whatever, we're voting. If not, okay. We've got a unanimous of those voted. 14 in favor. Member Wood absent for that one. Back to you, Chair Booth.
All right. The next action item is the committee recommends that the board approve and continue R277-704, Financial and Economic Literacy, Integration into Core Curriculum and Financial and Economic Literacy Student Passports as amended on second and final reading.
Any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, Member Vargas.
Sorry, I thought this was in another committee, sir. I apologize. I have a couple questions. Just a couple questions. This is economic literacy, correct?
Right.
Thank you, sir. So I am wondering, and I did check the code, I'm wondering about a couple things. To whom should I direct my question, sir? To you?
Sure, yeah, and we'll get the right people to answer them.
Okay, so the definition of economic literacy, as I searched online, I found so many of those. I'm wondering if it wouldn't be prudent to send this back to committee and perhaps that the board take the opportunity to define that. And then the definition of content specialist seems to me to be overly broad, and I guess it just seems overly broad. And then as I look at line 61, 2, 3, 4, and 5, we had a debate recently that really seemed to, though there was not a formal vote, lend itself to the opinion of this board that economic engagement is different from economic responsibility or accountability, and the idea that if a student is special needs and may never hold a fruitful job, that's not a fault of their own. And so there's some language in here that kind of lend itself to this discussion. And I do have some possible amendments, but I would move that we send this back to committee to flesh out those definitions. And if that's not something the board would like to do, then I'd be happy to move amendments. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, just so you know, there are some other provisions in there that need to be changed too, but this is a continuation and they are putting a committee together. So if you have recommendations, I would send them on to who? To Leah Longhurst on any of your recommendations, because it'll be coming back to committee. This is just a continuation of it until they go through their process, and then we'll be readdressing those. So we know there's even some other things in there too that I have recommendations on. So if you want to send your information on to Leah Longhurst. Does that make sense? Yes. Okay. It would be in the spring. So you send them on, but they actually, by law, they're supposed to compile a group of people to work on it and then update this rule. There's other provisions in there that don't align with law currently and that needs to. So.
All right, thank you both. Member Norton.
This past weekend, I just want to speak in favor of this motion real quickly. This past weekend, I was with a fairly sizable group of students who just had graduated from college. And in our conversation, I was asking about, it was a class that was specifically impactful in their life now that they're out of school. And I heard financial literacy. They're being hit for really the first time in their lives on, what that information really was. And they said, maybe you should have that every year. Maybe we should start teaching that class when we're like in kindergarten, because it just, is so important to us now. Now, I realize as they go on in time, life kind of levels out. But right now, they know with the uncertainty in the economy and the interest rates that they found out about on their credit card, they really understand why financial literacy is so important. So thank you for financial literacy.
Thank you, Member Norton. Okay, seeing no other lights, let's vote. The motion is that the committee recommends the board approve and continue R277704 Financial and Economic Literacy Integration to Core Curriculum Financial and Economic Literacy Student Passports as amended on second and final reading. Voting is open. Member Green?
Yes.
Member Green's a yes. We got one more. Oh, Member Hymas has stepped out. Member Hymas, if you're in earshot, we're voting on financial literacy rule. All right, we will go ahead, close the vote. That passes 14-1. Member Bogus voting no, and Member Hymas absent for that one. Back to you, Chair Booth.
That concludes our action items.
All right, thank you, Chair Booth. On to law and licensing. Chair Hymas.
It was done in the October.
Thank
We're
you.
on action 4, right?
Yep.
4.2.
Yes. So thank you, Chair Moss. We are looking at agenda item 4.2, amendment to data sharing agreement with Navajo Nation. The committee recommends that the board approve the amendment to the data sharing agreement with the Navajo Nation. Looks like one of you are taking over.
Okay. Are there any questions over this item? Any questions? Seeing no questions, let's move to a vote. All right, we've got.
So we're starting with October 6th.
Member Green is a yes.
Member Green, thank you, is a yes. Is Chair Moss. Okay, the only one we're missing is Chair Moss, so that
Yeah.
passes 12
Yeah, 'cause they
to 2 with Klein and Bogus as a no and Chair Moss absent. That passes. Thank you for being here with us today. We have a guest here, but we didn't have any questions, so thank you. All right, next.
Thank you. Agenda item 4.3, research data sharing agreement with Westat. The committee recommends that the board approve the research data sharing agreement with Westat.
Okay. All right. Are there any questions about the data sharing agreement with Westat? Seeing none, let's move to a vote. Member Green?
Member Green is a
I'm sorry, Member Green, it didn't come through.
no.
No? Member Green is a no? All right, all votes are in. That passes 10-5 with Green, Carey, Klein, Earl, and Bogus as a no. Thank you. Moving on to the next item.
Agenda item 4.4, actually, yeah, we're going to go to agenda item 4.5.1. This is R277-114, corrective action and withdrawal or reduction of program funds. This is a repeal and reenact. The committee recommends that the board approve R277-114, corrective action and withdrawal or reduction of program funds, draft 2 on second and final reading. And I also have an additional amendment or a motion if that
That's
pleases
in order.
the board.
That is in order.
I would like to send this back to committee. So I move that we send this back to committee. Not that I appreciate the additional work, but with the information that has come in from, yeah, we need to, you're right.
Yeah, me too.
There's my motion. May I speak to it?
Yes.
With the additional information that has come in, I think more work needs to happen on this. And it's not overwhelming, but it is from different sides and valid points across the board. So I do think it would warrant another look to take some of the suggestions and feedback that we have received from constituents, from organizations, from board members, and from staff members as well.
Okay, discussion to that motion. Let me just clarify, would that be sent to committee tomorrow or in December? What's your intent in the motion?
My preference would be to December.
Okay, so the motion is to refer back to committee for its December meeting. Discussion to that motion. Vice Chair Earl and Member Lear. Yeah. Member Lear.
So I just want to make sure, this is R277114, right, Matt? And I just wanted to hear briefly from probably Deputy Superintendent Stallings, who's been working with our consultant on that, and make sure that's something that she is comfortable with, anticipates, and hear her opinion on that, if that's okay.
Yes, please.
Sure.
Deputy Stallings.
Thank you, Chair Moss. No objection at all to having more discussion and it being referred back to committee. There's not a tight timeline that we're trying to meet, other than, I think at one point we were trying to get this in place before the session, but if it goes to committee in December, there's still an opportunity to approve it before the session.
Okay. And just a short follow-up.
Yes.
Do you feel like there are still substantive issues aside from just minor wording? I mean, do you feel like there's still substantive issues that need to be resolved, just in your opinion?
I do have about 5 or 6 motions prepared right now, and so I believe there is a desire for some people to make amendments and discuss those. Okay. And whether it's today, it would probably take some time here, or it could be moved back to committee and we could take the time there.
As opposed to taking the time here.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate your opinion.
Okay, further comment, discussion of the motion. Member Bogus, Member Klein, and, Member Earl.
Yeah, sorry.
There we go.
So
Vice
do you
Chair
want, are we sending our recommended motions to committee for next month, right? We're not bringing those up now. So if we pass this, then we would just send those on. Board members would, right? Okay.
Earl. Oh, yes, please.
I would just like to comment on Member Earl's question there. Yes, please, right? Too many times we forego committee or we look past it. Let us discuss it. Let us look at it. There'll still be an opportunity in full board meeting the following month. But yeah, let the committee do some work. And please, any suggestions, any thoughts, let us hear them and let us discuss them. Thank you.
All right, Member Bogus and Member Klein.
I just support the motion. I have many amendments. Thank you.
And Member Klein.
I also support the motion. I just had a question for Deputy Superintendent Stallings.
Sure.
As far as the comment that we're not in a rush, but it sounded like you were wanting it to be ready in time for the session. Is there a reason that you wanted it in time for the session? Is there pending, is there a bill related to this? Is there something that you wanted it done by that time?
Thank you, Chair. May I?
Yes, please.
I think, and board members, you may remember, or maybe you didn't see, but I did send an email yesterday with some background information on the why behind the work that actually has been in process for over a year. Talked about it briefly with the audit committee at times. As audits have come out, you'll notice in that background there are quite a few audits that are cited as the reasons, many of the reasons for the framework, which I believe will provide more clarity and transparency to policymakers. And so one of the reasons why I would say it could be helpful before the session begins is it provides a common language or way of approaching and discussing things that in some ways simplifies expectations. And as we have legislators who may be working on new programs, and there may be a question about what level of USBE oversight versus local control they would like the new program to have, I believe the framework can be a very powerful tool in having common language and setting those expectations up from the beginning and setting then the program up for success to allow USBE staff to meet those expectations and or discuss, what it would take to move the needle. So that is the only reason why the framework, I believe, could be helpful before the session is to help those discussions of setting expectations and being very clear about what people expect USBE's role to be.
Chair Hymas. Oh.
Thank you. I see that we have another comment. I just wanted to ask a question of Deputy Stallings, if I need to, in your opinion, because these two, this next action item, R277-100, was in the same agenda item. Would it be beneficial to keep those together? Okay, so can I amend the motion, hopefully without objection, to just send the USBE oversight framework with its two action items back to committee?
No objection? Okay. It's amended?
Yeah, so we'll keep those two. Thank you.
Includes 114 and 100. So, Member Davis?
I'll support the amendment with hopes that people who have input will send it to the committee so that we can get a product when we come back. This is a great transparency tool, and we are consistently being asked for better, more clear communication, and this tool is great. And we happen to have a contractor who used to be a legislative drafter, but ironically is also a parent who had a big complaint and frustration about this kind of misunderstanding of who was doing what on a certain piece of code versus rule versus implementation. And she ironically is the person who's kind of looked at all of these things and said, look, you could have a lot better communication for parents, for lawmakers, for board members, if we could get some common language. And, a lot of people don't know that, but that's a parent issue that I had to work through for many, many hours because there wasn't this kind of common understanding of who was doing what. And anyway, so I hope we can get this done quickly.
Thank you. Deputy Stallings?
But well.
Thank you, Vice Chair Davis, for those comments. I did want to clarify my role as well as our contractor's role in this rule. I have prepared all of the amendments today personally. She has not. Not that Tracy has been a very integral part of all of this work, but I don't want the board to believe that it has been requested, pushed, or advocated for by our contractor. These discussions began more than a year ago, beginning with some discussions related, for example, to the Teacher and Student Success Act and some differences of opinion, of expectations related to USBE's role. And some of you who are on the audit committee and had some discussions related to one of those audits may remember that probably over a year ago, I discussed how it could be very helpful to have levels of oversight that we could then have as a common language to then make sure we're on the same page with lawmakers. It also happened that Tracy, whose primary role has been to prepare the master legal requirements project, as she was providing those legal requirements, she found that there were often ambiguity and overlap of whether it was the USBE's role or the locals, the LEA's role in certain areas. And so even to help with the master legal requirements and provide more transparency and access to expectations on the locals, that we felt that both of kind of these needs that I had identified and that she had identified could be helped by the oversight framework. So we really have been working on this hand in hand. Tracy has a wonderful ability of structuring and providing system in rule format. But Board Member Davis stated, she was the attorney on the education team for the legislature who was responsible for the recodification of Title 53A to 53E, F, and G. So she was very familiar with the structure of the Utah Code, which helps a lot when we're talking about the structure of our rules. But I did want to make sure that you all knew that every step of the way, this rule, I have been supportive of, I've been overseeing, I've been giving the approval and actually pushed back on some things. And so I just don't want to give the impression that this is something that's coming from an outside contractor. She was, and again, I apologize if I'm giving too much context here, but many of the board members were not here when the board did approve carry forward funding for me to contract with Ms. Nuttall. And it was really in this effort to reduce burdens on LEAs, to provide more clarity, reduce our assurances document, which will be coming in January, February. And at the time, we knew we needed additional staff capacity to make it happen. And we will have a new website design that will provide more access to requirements. And hopefully that context helps. I am 100% familiar and ready to support you with this rule, and happy to answer your questions and support.
All right, thank you. So the motion is to refer back to committee, both 114 and 100. Member, is that Lear or Reel's light? Okay. Gotcha.
Now?
Yep.
I just, Member Davis prompted the thought that I have had that I will support, especially because Deputy Stallings supports this being referred back to committee. But I also think this is a idea, a concept that is way overdue. And I don't support this going back to committee to being, in order to be held month after month after month, so that we can't move forward and see how this works. I think it is one of the more innovative things we've really done in a long time, and it's going to take a little bit of time to overlay it on our legislative requests and see what works and what doesn't. It's going to be a work in progress, and I really appreciate the Deputy Stallings and our consultant have been willing to undertake this, because it's not going to be easy. So I think delaying it until it's perfect would be a bad idea. And so I will support this. I would like to discuss it further in committee rather than endlessly talk about it today, but I really want to move it forward after next month. That's a real strong feeling I have of this is way overdue and a really helpful idea, but it will take some cooperation, some trust, and we need to start working on it so it can get better. So Cindy prompted that idea. I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Straight, excuse me. We've got Straight and then Carey and then Davis.
Thank you. I do appreciate all the work that has happened since the last lawn licensing committee up to today. But to be honest, I was somewhat dreading the conversation, not because I'm not willing to engage in that conversation, but because we need to be effective and efficient. And I think by putting this back to committee, it's more effective. I believe it's more efficient, or at least that's my hope, that we'll be efficient when it comes back to the full board. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Carey, and then Member Davis.
Yeah, I'd like to speak in favor of moving this back to committee, and that's primarily based on when this appeared before committee the first time. It was my understanding that the impetus for this was coming from the legislature, that they were the ones pushing for this, saying we needed it. But then I watched the interim education committee, and it seemed like they had a de minimis or no interest in this infrastructure. So I do appreciate Deputy Stallings. I asked, and she was kind enough to offer a response to the history, how this came to be. But I support the motion because I'm I'd like to pursue how this came about, why we're doing it, and so I would support the motion.
Member Davis.
I just want to quickly say I did not want to misrepresent her at all. The whole impetus from this came from our own reports and requirements task force. But I found it ironic that had we had this tool, it would have saved about 20 hours of work trying to siphon out who did what and legislative intent and who was talking to whom. If we would have had this back then when we were working on that very parent issue we were working on with her, ironically.
All right, thank you all. I'll just add this was also discussed extensively in the focus group over the summer on oversight. So we got, it's been a balancing of the too loose, too tight that we've talked about a little bit, and I think Deputy Stallings has tried to address both of those sides in something that's got the right balance. So I support the motion, sending it back. No further lights on. Let's vote. The motion is then, let's make sure we've got two. Yeah, okay. The board. That the board refer R277-114 and R277-100, the oversight framework, back to committee, which would be the law and licensing committee. Members, please vote.
Green is a yes.
Green's a yes. Okay. That's unanimous. Motion passes. Thank you. Back to you, Chair Hymas.
Thank you, Chair. We are moving on from agenda item 4 and on to agenda item 5. This is a combination of the October 3rd and October 19th law and licensing meetings. Agenda item 5.3. This is R277-217, Educator Standards and LEA Reporting. 217. You'll have to forgive me. My notes say no motion for the board. There is a motion, I know. Is it on the screen? Okay. Okay, so the motion that came out of committee is that the board approve R277-217 Educator Standards and LEA Reporting Draft 4 on second and final reading.
Okay, thank you. We've got Member Lear. Light on.
And I have a motion.
Okay, that is in order.
And I would look at, let me bring it up quickly. Draft 4 we're looking at, right?
Yes.
And I would look at lines 199 through 205. And my motion would be to strike lines 199 through 205 totally, and then another just a cleanup change if those lines are struck would be on line 209, I think, that we would change subsections 1 to just say subsection 1, and that may be no need for subsection. So whatever change would be to strike the or 2A on line 209. And that would be my motion, and I'll speak to it when you're ready.
Is there a second? Second from Member Booth. Back to you. Yes, let's hear speak to the motion.
The committee worked hard on this. I worked with Member Hymas. The committee had a lot of, I thought, really healthy discussion before and after the meeting. And I've thought a lot about this issue before this discussion and after we had our committee meeting. And I cannot bring myself to do this to teachers. I'm frustrated because I felt like we had a bad option and a worse option. And I myself participated in what I feel like was the bad option or the less than satisfactory option. And we came up with this compromise. But having talked to some teachers, I think it's unfortunate that we didn't have a single discussion as a group with teachers. Apparently, there were lots of small meetings, but as a group, we didn't hear each other's opinions. We didn't hear the opinions of teachers. We didn't hear the opinions of administrators. And I feel like we made this quite onerous, frankly, and quite targeted, these quite targeted changes in a vacuum. And I was never comfortable with that. So having said that, I would like to strike the lines that I mentioned and go back to the process that's essentially currently in place. There's further clarification of the process that's in place in lines 209 through 216, which is fine. That's essentially putting in rule the procedures that UPAC follows when it follows up with LEAs who've taken administrative action. So I'm fine with those additions, but I just cannot live with the intimidation this puts in teachers' lives. And I also, despite having heard from some staff members that this will not be additional work, UPAC is already a year behind in terms of its investigations. That is unfair to the educators who are being investigated. So I cannot see how this will not put that process further behind. In addition to the fact that we've had literally a revolving door of investigators, which is not going to be helped by adding to their burden. So I feel like for now we need to strike these lines, keep the system as clean and effective as it has been, and move forward with this.
Okay, Member Bogus.
I have no comment on this motion, Chair. I
Okay.
just have a motion myself.
Member Davis.
Thank you. I'm in queue to make my own amendments actually, but I will speak to this motion, Chair, and ask a question if it's okay.
Sure.
Would it be a friendly amendment to this motion? I mean, if you did strike that, would you need to reinstate the lines that actually Cindy Phillips in her email to the board recommended to reinstate at the bottom of her email? If you were to strike these lines, would you need to reinstate those lines to go back to what the typical reporting is for the criminal activity types of things?
Email but didn't read it. Lines 206 through 208 is what she would reinstate.
If that fits with draft 4, I don't know if that was from draft 3 or draft 4, but
This is draft 4.
yeah, I mean, I think we would need to figure out which lines those are to reinstate. But I'll speak to the motion. It's not for the same reasons that Member Lear spoke to it, but I just feel like when we add more and more, and we're looking at now what seems like could be almost 100% of the parental complaints, then we lose and water down and dilute the focus on the 10% that are extremely concerning for student safety. And we deal with those on a monthly basis, all of us in this room, and they are like terrifying. It's my least favorite part of working on this board, but it's probably the most important because we have a responsibility to keep students safe. So I would support this motion in an effort to maintain a focus on that.
Can I just
Okay,
want a
Vice Chair Earl.
point of information real quick.
But I want to stay in line for my amendments.
Okay, I just trying to understand, you're supporting this, but then you want to bring language back up possibly after.
No, if it's a friendly amendment, I think she just needs to, if you strike this, you have to put back in.
You can't put
Those-
back in if you've stricken it. That's what I want clarification on.
It's different line. It's the
It's a different-
lines that Cindy Phillips suggested putting back in her email to us.
Well, let's see if this passes. I think this,
Okay.
there's a
It
lot
would
of people
include
in
putting
line.
back those lines.
So
if
there,
it's
there I
friendly.
think are other.
Okay, I just want to make
amendments.
sure we're not trying to do something that we can't technically do.
amend my own motion?
Well, it belongs to the body. Yeah. So if
It's friendly.
what's the amendment? If there's a friendly without objection, then we could add it to the motion. But what's specific? I mean, we've referenced an email, but I think
It's
we need
lines
the lines and the
222
language.
to 224 of draft 3, but you'd reinstate it into draft
Okay.
225 to 227. In draft 4, it's 225 to 227.
And yes, I think that is a friendly amendment, and I would add that to my motion.
Any objection to that? Okay, so the motion
Quick
is
question.
framed up. Yes, Member Green. Is that Member Green?
Yeah. Yes, that is. I was just wondering, is there a way to bring up that motion maybe here on my screen? I just need to see what motion it kind of got built on, and I don't have anything in front of me. I'm trying to write it down, but I'm not keeping up
So
with where we're at.
Can you see the screen, Member Green? There's language that was deleted previously from draft 3. The proposal is to restore. Right.
I do. I'm here in Civic Clerk, so I have these drafts pulled up. I just didn't know if maybe somebody can just take a picture of it and send it to me on their phone.
So it's in draft 4. At the end of draft 4, it's lines 225 to 27 are showing currently being stricken. It would restore those 3 lines, correct? 225 to 227, the motion as amended would restore those 3 lines that had been deleted from prior drafts, if I'm saying that right.
Okay. Okay, so I have that pulled up.
Okay.
All right.
So the
Thank
motion
you.
as stated is to delete lines 199 to 205 and restore lines 225 to 227. All right, back to the lineup. Member Straight?
Yes, Chair. Would Board Member Lear yield to some questions?
Some?
1.5.
Sure.
Okay.
Would you?
Sure she would.
You mean yield, meaning that she would be the one you'd like to ask the
I
questions
would like to
to?
ask some questions to her.
Okay. Yes, please.
Okay.
Take it away.
So, Board Member Lear, you said in your statement that you weren't willing to do this to teachers. Can you help me understand that a little better? What you mean by that?
Yes, I think that's a very good question, because I think that was very shorthand. I feel like that subjecting to teachers to investigations for anything that a parent complains about, even if it moves up the food chain and comes from the superintendent or charter school director, makes for not only a lot of work for UPAC staff, but I also think it greatly intimidates teachers in all they say and do. And I feel like the standard that existed for UPAC before, where there had to be some administrative discipline, which is really a low bar. It's a warning, anything that happens that's administrative discipline was reasonable to teachers. The teachers has had an opportunity to respond, to work with the LEA, to have his or her say, and then that moves on to UPAC. I feel like the idea that any parent complaint becomes not just possibly an employment buster, but a career buster is really an unfair situation for educators. Without more consideration from the whole field of policymakers who work with teachers in the classroom every day.
That cover the information you're looking for, Member Straight? Okay, back to Member Hymas and Member Carey. Is that who we've got? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I speak against the motion. And I don't think it's a surprise, but we did work on this. We came up with a good balance. For me, I think this helps parents feel heard and recognized, but at the same time, it allows educators, if there is an accusation, for me, if there's an accusation against me, it's clear it up, get it out of the way, right? Let's take care of it and move on. I think what this does is it really provides transparency to some of the concerns that we've had out there. I'm in the business of hanging on to good educators as well. I think we all are, and we want to do our very best, and we want to keep people coming to our schools at the same time. Our clients are our students or our families, right? And so I think this provides a good balance, excuse me, of working with families and educators in order to proceed in a way that provides transparency and an avenue that can help both, again, families and educators move on from any issues. So I speak against the motion. I'd like to keep it as is.
Thank you, Member Hymas. Member Carey?
Yeah, I would speak against the motion as well, for several of the reasons that Board Member Hymas just alluded to, but I'm also putting myself in queue for a separate motion. Thank you.
Right, but later. Okay, Member Bogus, did you have a light on for this motion? No, you're for later. Member Straight, are you on this one?
Some good explanations from both sides of this view. There's still one question in my mind that is weighing me one way or the other, because I really am at an impasse, because I do see value in promoting professional standards. But I wonder in my mind where this best lies. And where do we draw the line on what gets reported up? If it's everything, I think most problems are best handled at the lowest level possible, at the school level, and even just with teacher and parent. Anyway, I'm struggling with that element of this argument.
I'll say one thing, and I think what came out of the committee was a really helpful clarification that what would be referred to UPAC for their awareness and then potential review and action after the LEA has done its investigation would be complaints from a parent that the conduct violated the state standards. So it's not any complaint, it's only parent complaints, and it's not any parent complaint. It's those that go to these enumerated standards that teachers are expected to follow as a condition of licensure. So I thought, I'll just say what came out of committee, because I wasn't there, was a very solid clarification. With that, I don't see any further lights. Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't see the green up there. Member Norton.
I just wanted to make a comment because I'm feeling some of that same conflict, I think, that Board Member Straight is. But as I listened today and read and thought, I have to agree with Chair Hymas in that we are all in the business of trying to keep good teachers, but at the same time, which I think those LEAs are at the pivotal corner or circle, the centristic little, I can't even talk right now, my brain is fubbled. But they're right there in the middle of the hurricane, and no one wants to keep them more than they do. But at the same time, no one wants to get rid of them if they're the bad apple more than an LEA. And I think that UPAC is a wonderful tool. It gives the final legal answer. But I do think that the investigative work needs to first happen at the LEA level, and then if UPAC needs to be brought in, then they're brought in.
Could I briefly respond? That is what the current draft does. Is that what you're speaking to? Current draft only brings in UPAC after the LEA has done its role. So just point of clarification. Well, that doesn't start an investigation. So if I could, it says that the UPAC will defer further investigation pending the LEA's determination of possible LEA discipline, lines 204, 205. So a lot of what's been worked out over the last couple months makes clear that you don't just start UPAC going. The LEA just says, we got this and we're looking at it. And then they say, okay, here's what we did. Meanwhile, UPAC has visibility, but they don't do anything. So there's, yeah, oh yes, that was, I think, something that Director Rasmussen worked on to make sure there was not an overlap.
Because I thought that with that, the LEA got it, but then within 72 hours, they had to refer it to UPAC. So that's where I was thinking too.
Sorry. Yeah, they give UPAC notice that they got it and they're doing something with it. They don't turn it over to UPAC. UPAC holds it so that they know what's out there, what parent complaints are there that go against these standards, but then they hold and defer. That was I think a couple, I can't remember when Director Rasmussen helped with that, but that was the point of lines 204, 205. UPAC sits on it, and then if they decide this could warrant a second look because these are already teacher conduct standards that they agree to as a matter of licensing, then UPAC could, if needed, take a second look. But meantime, hands off, leave it to the LEA. That was the intent of a lot of the work that went in. All right, sorry to step in. I just had familiarity with Director Rasmussen's involvement there. Let's see. Do I have other lights and in what order?
One more.
Chair, well, member Bogus, member. Oh, I don't know. Let's see. No, Lear. There you go. I'm sorry. We got a few that are in line. I don't want to kick anybody out. Are you in line to speak
Okay,
to this?
mine is still to this, to a little bit of a rebuttal to that. Yes, and I would have to respectfully disagree with Chair Moss because UPAC having that complaint is different than UPAC not having that complaint. If a complaint were made against me and it was just being held, I would still be very troubled by that as a teacher. So I don't feel like it satisfies the concern of teachers to say, oh, we're just holding it. Because that information could likely be found under grandma. There's also some concern that if that person tried to change jobs, what would be the nature of that ability to change jobs? So I don't think, though the intent may have been or may be from some members to say this is held by UPAC, it is still in UPAC's position and possession, I should say. So I respectfully disagree that the words of this say UPAC has the complaint, regardless of defer, regardless of held, regardless of what the intent might be. And that would trouble me if I were a teacher in the field, knowing that a body that had control of my career had a complaint against me, even if there were a process or words in place that said, we will wait till the LEA has its way with you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hart, I'll just say, the language says defer. I think some members have suggestions about expungement or other items, but the concern is that it shouldn't affect a teacher if nothing's done. And I think that's, from what I've heard, everybody's intent, whether through this language or others. Vice Chair Hart, did you have?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate really what I said in committee. At the end of the day, this is a data collection item. We in education like to say there's, these problems are overblown. There's not the widespread problem that some people would like to think or believe is out there, but yet we don't do anything to collect the information. We don't do anything to collect the data. We don't do anything to have a check on our processes. We just say, trust us, it's not out there. I am an educator, and I am fully aware that many people have data on me, and my actual license already sits with USBE. I find it, I just don't believe that all of a sudden UPAC having a record that there was a complaint is in any way, like, it's not, it just seems distrustful that we're going to do something with information if we don't have a reason to. And I don't understand why we can't, why we're willing to collect all kinds of data on all kinds of other things and all kinds of data on students, but we rail at keeping data on our teachers. That just seems so, take data everywhere else, send it all over wherever, but whoa, a teacher making a complaint or a parent making a complaint and not doing anything on it, it just, I want the rule to stand as is.
Thank you. Member Carey, were you speaking to this motion? You're in line? Okay. We have no other lights for this motion. So the motion is that the board strike lines 199 to 205, update line 209 to strike or to E, is that an E? A, thank you, and reinstate lines 225 to 227. Let's vote.
Green is a no.
Member Green is a no. Thank you. That motion fails by 9 to 6. The yeses being members Booth, Straight, Norton, Reel, Davis, and Lear. Okay, back to, let's see, who's in line? The floor was open for discussion, and we had a number of people queued up for motions. Did you keep the, I think that sounds right. Member Davis, to you.
I sent my 2 little motions to Ben. Thank you. I move that the board remove ideological from 994, and I'd like to speak to the motion.
Sorry, I'm not on. Yes, back to you, Member Davis, to speak to the motion.
Thank you. This is not defined. I contacted committee members and said, how are you defining ideological? And with no definition, we're kind of left to general understanding, which is ideas. So I think we either need to define it or we need to remove it, because this is putting a very unclear expectation into board rule. If the concern, I mean, let's just be honest, the 2 that we've heard the most of have been critical race theory and gender identity. Gender identity is called out specifically already in another place in this rule. So that is already covered. And, we could talk about critical race theory. We have a whole board rule about that in 328. But if that's what it is, then say what it is, but don't leave these general, widespread, any idea is subject to your license being on the line now if it somehow isn't written somewhere in your LEA policy. I mean, it's untenable.
Okay, discussion to that motion.
94.
Let's see, we're getting a little
And
confused
then I have,
with our.
can I
speaking of
do
the
both
motion,
of
sure.
them together? I have, and then my other one was that the board replace within 72 hours of receiving the allegation.
You know what? Let's separate those if we can. You're talking about back in the UPAC part, right?
These are both in the UPAC, but
Well, the first one is into the substance of the standards. Why don't we hit that first and focus the debate on that one if we can, and reserve the 72 hours?
okay.
Is that
I was just
okay?
trying to go faster, but
No, I hear.
by
I just
combining,
think
but I'll do whatever
debate
you
might
want,
be
however you want.
muddled if we're going back and forth on the 2 related separate topics.
Okay.
So, okay.
That's fine.
Back to line up for comments. Sorry, we're distinguishing waiting. Member Wood. To this? Oh, Member Klein? Is this to ideological? Okay.
Okay. Oh, I see where you're talking. Are you talking about lines 88 through 89, where it says invite, suggest, or encourage a student to
No, I
reconsider?
think she's down on
Or
ideological on 94.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying she referenced, it's already on 80. It says gender identification on line 87, but that's, you can't discriminate. That's the list of things you can't discriminate against or not allow students to participate in any program because of that. It doesn't mean that, well, right below that it says invite, suggest, or encourage a student to reconsider or change the student's sexual orientation or gender identity. But yes, but that doesn't, the ideological part speaks to what a student or a teacher, they can't use their position to promote those things or endorse those things.
The question or the motion is whether to define or remove the word ideological.
So
correct?
it doesn't, what I'm just saying what Board Member Davis is, the line she's referring to does not, doesn't say anything about an educator not being able to promote those, promote ideological things. And so.
Hold on, let me just, okay, do you want to put that back to Member Davis for response?
Go ahead and respond. Yeah.
Member Davis?
Are you on draft 4?
I am.
And what line are you looking at?
So 87 and 88, sorry, 87 and 89 both refer to gender identity, but that's not, it doesn't speak to the fact that an educator cannot endorse, promote, or disparage those things, like it says in the section where it says where ideological is used.
Okay,
So maybe instead of ideological, if that's what people are referring as ideological, or assuming is the definition of that we just replace ideological with gender or like critical, and just put all of the different ones in there that we're concerned about: critical race theory, sexual orientation, or gender identity.
Chair, can I just want to respond first
Yes,
to the first part.
let's make
before
sure we
get
got
too
some
far
order,
into it.
but yeah, let's put that to Member Davis.
So, as far as endorse, promote, or disparage, the disparage part is covered in the above list with the protected classes, but the endorse and promote part, I believe, is covered in 88, where you can't invite, suggest, or encourage a person's gender identity. You can't do anything that would be considered suggesting or encouraging or inviting any kind of gender identity. So that's covered there.
But may I respond? But in 93 through 95, it says educators can't use their position to promote those things. That's different than invite, suggest, or encourage a student to reconsider or change their sexual orientation or gender identity.
Okay.
Those are
then
two different things.
I'm going to make a friendly amendment, hopefully, to my thing and change line 24. Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
In line 88, number 24, I'm going to change the word invite to promote.
Sorry, which line is this?
Line 88. I'm going to change the word invite
So that would be a separate
to promote
section. We're
as part of
trying to
this
keep it-
motion. As part of this motion.
So that would be promote, suggest, or encourage?
Natalie, would that
let's hear the-
cover your concern?
So on 88, if you added promote, that would be great.
So I would replace invite to promote or suggest. Suggest and promote mean the exact same thing
But
to
that's
me.
specific to an individual student and not the classroom as a whole. So it's still.
Okay. Well,
But I mean,
I think all the class is made up of individual students. So I mean, I'll just leave it as is, and we can vote. People can vote yes or no, and if it doesn't pass, that's fine.
So let me just make sure I've clarified after the back and forth. We had a friendly amendment from the maker. Well, she made it, so if there's an objection, then it won't be friendly. Okay, so there's been an objection. That means we'd have to move to amend Member Davis's motion to include the word invite. Replace
If
the word
that's
invite
not
with
going to work
promote.
for
So
them, let's just forget it and
let's
go back
pull
to
that
my
back.
original.
Okay, so let's pull that back. There was an objection to making that a friendly. So it just goes through line 94. Remove ideological from line 94. Let's hold up for a sec. We're bombarding our drafter. Yeah, there's a few out there.
But
We don't have one. Adopt one. All right, let's see. So we have, back to the original motion to amend, which is that the board remove ideological from line 94. Was it remove or define, or is this one
It's just
remove?
To remove.
To remove,
Because
okay.
in light of
All
not
right.
having a definition, we need to get it out.
Got it. Okay. Further discussion to the pending motion. Member Wood, are you speaking to this? Okay. I guess, Member Norton, sorry, there we go.
I am speaking to this because to me, ideological could be any ideas that I might have. It could be, I think that we should have a positive influence and attitude today. It could be, I really don't like Halloween and I really wish we didn't have to have candy on this day. There's a million things that could be my ideology. And to say that, you know, that's going to be something I can lose a license over or have issues with. I understand partisan issues and could not agree more, religious, denominational, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But ideological is just way too broad. And I mean, I feel like that is unconstitutional.
Thank you, Member Norton. I'll throw one point, unless there are other lights. There are various definitions. One from Britannica is the set of ideas and beliefs of a group or political party. That has some definition to it. So that might be, I don't know that I'm proposing that as a friendly, but one option would be political party would be, group would not. And so some of the defined groups, I'll just say some of the concerns that I've heard, and I assume others have heard, are the particular groups that might not be a political party, but might have an ideological mission that might be promoted, and that the idea would be we just focus on ideas and not the ideology of a group. So I'll hold that. That might be something that we address if this motion is not carried. But anybody else, discussion to the pending motion on ideological? I don't see any further lights. Okay, let's tee up the vote then. The motion is to amend draft 4 that the board remove ideological from line 94.
Green is a no.
Sorry, green's a no? Okay. That motion passes 9-6. The noes being Moss, Earl, Carey, Green, Bogus, and Klein. That passes. Thank you, Member Davis. You had a second.
I move that the board replace within 72 hours of receiving the allegation to within 30 days of receiving the allegation on line 202. And I'd like to speak to the motion.
I'll second. I don't hear another second unless, okay, I'll second. Back to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I really am thinking through this one from the perspective of sitting on the Reports and Requirements Task Force and looking at the same information would be shared, but it would be shared, you would potentially cut your reporting burden in half by, instead of reporting twice, one at the 72 hours, and then again after the investigation's done. Instead, you would report one time, this was the complaint, and if you were prompt in investigating the complaint, you'd cut your reporting time down and you would say, this is the result of the investigation. Chair Moss, I'm just going to quote you from earlier today. You were explaining in a different part of the rule that there is a potential review after the LEA has done its investigation. If nothing is happening between the time the complaint is made and the investigation's been done, we should not require a bifurcated reporting situation. So I think it just makes it a little more realistic to implement. Even still, it's going to be hard to show up in that meeting with all these increased requirements, but it does mitigates it some. Thanks.
Thank you. And yes, I concur. I think it would help to reduce reporting while still having the functions that we've discussed, the benefits of. All right, so let's see, Member Lear and Wood to this, or is Wood still in line for something else? Member Lear to the 30-day?
I also very much support this, especially I had concerns about even 72 hours, but now that we've added on line 200, notify UPAC and the educator, that does away with my blacklist concern because the educator knows that he's being complained against. So I do support this 30 longer time period.
Okay, others to this motion. The rest are all motions. Anybody just a old-fashioned physical hand if you're waiting to speak to this motion? If not, we will vote. The motion is that the board replace within 72 hours of receiving the allegation to within 30 days of receiving the allegation on line 202. Board members, please vote.
Green is a no.
Green is a no. Member Green, could
Correct.
you say? Oh, sorry. I'll be quiet. All right, we heard correct. Your vote's a no. Okay. All right, voting is complete. That motion passes 12-3. The no votes are members Bogus, Green, and Klein. Back to the lineup for motions. I think Vice Chair Hart is keeping the order. Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a motion, and I'll defer to staff as to where it would be most appropriate to insert it. But the motion I would like to make is, if you can call it up, I pre-submitted it, and that is that the board directs staff to establish a retention schedule for records of unsupported allegations of misconduct not to exceed 2 years prior to destruction. And if I could speak to that motion.
Is there a second? Second. Back to you, Member Carey.
So this is I guess, like a due process concern that I have, which is we have all these allegations, and I agree that we've limited those to a certain subset, which I think was wise, but they're still going to UPAC. And I've been speaking to Director Rasmussen about, well, how long do those allegations stay on record? An eternity is a long time. So I said, well, could we do something about it? And he said, yes. And I've worked with Director Rasmussen on this language, which would ensure that if the allegation is unsupported, after 2 years, these records would be destroyed and they couldn't be used at a subsequent proceeding in any shape, form, or fashion. Thank you.
Discussion of that motion. I might. I'll go to Member Straight, and I'll.
Oh, you are for this? Okay.
So I'd like to make an amendment. So there was a hint. Well, I'll speak to it later. The amendment would be it would be immediately destroyed. There would be no time period, and I'll speak to that if I have a second.
Second. Back to you, Member Straight.
All right, so I kind of got ahead of myself for a little bit, but there was a hint in the discussion prior from that these could become cumulative. If it's unsupported, it's unsupported. unsupported allegations cannot become accumulative. In other words, oh, we have 3 unsupported allegations, there must be something there. If it's unsupported, it's unsupported. I support the motion in general. I think it's headed the right direction, but I think it should be immediately destroyed if it's unsupported.
Discussion to that motion. Member Lear. Oh.
And I do support the idea of this. I'm concerned that Member Carey's explanation was different than these words. A retention schedule doth not a expungement make, if you get my drift. And a retention schedule establishes how long records will be maintained. And it sounded to me like Member Carey said that if there that even if unsupported, they would be maintained for 2 years. But then I'm not sure what would happen after that. Would not to exceed 2 years prior to destruction. I would just feel better, and I'm not sure that the language that Brent has added is it satisfies me. And I'm sort of talking in circles now. I'm sorry, but my point is that if it's unsupported, it should leave the island totally.
I didn't say
Because I don't, even for 2 years, I don't want unsupported allegations collected to be used against a person. And I'm afraid that the motion doesn't say that. That might have been Member Carey's intent. But I think I'd prefer clearer language, is what I'm saying.
Okay. So, Director Rasmussen's with us. If we want to turn to him or Member Carey, did you want to respond to Member Lear first?
Just briefly. Yeah, it's my understanding that there would be nothing to expunge because it's an unsupported allegation. But the intent, as I understand it, was that any of these allegations which were forwarded to UPAC, to the extent that they were unsupported, after 2 years, they would be destroyed, permanently removed from the possession, control, or maintenance of UPAC. And I would defer to the chair and the director to address that.
Can we put that to Director Rasmussen for how this might work? And I guess there's questions here of what's unsupported and determined to be unsupported by the LEA, by UPAC. If UPAC decided to take a look, what would that be under this language?
So, thank you, Chair. Ben Rasmussen, Director of Law and Professional Practices. The reason why I suggested the language that I did to Board Member Carey is that I think the intent was that even though there would be some LEA investigations that would find the allegations unsupported, there may be limited circumstances when UPAC would still look and say, well, we want to look at this aspect, or we want to open this case nonetheless. And so I think saying that we have to immediately destroy the records of unsupported allegations, I guess it comes down to what an unsupported allegation is. If we have the language that Board Member Carey suggested, or even something lower like a year or 6 months, it still gives UPAC the chance to follow up on those if it deems necessary before the retention schedule expires and we need to get rid of the record.
Thank you, Director Rasmussen. That would be my understanding of the rule, is that UPAC holds, but then could take a look. And so we don't want destruction before UPAC has had that opportunity.
Which is 30 days.
Well, the 30 days for the LEA to notify UPAC. UPAC then waits to see what the LEA does. If UPAC decides to take a second look, then they could decide if it's substantiated or not as drafted. So, all right, I'm not speaking for or against. I'm just clarifying the process. Member, who's up next? Member Klein? All right. And I think we might have had Member Davis in. Get Member Davis?
I have a substitute motion. I mean, I would speak to either of those motions. I think they're both good. but
Oh, hold
that's
on.
an amendment. Can I have
Let's
do a
make sure
substitute?
we're in order here. So we have an amendment
I-
to an amendment.
And can I do a substitute?
No, because it's the third action.
I think that's a third.
Okay, well then can I speak to this? If anyone wants to
yes.
withdraw their amendments, then I might move that once UPAC determines not to investigate, that the names and records be destroyed. So we don't have these lists sitting out
What
there.
would that look like then? And we can put that to member straight, but let's see what it looks like first, and then we can see if it's in order as a potential friendly or substitute. Yes, member straight. Let's go to you.
Encapsulates what I was trying to get at.
All right, let's see what that language looks like if we could. I think I know what it is, but and then we'll just make sure it's in order.
Yes, I'd be happy to repeat it. I think this would give UPAC time. I move that once UPAC determines not to investigate, that names and records be destroyed.
That's okay. So that's a friendly to the amendment if there is no objection. Is there any objection to allowing that as a friendly? If not, then we can allow it and then open it to discussion. So, Member Lear, to that newly changed motion.
Two concerns. One, I don't like the shoulds in there. It says should on the board.
So it just says the schedule directs staff. There was no should intended. Okay, that's just a clarification. Okay.
Will or direct, okay.
As stated, that's a will.
That's one concern. The second one is, right now we've got at least a year backlog on most of the UPAC cases, 9 months to a year. We can see that from our UPAC cases when we review them. I'm not comfortable letting UPAC hang on to those until they get around to investigating.
They have to. If they're making a decision on every single one of these people. It's not like.
I see Director Rasmussen leaning in. There we go.
I would just add that, if UPAC determines to investigate, then we open a case, and then it would be an official case. But if we determine not to open a case, it's pretty quick. I mean, it's not like it's a prolonged decision whether or not to open a case.
So the language as framed at the bottom there would fit in with your understanding of how this would work or is intended to work? I'm sorry, let me get Director Rasmussen. I just want to see if this fits the flow of how you saw this operating within UPAC. Okay.
Can we remove the word should? It's just names be destroyed. Determines not, so.
Oh, okay. So
The
the other
board
should
directs
comes
staff
out
to
too.
establish a retention schedule to reflect that once UPAC determines not to investigate, that the records and names be destroyed.
Got it. Okay. And that's just a clerical
Then if they
clarification.
need 6 months, a year to figure it out, after they get all the information from the LEA, then that's the time they need. But
Strike
once
it.
they decide, then it's gone.
Member Leader, Member Carey, are you on this or? Okay.
I'm a little troubled with the trust me standard. We won't hold it for very long. I wish we had had the opportunity to discuss this with real teachers in real classrooms to see how they feel about this, because I still have some concerns. This is better than the original motion, I feel like, but and more protective of teachers, even who may have done bad things in terms of their due process rights. But and so I would reluctantly support it, is I guess what I'm saying.
Okay. Member Carey, were you speaking to this?
I have more of a parliamentary procedure question.
Okay.
So my question would be, I agree with the language set forward by Board Member Davis. So in addition to amending the motion to amend, is it possible just to amend the primary motion?
So if I withdrew, that would put Cindy's in place, right?
So yeah, we've got member Carey's, then member Straight. Member Davis's is a replacement of member Straight's as a friendly amendment, correct? I'm looking to my parliamentarians. We got member Carey and then member Davis on the floor. So member Straight's was withdrawn. Member Davis passes. It substitutes in for member Carey's, correct? If it passes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right, any further discussion to the motion? As framed up, I don't see lights. Again, raise your hand physically since we got some folks in line for other motions. Member Klein, okay, that's to this? Gotcha.
It's about this, but not, my question is there a time frame for keeping negative observations about students in their personal records? And is there any expiration date on those if they are found unsubstantiated? I'm just wondering from the
So I
student.
don't know that that goes to this. We don't have any student data or records.
Right,
But can we put that in the hopper?
But I'm just, as a future discussion possibly,
Okay,
so that it
Let-
doesn't stay on a student record forever.
okay. Can we put that in the list of questions? I'm not sure who to direct that to, but we've got it on record to review later. Okay, it doesn't go directly to this, but a separate but similar question about student. Okay. Further discussion, again, let's go with physical hands because I think most of the lights are for other motions. So seeing none, the motion then, as brought by member Davis to amend, is that the board directs staff to establish a retention schedule to reflect that once UPAC determines not to investigate, that the records and names be destroyed. Let's vote.
Hold on, because we changed the motion a lot, so hold on.
Sorry.
I do.
I'm not seeing it on.
If, I have a
Okay,
question.
voting is open. Wait, sorry. Nope, sorry. Not quite. Let's wipe the screen then of those votes. Okay. We were. There we go. Voting is open. Oh, member Green. Member Green on the motion.
yeah.
Sorry, say again.
Yes.
Yes, member Green's a yes. Okay, that completes the voting. It's unanimous. That passes. All right, let's see. Next in line for other motions are Bogus and Wood. Want to get that the right order?
Yeah, I have a motion.
Oh, sorry. Okay, that replaced. Well, it amended member Carey's motion. Do we need a second vote then? Okay. Right, okay, because it's a motion to amend. All right, so, yes, you're correct. All right, so the language is the same. So we are voting again on the same language now as the amendment to member Carey's underlying motion, which basically disappears because it's replaced by this language, correct? Okay, so the motion again is that the board directs staff to establish a retention schedule to reflect that once UPAC determines not to investigate, that the records and names be destroyed. And let's close out and then vote again. Okay. Member Green?
Yes.
Member Green's a yes. Missing one. Did I vote? Yeah, I did. Are we missing anybody? There we go. Voting is unanimous. That passes again. Back to the floor. And I think we were turning to Member Bogus, correct? Yes, back to you, Member Bogus.
Okay, so before I make my motion, I would just offer that maybe this should be sent back to committee, but after that, I have a motion. So I move that in lines number 45 through 47, and just to answer your question, Superintendent Stallings, this was sent on October 3rd, and your name is listed on that email, just in case. I would like to amend lines 47 through 45 through 47 to strike the word "or" after "using," and after the word "influence," insert the words "or experiencing the residual effects of alcohol or an illegal drug." And with a second, I'd like to speak to the motion.
There's been a second. Back to you, Member Bogus.
Thank you. So I think that we can all acknowledge that if you are hungover or are experiencing the residual effects of getting stoned the night before, you should probably not be in front of students.
Okay. Further discussion to that motion. Let me just see it and then we'll.
I think.
May I ask a question?
Question, Vice Chair Earl?
Yeah, I guess I'm reading this maybe different than you. Tell me if I'm not reading this right. This is what it currently says. Possessing, using, or under the influence of alcohol or an illegal drug. I'm reading that as under the influence, which should include alcohol and illegal drug. Am I reading that incorrectly? Is that how you would read that as well, Ben, when you would look at a case?
Oh.
This applies to both alcohol and drugs. I think what Member Bogus is trying to clarify is that the threshold shouldn't be as high as under the influence, but that if is that correct? Under the influence is defined at either 0.05 for alcohol, or there's specific language for drugs. I think experiencing the residual effects would be something to be hung over. Would be the more common way of putting it.
Okay. So is residual effect, is that understood then? That's where I'm trying to understand, to make sure there's no ambiguity, so that it's like 2 days later and I've got a cold, right, and I'm having a residual effect of the medications, whether it's a cold medicine with it's made me drowsy. Is that then? Do you see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Or is under the influence understood? So that's where I'm trying to create a question there.
Under the influence.
It is defined? Okay.
Okay, let's see. We have anybody else on this motion? Member Reel.
Thank you. Yeah, I worry about this motion because the way that it's written is more objective, and as we were discussing about the limits of alcohol and being under the influence. But this, I think, as Member Earl was saying, adds ambiguity. And I worry about folks, someone sees that a teacher had a beer on Sunday night and Monday morning they assume that they're hungover, which is unfair. So I would not be in favor of this motion.
Okay, anybody else on this motion? Member Lear?
Same substance as Member Reel's comment.
Okay, Member Klein?
I'm wondering if instead, if we just added experiencing debilitating residual effects. I stumble all the time, obviously.
Is that a proposed friendly?
It's a proposed friendly. Replace the with debilitating.
Any objection? And Member Bogus, would that be? No objection from the maker. Any other objections from the floor? Seeing none. That's no objection. So that's a friendly. Okay, Member Earl?
I'm still trying to, would that not still be under the influence? That's what I'm trying to say is, does that not cover that? Or does this add something, do you feel like it adds something more that isn't already covered? I'm just trying to make sure these are making sure we understand when these go to UPAC.
Right. Well, I'm thinking, and maybe we could add a little more clarity by saying experiencing, and maybe we go back to and experiencing the residual effects of said use to the point that it impairs their ability to do their job effectively. I don't know. That's just thoughts.
So let's see, is that another proposed friendly? And is it a friendly?
I don't know how that would fit in, so I can answer that question. So can we
Okay.
definition of under the influence?
Do we have a definition? Anybody out there among staff? Member Earl's asking whether we have a definition somewhere.
Against this to see if it incorporates it or if we need this more strict.
So I don't see acceptance as a friendly. Just to go to Member Klein's suggestion, I don't see that accepted as a friendly. Did you want to take other action? Actually, I don't think we can. We're on our second amendment, right? So, okay, back to you, Member Klein.
So experiencing debilitating residual effects that impair normal function.
Chair? Yes. To Member Earl's question, can I?
Well, we have one question. Let me just make sure we're procedurally. We had a proposed friendly, another friendly. Question is whether it's a friendly by the maker, Member Bogus, or whether anybody else objects. Then we can go back to the question, Member Bogus.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, fair enough. So there's been an objection. It can't be a friendly. I think we're out of amendments. Am I right there, AEG Buse?
So, sir, may I?
Or others? Let me just make sure I get the procedural. Are we out of amendments? Well, I know, but if it's not friendly, then one more. Okay, we have one more amendment available. Member Bogus, and we have Member Lear.
So it would be my observation that perhaps we are overthinking this. So for example, and I'll give you examples. You want to have a beer, that's your business. But if you get hungover and come and complain of headaches and you're yelling at kids all morning because that affected your ability to do your work the next day, that is a concern. If you want to get stoned on the back porch, again, that's your business. It's against the law, but that is your business. If you're coming to school with bloodshot eyes because of that experience, that is not appropriate. And so I personally object to the word debilitating, but I think that you can come to work hungover, not be over the legal limit, and still have the effects of that experience affect your work. And that is my concern.
Thank you. Let's go to Director Rasmussen. He had some context here.
I could do that.
Can you hit it one more time?
There we go. I just wanted to point out the definition of under the influence because I really think that the one paragraph here actually kind of covers this. A person is under the influence of alcohol and illegal drug or the combined influence of alcohol and drugs to the degree that it renders the person incapable of effectively working in a public school. So I think if they're experiencing the residual effects to the point where it would keep them from working properly, they're under the influence by our definition. So I think our definition probably already covers the concern here. That's in R277210, paragraph 50.
That's where the definition is?
That's the definition for this rule.
Go ahead, sure. Oh.
So, sir, then would it be more effective to experiencing residual effects per R277210's definition, or some language to that effect?
R277210 already by its own language provides all the definitions for this rule, so we don't need a reference back because that's the way the rules are written. It's already incorporated by the board into 217.
Okay, so the definition of that's Rule 210, was that you were reading from? Okay, so 210 is the section to which all of these, I presume a number of these standards of teacher conduct include terms that are defined in Rule 210, and same section therefore would apply throughout. Okay.
So could he please read that definition for me one more time?
Yeah, Director Rasmussen.
Under the influence means that a person is under the influence of alcohol, an illegal drug, or the combined influence of alcohol and drugs to a degree that renders the person incapable of effectively working in a public school.
Then I would withdraw the motion.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
thank
I
you.
did not connect those two. I appreciate the
No,
opportunity.
that's helpful, thank you. No, good exploration.
And
Thank
I
you
would
for-
move to my next motion, sir.
All right, let's kick it to member.
Do we have to vote on it or not? I guess if
Well, if it was withdrawn without objection, okay. Let me go to member Wood and then come back. How many do you have, member Bogus? We just want to make sure we spread the joy among all our board members.
12.
12.
Mhm.
Okay, let's go to member Wood. You
Like
have
I
one.
said.
All right, member Wood. Oh. You live? Okay.
I move that the board insert before line 206, the executive secretary shall classify allegations received under subsection 1 or subsection 2A as private in accordance with subsection 63G-2-302 2D.
Okay, is there a second? I'll second. Okay, we've got a few seconds. Back to you to discuss the motion.
So what this does is that it makes that record that's being created once an allegation has come in, it makes it private, so it's not grabbable.
Okay, discussion, question, comment to that motion? Seeing none? Oh, I'm sorry. You might just have to give me a old-fashioned, because I don't know who's, I think member Carey might be.
Oh, go to member straight. It does.
Okay, member straight. Member Carey, you got the red, so let's.
Thank you. If I can ask a question to Director Rasmussen, Chair.
Yes, please.
Would this amendment in any way impair the purpose or goal of this rule generally? Does it make UPAC's job harder, more difficult?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Member straight.
I like the idea of the protection, but I wonder if it's necessary. Isn't that already the law in employment issues like this?
Could we put that to Director Rasmussen? Is that a question you could answer? Or me?
There are other parts of the rule where we classify parts of the UPAC file as one thing or another, so I think this is perfectly appropriate.
So maybe I could just follow up. Shall classify allegations received under 7102 as private? So I guess the question from member Carey was, would this inhibit at all UPAC's ability to investigate if they saw a reason for it, to take action if they saw a reason for it? Wouldn't alter anything that's already done under the standard protocol. It would just ensure confidentiality, privacy for this process. That's okay. Anybody else? Any other comments, questions to this motion? If not, the motion is for member Wood to amend draft 4 that the board insert before line 206. C, the executive secretary shall classify allegations received under subsection 1 or subsection 2A as private in accordance with subsection 63G-2-302 2D. I think we can vote.
Green is no.
Green is a no. Vice Chair Earl.
Oh, I thought I did. Sorry.
Uh-huh. All right, voting is complete. That passes 13-2. The noes being member Klein and member Green. Back to member Bogus. And if you, let me just invite, if there are clusters that work together, that could be helpful. I don't want to muddle the debate on any particular amendment, but if for efficiency's sake there are some that belong together, we might be able to tee those up. Member Bogus. Oh, there we go.
So I would like to move in line number, I believe it's 72. That the words acting, or no, and an LEA's policy be struck, and with a second, I'd like to speak to the motion.
Sorry, line
I
70.
believe it's 73 in draft 4. Draft 4 was moved, is that
I don't
correct?
see it. Yeah, I see draft. Line 73 is in subsection 22. Which subsection are you focused on? Is it
I am
subsection
on
25?
I am on page 3, line 73 in draft 4.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were,
It's not on 72, it's on 73.
there we go, 73. We found it. So line 73. Are we right? Sorry, I was off.
Yes, sir, that is, what is on the screen there is correct. I would like to strike the language and an LEA's policy.
Okay, is there a second? Klein's a second. Back to you, Member Vargas.
Thank you,
Speak to the
sir.
motion.
I think we have two things going on here. One is we're redundant because policies should be in line with the law, but in the case that policies are not in line with the law should trump, and we shouldn't have something that gives the finger pointing endeavors room to take root and reign. And so I think that it encourages our LEAs to have policies that are compliant with the law. And if it is one level up that is the problem, then the board can deal with one level up as that works its way through UPAC. But the LEA's policy should be compliant with the law. So to me, that is redundant and gives rise and space for I call it the finger pointing exercises to take root. There's a musical that I would love to sing for you, but I'll leave that to Randy Booth.
Please do. Duets are welcome. All right, any discussion of that motion? Member Lear?
I'm going to say this until you're sick of me saying it, but every amendment that goes to these standards is troubling to me because these were thoughtfully, intentionally discussed with a room full of stakeholders. And we weighed, and a number of attorneys were involved. So the group weighed the legal implications of these at the time and also the real life implications of them. Just to speak to this specific example, an LEA could have a policy about something like assessment or something like maybe grading practices. And it is completely reasonable for the employer to tell the employee, you don't get to badmouth your employer's grading scale or grading practices or assessment standards or assessment practices. If they do that, that becomes insubordination. It's not against the law, it's not a First Amendment issue, but it's one of those employment law issues where the employer has the right to expect support from its employees. So that's the kind of thing that an LEA policy might provide or support, but is not necessarily a First Amendment issue, a constitutional issue. And so I very much like leaving in there an LEA policy that tells the employee what our expectations are for you. And yes, those policies should be consistent with the law. They can't tell a teacher, you can never go to a board meeting and speak against a proposed bond or those kinds of things. But they can tell an employee, you can't badmouth our practices for assessment to your students, to parents, etc.
Okay, thank you, Member Lear. Member Vargas?
May I respond and
Sure.
query Member Lear? Member Lear, wouldn't that assertion come under the law?
Maybe, in my opinion, sorry. Oh, I need to push the button. In my opinion, it might. I think this is one of the times that it helps to clarify that, because one school district, one LEA may not have a problem with a more open or free exchange, or they may have a different standard for insubordination than another LEA. So I think it's appropriate to let the LEA control its employees in ways that are consistent with the law, and that might be done in a policy. So I do not want to detract from what an LEA establishes as an employment practice with its employees.
Okay.
And
Further?
again, it's the
Member Hymas.
collaboration, I'm sorry, to follow up. And again, it's the collaboration factor that took place as these words were carefully selected that I am really reluctant to interfere with without another opportunity to do that.
All right, Member Hymas.
Thank you. I'm going to speak against this motion as well. The LEA cannot make policy against the law, but the LEA does need to establish a culture within its environment, and this provides that. To Member Lear's, I'm not going to repeat everything she said, but to her point, an LEA does need that flexibility in order to create an atmosphere or a culture within the school that, of course, cannot and will not go against the law.
Okay, further, I'll make one comment. I think that the need to ensure compliance with the law is strong. I would worry that a teacher would be within the LEA policy and then be disciplined for having a different standard applied. I think 114, which is being sent back to committee, has provisions. If an LEA is out of compliance, then that's something that might be looked at for a potential corrective action plan. And there's another way of going about that while protecting the teacher from having two different standards. Member Klein, did you have a comment to this?
My question.
Okay.
But I'm in line.
Okay. Any further discussion of this motion? If not, let's vote. The motion is that the board strike the words "and an LEA's policy" on line 73. Please vote.
Green is a yes.
Green's a yes. Thank you. And voting closed. That motion fails 10-5. The yeses being Earl, Carey, Green, Klein, and Bogus. Back to you, Member Bogus.
73. I would like to change the word "and" to "or." And with a second, I would like
there
to
a second?
motion. 66 and 73.
'66 and 73. Is there a second?
In line
Second.
60.
It's to change the "or," change the "and" in both line 66 and 73 to an "or." Okay, and I heard a second from Member Green online. It's an "and" to an "or" on both of those lines. All right, we've got a second. Go ahead, Member Bogus.
I think it goes back to the same concern that when we link these together, we give rise to fertile ground for finger pointing. And there are LEA policies that are in contravention to code. It may not come out for a while, and I think UPAC can do their due diligence to make those conclusions and draw those conclusions. But law trumps policy, and when we create fertile ground for finger pointing, I think we've failed in what we need to do as an oversight agency. And so I would offer that we need to unlink those two as the way it's stated to me. I'm going to shut up. I apologize.
Any further discussion, comment to that motion? Or do we want to tee it up for a vote? We've got a number. I want to make sure we hear comment and then vote. Okay, let's vote. Motion is that the board strike the words "and," nope, excuse me. Motion is to amend to change "and" to "or" on lines 66 and 73. The motion is open for voting.
Green is a yes.
Green's a yes. That motion fails 10-5 with the yeses being Green, Klein, Earl, Bogus, and Carey. Thank you. Back to you, Member Bogus. Member Klein?
Yes, I would just like to make a motion to strike at the end of line 66, the and strike all of line 67.
Okay, I don't think that is duplicative. It's similar, but same section, different amendment, right? So it would strike and line 67 to just say only exposed sensitive materials as defined in section 53G-10-103. Is there a second? Hearing none. There is a second. Back to you, Member Klein. Would you like to speak to the motion?
I think in line 66 where it says as defined in section 53G-10-103, if LEAs if their policies have to follow the law, then 67 is unnecessary.
Okay, any further discussion? Member Davis, and then let's see. Yes, Member Davis, and then Member Hymas.
Yeah, am I understanding correctly that the law is a minimum standard and board rule sometimes adds some clarification to that, and LEA policy can add even more expectation to that. So I worry a little bit about if we do like an and or we take out the LEA policy that kind of gives an illusion of freedom that might not legally be there.
Thank you. Member Hymas?
Thank you. And this is precisely the reason I voted to keep the and in there, is because we need the LEAs, the exactly like Member Davis said, the minimum is the law, and LEAs should have the ability to say, well, I actually would like to go a little bit further and protect my kids a little bit further, right? So I speak against this motion.
Okay, any further discussion of this motion? If not, let's vote. The motion is to amend that the board strike the word and on line 66 and strike line 67. It's open for voting.
Green is a yes.
Green's a yes. And that motion fails 11-4. The yeses are Carey, Booth. Carey. Those are the no's. I'm sorry. The no's are Carey. Let's do the yeses. Here we go. The yeses are Earl, Green, Bogus, and Klein. Excuse me. Okay. Any further motions to amend? Back to Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. In lines number 94, 95, I believe, I would like to strike the word actively, reinstate the word political, and then strike the amendment in blue in a manner inconsistent with the policy of the educators LEA.
Okay.
And I do believe the staff has that. I just think the line numbers have changed, if I am correct. Okay.
All right. Is there a second? Do we have it framed up there first so we know what we're seconding? Let's see. Does that look right, Member Vargas?
I'll second that.
Yes, sir.
We got it up there. Okay. We have a second. Back to you to speak to the motion.
Thank you, sir. So I did listen to the debate in the motion to replace political with partisan. And my concern is that we've conflated civic and political and made them synonymous with one another. And to me, they don't mean the same thing. And so I think the word political needs to be in there. I do also would agree that partisan disparagement should also be in there, but I do believe the word political should be added back in. There is, to me, the word actively is almost redundant. Everything a teacher does is active, and it implies that these one-off situations are not active. They are active, and we need to acknowledge that and have our educators be accountable for that. And then the last striking this last language, puts us again back in the realm of we have LEAs that have policies that are inconsistent with Utah code. And when we put this language in here, we create fertile ground for finger pointing. And so, Member Davis makes great points, but I still think it comes back to if we're not going to put out model policies that all of our LEAs have to use, then we have to keep that in our court. And so I would offer that the LEA's policy needs to become compliant with the law. And it can go beyond the law, but it needs to be compliant with the law. And we do not want to give fertile ground to finger pointing in this arena. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Member Bogus. Discussion to the motion? Member Earl, Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, I'm trying to think through what we're saying here because the LEA puts a policy in place so that educators have a clear understanding. And I understand what you're saying too, because you're saying it could be different, right? But I think an educator is going to look to the LEA's policy prior to going through 53G, 53, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to figure out the balance there between when it would be breaking the law and when the clearness of an LEA's policy needs to be put in place. And if it's the LEA's policy, that's different than anyways. So I think there needs to be a strong policy because that's where educators are going to look. So I'm just telling you inside, this is where my thought process is going as I'm hearing this over and over. These policies have got to be right, right? But if we take it out, then what does it leave is my question. So anyways.
Further discussion?
Would Chair Earl like me to answer that question?
Would you?
or
Is that a rhetorical or a question for Member Bogus? Semi-rhetorical, but feel free to respond.
I think that what it leaves is the umbrella. So, Vice Chair Earl, I guess maybe an example, because sometimes a story helps us understand. So, for example, the policy on lines 93 through 96 may be sound. An LEA may have a sound policy in that area, but they have a secondary policy that actually instructs teachers to act in a way in contravention to that policy. And that has occurred many times in this state as well, where one policy says you can't, the other policy says you have to. And then once again, we are finger pointing in he said, she said, and moving forward. And so I would like to strike those words so that the law ultimately reigns and we don't give loopholes or again, fertile ground to finger pointing for nefarious behavior. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just make the same comment. I'll keep it brief, but I think 114 has a process as it's drafted to look at an LEA. If the LEA is out of compliance with the law, I think you're exactly right. That needs to be corrected, and that's a process that's available. My worry is that you have a teacher that's following their LEA's policy, and then we tell them, no, that wasn't really where the line was. That to me is concerning. So I think both of those are critical, but I would oppose it just for that reason. Any further discussion to that motion? If not, let's tee that up for a vote. The motion is that the board amend line 94 to strike the word actively, reinstate political, and lines 95, 96 to strike the phrase in a manner inconsistent with the policy of the educators LEA. Voting is open and almost closed. While I was still trying to figure out my...
Green is yes.
It's in there.
What did she say? Yes.
Green's a yes. And with voting closed, that fails 12-3. The yeses being Green, Bogus, and Klein. Back to you, Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. In line 115, I would like to add, and I must apologize, I'm not seeing this on my list. I would like to strike the word and then after local laws, put board rule.
Is there a second?
Ethical code of conduct.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Jumped in.
Ethical code of conduct. semicolon, and I believe I missed the word and. I did suggest it. Sir, may I comment to Director Rasmussen?
This question on framing up the language of the motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're not speaking to, we haven't had a second yet, but go ahead.
Director Rasmussen, I would like to add board rule, the ethics code, and then the quote, code of conduct. Did I articulate that well? So the ethics code is the assessment that educators take when they, and maybe I'm in a different space and place, but there's an ethics assessment that we take when we renew our credential. And then the code of conduct is the model policy that districts are required to have. And there's one that the state made, and they can go beyond the one the state made, but they cannot have lesser than what the state made.
So the assessment you take when you renew your credential, if I may, Chair,
Please.
is just is meant to just cover the code of conduct. It's not a separate set of standards educators need to follow. It's just seeing if they understand the code of conduct. So I don't think that that would fit there.
So then,
And the code of conduct itself is part of board rule, which is already part of state law, which is why that wasn't specifically entered there. But just the code of conduct is R277217, which we're debating right now. So that's part of board rule.
so, sir,
Yes, Member Vargas.
If that is the case, then I'm not going to quibble with the ethics, but the code of conduct is, to me, different from the educator standards. To me, they're two different documents, which would mean they would be two different things. So each
Member-
LEA has a code of conduct that's derivative of the model policy that the state puts forth.
Do you need clarification from? So we're referencing an LEA code of conduct, or?
Yes, and thank you for that. I'm sorry that wasn't on the list.
Do we have that the way you want it, Member Vargas? Add board rule and LEA code of conduct?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sorry, that was very loud.
Discussion. Did we get a second? Do we have a second for that one? Member Klein and I think Member Green. Okay. Any discussion on the motion? That was mostly just clarifying. So, Member Vargas, still to you. You sort of spoke, but it was mostly just clarifying what you wanted. Do you want to speak to it now that we got it up there?
Yes, I just think that we come back to clarity, and oftentimes we see things that come through UPAC where there have been violations, but because it's not in here, then it's not counted or engaged or considered as a part of the process of determining, because we haven't delineated that. And so I just think we should delineate it, make it very clear that is required conduct.
Okay, further, Vice Chair Earl?
Sorry, I'm trying to understand this. So we're going to get rid of LEA policy. Well, that's the suggestion, but the LEA code of conduct is going to be spot on. I'm just trying to figure out that to me it seems a little bit not consistent.
To me,
okay,
the code of conduct referred to the model policy that LEAs are required to adopt that has been approved by this board. And I did not use the words LEA, but I'm not going to quibble with them because I know that it's a state-approved code of conduct, and they can make it more strict, but they cannot come in conflict with it. So in this arena, I think we're looking at something significantly different because the policy is mandated by the Board of Education.
Okay, further discussion on that motion? If not,
I have some.
oh, Member Lear.
Emily does.
Oh, sorry, Member Green, we'll come to you next.
I think staff, maybe I'm more inclined to be argumentative than the staff is, but state law per the Administrative Rules Act includes properly promulgated rules as state law. So in saying that we'll follow state law, it includes board rules, it includes any other rules that are applicable that are appropriately promulgated. Secondly, the code of conduct per state law was required for all state employees a couple of years ago in a statute. So there is in a bill. So there is now a required code of conduct for all state employees and elected officials, I think, also. So the codes of conduct are now required by state law, and so those are all covered. So individualizing, pulling little pieces of this out are unnecessary. They're all part of state law.
Okay, anybody further to this motion? If not, let's vote. The motion is to amend, add board rule.
Member Green wanted to.
Oh, I'm sorry, Member Green. I totally forgot. We had you in line. Go ahead.
No worries. That's just fine. I just wanted to say that I do believe that there are problems sometimes with this area, like code of conduct. And to clarify that, I think is helpful. I fear right now we might be coming a little bit deaf to motions that are happening. And I hope that we might really listen to what is trying to be communicated here. There are a lot of things that slip through the cracks in the school system right now. And I do believe that if we take a minute to just really zone in on what constituents are saying, problems that kind of keep arising and presenting themselves to us, that we have an opportunity to iron out maybe some quirks that are going on in our system. And I do believe that this is one of those areas. So I do support this because I also believe that there's a lot of finger pointing that happens. I believe that a lot of problems aren't fixed because there's not a place to land where accountability should be given. So I hope, we might consider those things as we develop these rules, that we can be specific so that when problems arise, we do have a place where it can land, accountability is given, and we've done our due diligence to make sure that we've quality checked that and provided that opportunity.
All right, thank you, Member Green. Anybody else? Did I get everybody? If not, we can vote. The motion is to amend to add board rule and LEA conduct to line 115. Voting is open.
Green is a yes.
Green's a yes. Gotcha. Got 2 more votes. Oh, we missed Member Reel. Okay, we got 1 more. Who else are we missing? Oh, we got 14. Okay, that fails. It's a tie 7-7, which means it fails. The yeses is did we give a call for Member Reel? Member Reel, if you're in earshot, we're voting and we have a split decision. Not sure if she's out of the loop. Okay, so that fails. The yeses are Davis, Carey, Hymas, Green, Klein, Moss, and Bogus. Okay, back to Member Bogus.
Apologize. Thank you, sir. In line 120, I would like to change, I move that the board changes the word prevent to mitigate. And with a second, I would like to
Is there a second to that? Seconded. Back to you, Member Bogus. Change prevent to mitigate.
I'm sorry. This one. Oh, my language was to strike it altogether.
Did we have that already? Was that a prior motion?
It's a prior made motion. I just want to make certain that 17.
Did we tee that up and vote on it? Did I lose track? Okay. Okay, gotcha. All right, so this is
So-
new. Okay.
I think at this time, I may come back to that motion, but with a second, I would like to speak to the motion as it's stated to change the word prevent to mitigate.
Do we have a second? Second.
Second.
Back to you, Member Bogus.
So in my pre submitted motion, I did want to move to strike that entire section, and part of it is because I think it's untenable. Not necessarily B, but take prompt and appropriate action to prevent. And that word implies that teachers can literally control, like minions, students or their peers. And that's not true. I can do everything that I can to mitigate situations in the school, but I can't actually prevent them from happening short of removing individuals from a situation. And I don't view the words as synonymous. I think we need to take actions to mitigate, but to ask someone to prevent, that's like saying SPF is fully waterproof. It is not waterproof, it's water resistant. And those two words are different in my opinion. And I think we need to give our educators the latitude to mitigate, but expecting prevention in this arena, I don't think is appropriate. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
There we go. Vice Chair Earl.
And I understand where you're coming from. I attended a safety thing a few weeks ago, and they had talked about what had prevented sexual harassment in the military, what things they did that in I don't even, what do you call them? Where's God? Regiments? I don't know, that actually decreased, if not eliminated, the sexual harassment.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the prompt and appropriate action was what prevented. So taking, it wasn't getting rid of, like, you're not going to ever have it happen. It was taking prompt and appropriate action that prevented additional harassment or additional discrimination. So I actually think this is one of those things that we want schools to take prompt and appropriate action, because it does prevent, it lets other students and educators know that when this happens, there are consequences. So I would speak against it. I can see where you're coming from, but I do think that because of the words before it, it actually leads to that happening. It actually prevents. So in a culture that is prompt and appropriate does lead to preventing. So
May I respond,
Back to
Chair?
Member Bogus, yes.
I would offer that Vice Chair Earl makes a good point, but that's not how this reads. It reads that teachers must take prompt and appropriate action, and that if that action does not result in prevention, then we've got problems. And action does not always result in prevention. It's just a reality. Our educators can do everything they possibly can, including responding to situations in bold and immediate ways. And students make their own decisions in the way they behave. And those students need to be accountable for their actions. And I don't want to put that on an educator. I think that educators should mitigate. I think that should be what they are accountable for. But to be held accountable for prevention, I think, is a step too far.
Okay, AAG Buse has come up. You have a comment for us?
I think this language comes from what OCR's directives are in terms of their investigations of harassment complaints. And what they actually say has to happen is you need to stop the harassment, mitigate the damage that was done, and prevent further harassment.
Mm-hmm.
And so if possibly we could put the words stop, mitigate, and prevent. I understand what you're saying, but the prevent is really something that is in the law, and that we need to take reasonable means to prevent it from reoccurring again. As a school, if you know or have reason to know that the harassment is happening, there is an obligation for the school to prevent it from happening again. So I'm just giving you that as information. I'm not saying how you need to amend it, or I'm just saying this is where that language comes from. So I hope that's helpful to you in understanding why that language was put in there.
Thank you, AG Buse.
I appreciate that. I'm sorry. May I address
Yes.
the speaker? I appreciate that, ma'am. Thank you. And if I could amend my own motion, I do believe that language is probably more clear than even what I have put forth to stop, mitigate, and prevent.
You can offer that if there's no objection, as if your own friendly. Stop, mitigate, and prevent. Any objection to adding that in? Hearing none? Okay, but that's in then, so that's adopted as a friendly, and then
But
you have a
it's-
comment to it?
Or would it
goes
be
to
or?
this. Or prevent?
But you're the,
You want an
you're the
and?
maker.
I'm sorry, what's the question, sir?
So just, yeah, you asked about and versus or. Do you want to leave it as an and?
So I believe that I was told and is necessary. Did I hear you correctly, ma'am? Okay, then I do believe.
Okay, Member Klein?
So I'm just looking at the way it reads, take prompt and appropriate action, and then we would say to stop, mitigate, and prevent. I just want to point out, take prompt action means something's already happened, and we are now reacting to it promptly. It doesn't prevent. And it probably doesn't, and it doesn't necessarily stop. I mean, it might halt it in its progress, but it's already happening. So it might be better to rephrase the sentence so that it says take preventative or mitigating action when these things happen. I'm not sure exactly how to say that, but to take prompt action means something's already occurred. So you can't.
So we've got language. Is this another friendly? And I think we'd have to turn back to the
Prompt does not
maker
prevent.
of the motion. I'm not hearing, is there any objection from the body?
I would object to this.
Okay, all right, we have an objection, so it's not a friendly, which means it needs to either brought as its own motion, brought to a vote, or we go back and look first at Member Bogus's motion, and then if that fails, there could be other actions. So, all right, the motion is to change prevent to stop, mitigate, and prevent. I won't go too deep on this. I'll just say, each of those plays a role. In my experiences in workplace, Title VII is different, but you can stop it, meaning you stop it in its tracks so it doesn't happen again. You can prevent further action. You can mitigate the current stream of events. Each of these, I think, is defined and framed up by AAJ Buse, can play a role in putting an end to the conduct we're trying to stop. So I'd speak in favor, but anybody else want to speak to this one? All right, if not, let's vote. The motion is already framed up. Change prevent to stop, mitigate, and prevent.
Green is a yes.
Green's a yes. That passes, one more. That passes 14-1, the no being Member Straight. Back to you, Member Bogus. Member Klein.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to make a motion on this same section to say take action to stop, mitigate, and prevent. It says take prompt and appropriate action. Instead, take action.
You delete prompt and appropriate. Is that the technical description of the motion?
So it would start different. Take action to stop, mitigate, and prevent.
So we're striking prompt and appropriate then?
Yes.
That's okay. Striking the words prompt and appropriate on line 120. Is there a second?
I would second it because I want to hear.
Second it. Any discussion on the motion?
May I
I'm
speak?
sorry, to the maker. Yes, I meant to direct to you.
Okay. So it just, grammatically, it just makes more sense to say that a teacher must take action to stop, mitigate, and prevent a student from any action. Like I said before, to prompt. Prompting doesn't prevent. So if we can put that up at the front instead of to take prompt, instead we say take action.
Sorry, That was
Lost
my
you.
view. Sorry.
So maybe that's, take action to promptly stop, mitigate, and prevent. I don't know.
So if we could tweak slightly, the motion is to strike the words prompt and appropriate and insert prompt after, or promptly, to promptly prevent, correct? Take action to promptly stop, mitigate, and prevent.
Take action to stop, mitigate, and prevent.
I thought you had promptly in there somewhere, but, okay, so it's delete.
Protect the student.
All right, so we're just deleting prompt and appropriate.
So if we just take action to, and then her words, stop, mitigate, and prevent to protect a student. And if it continues. Yep.
Yes, Director Rasmussen.
It already says conduct towards students. Adding protect the student.
Let's just frame this up, Member Klein, just see if we've got you some specific language here that we can debate and vote on. Okay. And then the rest goes as stated. Okay, so technically, is this frame it up correctly? We're deleting the words prompt and appropriate and then letting the rest flow as is. Okay, any further discussion of that motion? Member Lear?
I have to defend the word appropriate. I think that it is, again, a principle of law that you have to act appropriately given the circumstances. You can't cut a student's hand off if he's moving to do something that's inappropriate. You can't push a student down if he's doing something that's inappropriate. So I think that the way it's written directs a student, and you have to read into that, which is reasonable, take prompt and appropriate action toward the end of mitigating, stopping, and preventing. So I like the way it was written, and appropriate is necessary.
Okay, any further discussion? If not, let's vote. The motion is to strike the words prompt and appropriate on line 120. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, so we could leave in appropriate, so it would say, but we put it, yeah, so take appropriate action to stop, mitigate, and prevent.
So just be striking prompt.
Yes.
Any objection to that amendment? It's friendly by the maker. It's done then. So we're deleting the words prompt and on line 120. Okay, no further discussion. Let's vote. Member Green?
Green is a no.
Green is a no. That motion fails by 13 to 2. The yeses are Member Klein and Member Booth. Back to you, Member Bogus, is it? Member Klein? Where are we?
Sorry, thank you, sir. In backup, there's a motion to amend what is now lines 161 to 165 to read, to use classroom instruction and materials that are academically focused and in line with the student's 1, cognitive abilities, 2, intellectual capacity, 3, emotional maturity, 4, physiological aptitude, and 5, overarching cognitive motor skill sets.
Is there a second?
I'll
Not
second
hearing-
that.
Sorry, okay, Member Green seconded. Back to you, Member Bogus.
I think that as we engage this, and this is actually language that I vetted through multiple educators, and specifically educators in the realm of special education and behavior disorders and emotional disorders. We often end up in a space and place as educators where the main thing is not the main thing, and even though perhaps a generally what we would call a general education student in the 5th grade, it might be appropriate for them. But if you have a student with an IQ that is well below 70, they don't have the emotional maturity or the intellectual capacity to engage in the conversation or understand. And that's why even things such as maturation, certain students don't participate. And it doesn't mean they're not legally allowed to, but they don't, because they don't have the emotional maturity to engage in those conversations. And so I think this puts us in a place and space where we draw an umbrella around it, and we allow our students to be individuals instead of painting with a large, broad brush. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Discussion to that motion. I see lights, but I'm not sure if they're for that. Member Davis? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with this philosophically 100%, and that's the responsibility of the IEP team to work to make sure that those things happen by law. But then also, parents have rights. The LEA has to offer an appropriate cascade of services, but parents have rights not to choose that. And then you can't pigeonhole a parent into being forced to use the material at the child's cognitive level or such when they refuse and want that child to work in a different level, if I'm understanding correctly.
Thank you, Member Davis.
It's not, we're saying it's going there, it doesn't meet this criteria.
Any response, Ms. Member Bogus?
So I don't think this overrides what would be included in an IEP, Member Davis. I think we're speaking here about classroom materials that would otherwise be outside the scope for even a general education student, but this is language that would be inclusive of all students, including students with disabilities. It wouldn't override an IEP.
No, I know, but a parent can refuse the cascade of services. And then you're back stuck saying, well, I have to do this because it has to match your cognitive level.
So I would disagree with that assertion. I think
It's just how it happens in theory.
Okay.
well, I understand how it happens in the field. I just disagree with your assessment.
All right. Good discussion. That's what it's about.
Okay.
We got different points. Any further discussion to that motion? Okay. The motion then is that the board amend lines 161 to 65 to read, use classroom materials and instruction that are academically focused and in line with the student's cognitive abilities, intellectual capacity, emotional maturity, physiological aptitude, and overarching cognitive motor skill sets. Board members, please vote.
Green is a yes.
Green's a yes. Thank you. Okay, voting is complete. That motion fails by 12 to 3. The yeses are members Klein, Green, and Bogus. Any further amendments? Sorry. Further motions, member Bogus? Hey.
Lunch is waiting.
Before, oh. Come on. It's your final one. You're supposed to celebrate it with it. Okay. Fair enough. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. In line 200 and 201, I would like to strike the language from a parent.
Is there a second?
In line 200 and 201. I just think it should be any allegation. I don't think we should narrow the scope.
Is there a second? We can come back if there's a second, but I haven't heard one. Okay.
I'll second that.
Second, back to you, member Bogus.
I guess I may be out of turn, sir. I apologize, spoke to the motion. I just think we're narrowing the scope there, and I think that if we're going to go down this path, as the board has chosen to do, that, that the language should read: a district superintendent or charter school director, respective designees, shall notify the UPAC and the educator of any allegation. I think that our educators have the right to be notified of any allegation, not just allegations from parents. And so to me, it comes back to a due process issue and a notice that if you're under investigation from an allegation in any capacity, that should be noticed to both UPAC and the educator. I think educators should have access to any allegation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, discussion to that motion? Member Lear?
To be clear, I'm following Member Bogus's thinking, but my concern with this is shall notify UPAC. And I don't think it's appropriate to notify UPAC of any allegation. I think it was broadening it to include parent allegations, and that's as far as I'm willing to go in terms of adding to the workload of UPAC and being realistic of what allegations look like.
Okay, further discussion. I was in favor of it as originally drafted without the limitation. I think that's a compromise that came out in committee. I personally think it's a reasonable limitation. That's the main objective, is to make sure that parent complaints are being taken. We have transparency, so I can support it, even though I supported it more broadly before. Any further comments, discussion to the motion? Okay, so the motion is to amend lines 200 to 201 to strike from a parent. Board members, please vote.
Green is a yes.
Green's a yes. Okay, that motion fails 9-6. The yeses are Vice Chair Earl, Member Wood, Carey, Green, Klein, and Bogus. Member Klein indicated you have a motion.
Why? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 5, 7, 2. I don't know. Apparently, I need to approve this thing.
Okay. All right, I'd like to make a motion to amend lines 88 and 89 to read as follows. And I don't have the strikeouts, just this is how it will read, and then I'll let you figure that out.
Okay.
Okay. Invite, suggest, encourage, or provide curriculum, materials, activities, or discourse specific to sexual orientation, gender identity, or sexuality with a student. It currently reads invite, suggest, or encourage a student to reconsider or change the student's sexual orientation or gender identity. So this is just expanding that.
Is there a second? Oh, yeah, I am on. Is there a second? Not hearing a second.
Mostly just because I want to hear about it.
Okay. There's a second. Go ahead. Back to you, Member Klein.
We're blaming you this time.
Okay, I think this gets to the heart of a lot of the problems that we're seeing in the schools. Just like an educator is not allowed to encourage or try to promote a certain religion or ideology, but those things are already protected in law. But this is not currently covered, and so we need some language that helps with that, because just like we have sections that keep explicit sexuality from being discussed without parental permission. These things also have become an issue, and some would say that these are promoted or lived out much like a religion. And so if we have educators pushing this in any way through inviting or suggesting or encouraging or providing curriculum material, activities, or discourse specific to these areas, we end up with a problem. So educators should really remain neutral on this issue and not promote it in these ways.
Thank you, Member Klein. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing no lights, we can vote. The motion is to amend lines 88 to 90 to read: invite, suggest, encourage, or provide curriculum, materials, activities, or discourse specific to sexual orientation, gender identity, or sexuality with a student. Voting is open.
Green is a yes.
Green is a yes. And voting is closed. That motion fails. 8 against, 6 for, 1 abstaining. Member Straight abstaining. The yeses being Davis, Wood, Green, Hymas, Klein, and Bogus.
So can I just, a point of clarification?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure it is included in there already about the code and law around, so 53G 10, 403, and other sections. I just wanted to make sure it's not included in there.
Those do not cover sexual orientation or gender identity.
Right. That's why right.
So those pieces of code don't. So this is necessary in order to make that aspect of it.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Do you want that on the record?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
So the codes that are referenced are specific to sex education and explicit sexuality being taught regarding, like, around the sex ed laws. Sexual orientation and gender identity, again, as we mentioned before, are only mentioned in the educator educator standards, where it talks about you can't discriminate against students because of their sexual orientation or gender identity. This is different and is not covered in those other sections of law that were referenced
Okay.
Right,
No,
but
we've
it's in
already voted.
24,
This
so.
is for the record. All right. Any further? I see none. Let's bring it back to the underlying motion. And we have, let's see, where's that framed up? The motion is basically to approve R277-217 as amended. Maybe that's all we need. Does that frame it up correctly? Any final discussion of the motion then? The motion is to approve R277-217 as amended. Seeing, Member Klein, does that go to this, or is that left on? Oh, okay.
Okay, and I don't know that this was, on line 94, I would add, after actively, I would add or passively.
I would second that motion.
Seconded. Back to you, Member Klein. Any discussion of the motion? Any other discussion of the motion? Substitute motion, Member Davis.
To remove the word actively.
Member Davis's substitute is to remove the word actively.
So
That's a previous question.
Yeah.
but it was only a piece of it, and I didn't divide then, and so this is isolated, and I would move to remove the word actively instead of adding passively.
Okay, I'll double check with the parliamentarians. Is that in order as a substitute? A part of it was included prior, but not this specific motion. Sorry, Member Okay, I'll allow it. If it's up to me, we can vote on that one. Depending on what happens there, go back to the original. But unless somebody tells me that's out of line, I don't want to be crossing lines. Sorry. Oh, well, let's tee it up. Was it seconded though? Member Davis's substitute. Member Booth will second. So this one then, the substitute is that the board amend line 94 to remove the word actively. Strike the word act. Okay. Member Lear, Member Wood, Member Hymas.
For maybe the maker of the motion. I think, yes, the maker of the motion. I actually liked the word actively in there because I think it appropriately clarified, endorse, promote, especially those. If a teacher is in a classroom and perhaps it's a smaller rural area or maybe not, the teacher is teaching in a neighborhood where she also lives, and the students know that this teacher is the same religious affiliation that they are, maybe even a leader in their church. And if that teacher is in their teaching, is just her presence endorsing that particular religious profession or not profession, but position.
Yes. Go ahead, Member Davis.
Is that how would you interpret that?
I would not. That to me would be a passive. So, and some of those things you can't control, but all of those are verbs: endorse, promote, disparage. They're already actions. They're already active. Saying the word actively, it is repetitious in my opinion. But if it helps to get rid of the word actively and leave those, and then not put in passively, because what is passively? You have someone down the hall that tells you their opinion about this, and you just choose not to argue to keep the peace. Are you then passively? That just gets into real unclear areas for me.
Can I respond briefly?
Okay, sure, Member Lear.
I don't want to further this unnecessarily, but I agree with you, and I didn't like the word passive for exactly those reasons. My concern is that without actively in there, it leaves teachers uncertain about if I just am being something, or I wear a symbol that's appropriately allowed of whatever I am, whether it's a religious symbol or a ideological symbol, then are you endorsing something in someone's mind, though you're not talking about it?
Go ahead, Member Davis.
The words "in manner inconsistent with the policy of the educator's LEA," I believe, takes care of that concern. For example, in some LEAs, an educator is allowed to wear a pin on their person, but not allowed to put a flag on their wall or what have you. So I think the policies do help clarify those things.
Okay, any other board members with comments to that motion? Seeing no lights, the motion to amend is that the board amend line 94 to remove actively. Correct? I framed that up right? Strike actively. Okay, board members, please vote.
Green is a yes.
Green's a yes. We need two more. We got Member Green, right? Did we record Member Green? Okay.
Yeah.
Straight and okay. With voting closed, that motion fails by a vote of 8-7. The yeses being Klein, Green, Davis, Moss, Booth, Bogus, and Earl. All right, thank you. Sorry, that was a substitute. Does that revert us back or no?
Yes.
Goes back to the underlying motion, which was to strike, or sorry, not strike, but to add the board amend line 94 to add passively after actively. Right, so it says actively or passively. Okay. actively or passively? We've had some discussion. Any further discussion to that motion? If not, let's tee it up and vote.
Yes.
Oh,
For Member
thank you, Member
Green.
Green. Member Green's a yes. Got one more. The motion fails 13-2. The yeses are Klein and Green. With no, is there a light? Is there another motion?
There's another light. I have a quick question on line 99. Knowingly violate student confidentiality unless revealing confidential information to an authorized person serves the best interest of the student and serves a lawful purpose. I'm just wondering if that is being read as, or could be interpreted as meaning that the school can keep confidences for the student from the parent.
Is there any staff member that has an interpretation there? Director Rasmussen, thank you.
Only if it's lawful. In most cases, that would not be lawful, so I would.
So there are specific guidelines on when
If
it's
it were
lawful.
lawful for some reason to withhold.
But
If there were something that required confidentiality by law, privilege, yes.
A lawful purpose, so.
Okay. Well, may I comment?
Yes, please.
It says authorized persons. Is that defined somewhere? It's not so are parents considered authorized persons that confidential information can be revealed to? And if so, is it only if the school deems that it's in the best interest of the student to tell the parent? Or is there some, but what does the law say on things like a student being transitioned or transitioning at school? Is that something that the school can tell the parent? Or is the parent not deemed an authorized person? And oftentimes the argument is made that it's not in the best interest of the student to tell the parent in a situation like that.
Director Rasmussen, are you aware of the situations in which a person can avoid disclosing to a parent?
No, I'd have to do research on that.
Buddy, I mean, my general understanding is some kind of immediate health risk or something from the parent, but I'm probably speaking from ignorance. Anybody know what the law says about when the person can avoid that? Member Straight?
If you go to line 113, if you go to line 113 and continuing all the way through the end of that section, it gives lots of understanding on that very thing.
Okay. Anything further? Go ahead, Member Klein. Yes.
I would like to make a motion to add on line 100 after information to a parent or after information to.
Okay. Is there a second? I'll second that one.
You can't make, that's not rude.
I can't second it? I'm just kidding. All right. I'm kidding. What? Hold on. Are we speaking to the motion here or the propriety of the?
But it's not my role to say if it's
If
abuse allegation.
okay, if it's legal to put out the motion she's offering. Okay, so we're going to speak to the motion. So the board.
May I?
I just want to make sure we frame it up that we can go at it. Yes, point of information.
So for clarity, you asked if there was ever a situation. I actually do have evidence of a situation where information was withheld from a parent. I don't necessarily need to bring that onto the public record, but I'd be happy to share it with you. To the motion, I'm wondering if we're not actually debating two fundamentally different things. And And I don't know where the solution lies in this moment, but I think that Member Klein and Member Davis are both actively trying to address two different issues. Because if it is an issue of DCFS where a child has disclosed to a teacher that they have been struck, deprived, put in a cage, whatever that might be, you don't call the parent first. You as a mandatory reporter, you have an obligation to disclose private information to DCFS as a part of that process, and then that parent is allotted due process during that time frame. But I think we're actually debating two different things here with the same lines in this rule. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
May I?
Yes, Member Klein.
So in reading this, knowingly violate student confidentiality could also be speaking about data and sharing personally identifiable information without or to people that are not authorized, like in the case with FERPA, right? But I guess I bring this up because, so if, an educator is sharing data with people they shouldn't, or information, personal information.
That says it already.
It what?
That 97 addresses that.
Student data.
Okay, so student confidentiality then in 99, since that was addressed in the previous line, it sounds like secrets of a student. And so it could be viewed as allowing for kind of grooming type behavior between a teacher and a student, where a teacher is maybe asking for, personal conversations on inappropriate topics and asking a student, or a student confides in a teacher some private information like that, and now the teacher is obligated to keep it a secret, even if it's something that parents should or would want to know. So I just think, because I don't know how to solve this problem, and I think it's a big enough issue that needs some serious clarification, that I would make a motion to send this back to committee for further work on this specific part.
So we have a motion on the table with your language. Is that an appropriate substitute to send back to committee? Parliamentarians. Member Klein's motion was pending with specific language. She's
To
bringing
add
a
a
motion
parent.
to add a parent. She's now brought a motion to send it back to committee.
I think the key thing is
Are we-
it serves a lawful purpose.
Well, her motion, I just want to see if it's in order. Then we can go back to debating the underlying motion if it's not in order.
So
Is it in order to send it back to committee? Motion to commit is in order. So, all right. Motion to send back to committee. You say that is in order? Okay. All right. Discussion of that motion.
I would second it because I thought it was important.
Okay. Any other discussion of the motion? I would oppose because the legislature is expecting our input, and we've had a lot of discussion and compromise and some good input from a number of board members. So I think we're ready to make a vote on this and then have that informed legislative discussion on the motion, and that would be lost if we send back to committee. Member Hymas, you have a light on?
Yeah, I'd oppose going back to committee as well. I think that we have done a lot of work in there, and we've done a lot of work here today as well. Sending it back to committee for these lines here, which to me is clear. A parent, in most instances, is an authorized person. So I would speak against both motions, quite frankly.
All right. The one we have is on committing back or referring back to committee. If that fails, then we have one that addresses the use of the word parent. Further discussion of the motion to refer. Okay, if not, let's vote. The motion is to refer it back to committee.
Green is a yes.
Green is a yes. That motion fails 12-3. The yeses being Green, Klein, and Bogus. Back to the underlying motion from Member Klein, which is add on line 100, a parent or after information to. Any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, let's vote.
Green is a yes.
Green is a yes. Thank you. We're missing one. There we go. Motion voting is concluded. The motion fails 10-5. The yeses are Green, Vice Chair Earl, Bogus, Carey, and Klein. Does that conclude the motions to amend? Seeing no lights, we have the underlying motion, which is to approve on second and final reading R277-217 as amended. No final discussion. We are... Member Klein? I'm sorry. Do we have other lights to address the underlying motion or to vote? Hearing no yes? Member Klein? Okay. Member Klein does have a...
I already asked, there's no definition for authorized person. That seems highly problematic. So is there a definition somewhere that we can add in?
Question to Director Rasmussen or others. Is there a definition of authorized person in line? Let's see, what number are we? 100. Sorry?
There's not a definition there. No.
Says a lawful purpose. Would that refer to whatever code defines the ability to disclose?
Yeah, I think it'd be hard to define that because there are any number of circumstances where there might be an unauthorized person, so I think it would be hard to pin that down. I think where you have the language lawful purpose, that limits that as to who you can provide that information to.
Okay. Any further insight, comment, discussion? Seeing none. Oh, Member Davis, sorry. Yes, the motion then on the floor is to approve R277-217 as amended. Member Davis. Oh, no, are you speaking
Yes,
to this?
thank
Okay,
you.
there you go.
Yeah, I'll speak to the motion. I have gone back and forth. There are so many of these things that I like and so many of these things that I think are problematic, but I would hope that we don't open these up again unless we get a task force similar to what we've done in the past, where the organizations that are going to be impacted the most of people send their own representatives and choose their own representatives. But having said that, we've done a lot of work today. I feel like to make the rule more realistically implemented than it was before. And for that, I really appreciate the conversations that have happened today. And for those reasons, I'm going to be voting for the rule.
Okay, any further discussion? If not, members, let's vote. The motion is to approve on second and final reading R277-217 as amended. And voting is open. Member Green? Member Green?
No.
Member Green is a no. Okay, voting is complete. That motion passes by a vote of 10-5. The noes are Member Lear, Member Klein, Member Green, Member Bogus, and Member Reel. Okay, thank you. That concludes item number 5.3. Back to Chair Hymas or lunch?
Lunch. I want to take just a quick personal privilege.
Vice Chair Earl, yes.
Yeah. So, Board Member Lear, we got you a little get well present. I am going to show you what's in here, though, so that you can, a little gnome garden, so you can kind of do the Zen thing. Puzzle, friendship making bracelets, and then some model magic stuff, so that you can sit in one spot and do all kinds of stuff. So anyways, we're going to give that to you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Earl. All right, thank you. Let's do lunch. Let's take half an hour. We'll be back at 1:45. Back to Chair Hymas, right? What are you laughing at the? I'm going to come up with another movie each time. Don't know if anybody recognizes that one. It's Bridge on the River Kwai. I know, I'm a little punchy. Right? Exactly. It's one of the best. All right, we are back.
That's interesting.
Back to Chair Hymas. Oh, sorry, here we go.
Thank you,
All right,
Chair
we're
Moss.
live.
Up next on the agenda is agenda item 5.4, R277-210, Utah Professional Practices UPAC, or Advisory Commission. This is UPAC definitions. The committee recommends that the board approve R277-210, Utah Professional Advisory Commission, UPAC, definitions draft 1 on second and final reading.
Excuse me. Discussion of the motion?
I have a question.
Member Bogus. And yes, sorry, Director Rasmussen. He's on his way.
Oh, just get him one. Do you have more than one? Just in case. She's worrying, not me.
I'd like to. Oh. Director Rasmussen, thank you, sir. We texted about this, correct? This is the one we texted about?
I can't remember honestly.
Well, I'm looking for it, but I'm not finding it. I just want to make certain that I am on the same page as I was 7 hours ago. I have no questions, sir. I found it. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else have a question for Director Rasmussen while he's up here? All right. Sorry. No, I know. We're good. I was serious. If he's here. So any other questions, comments to this motion? We do have Director Rasmussen. Nothing further? Okay. The motion then is that the board approve R277-210 UPAC definitions draft 1 on second and final reading. Seeing no lights, board members, please vote.
Green is a yes.
Green is a yes. Thank you.
Just touch it.
There it is.
So we're missing Vice Chair Hart. Anybody else who wants to vote but hasn't? We only have 11. We don't have. Got a few missing.
Davis.
Okay. All right, we're missing Vice Chair Hart and somebody else. We got Member Davis here. Did you vote? All right. Voting is complete and unanimous. That motion passes. Back to you, Chair Hymas.
Thank you, Chair Moss. Moving on to agenda item 5.5, R277-211, Utah Professional Practices Advisory Commission. Again, UPAC Rules of Procedure, Notification to Educators, Complaints, and Final Disciplinary Actions. The committee recommends that the board approve R277-211, Utah Professional Practices Advisory Commission, or UPAC, Rules of Procedure, Notification to Educators, Complaints, and Final Disciplinary Actions, Draft 4 on second and final reading.
Okay, any discussion of that motion? Seeing, oh, maybe. What's your Member Bogus, just a second. There we go.
I think, sir, when you eat, you get very efficient.
Right on. I'll keep it going.
So I take it back.
No comment or discussion to that one? Okay, with that, the motion is that the board approve R277-211 Utah Professional Practices Advisory Committee Rules of Procedure, notification to educators, complaints, and final disciplinary actions. Draft 4, second and final reading. Board members, please vote.
Green is a yes.
Green's a yes, thank you. Missing 2. Vice Chair Hart is not with us. Missing members Davis and Booth.
Should it go green or red or yellow?
Okay, voting is complete. That motion passes. Back to Chair Hymas. Okay,
Sorry, I keep turning it off so the camera can be back on you. Final agenda item for agenda item 5. This is 5.5, R277-215, Utah Professional Practices Advisory Commission, again, UPAC, disciplinary rebuttal presumptions. I'm sorry. I went too far. Yeah, it was. This concludes law and licensing report.
wow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, on to Finance. Chair Norton.
Green. This is item 6.2, R277-477, distribution of funds from the trust distribution account and administration of school land trust program. This is an amendment. The motion before the board is that the committee recommends the board approves R277-477, distribution of funds from the trust distribution account and administration of school land trust program, draft 1, on second and final reading.
Any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, board members, please vote.
Green is a yes.
Green is a yes, thank you. That motion passes 14-2. Vice Chair Hart absent, the noes being members Bogus and Klein. Back to you, Chair Norton.
Item 6.3 is R277-625, Mental Health Screeners Grant. This is an amendment. The motion before the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve R277-625, Mental Health Screeners Grant, Draft 1, on second and final reading. I forgot to mention that this passed unanimously in committee.
Questions, comments to that motion? Seeing none, members, please vote.
Green is a no.
Green's a no, thank you. Okay, that motion passes 10-4. The noes being members Green, Klein, Earl, and Bogus, with member Hart absent. Back.
Okay, item 6.4, R277-752, Special Education Intensive Service Fund. This also passed unanimously from committee. The motion before the board is that the committee recommends that the board approves R277-752, Special Education Intensive Services Fund, Draft 3, on second and final reading.
Okay, questions, comments, Vice Chair Earl?
Let me just make sure I understand on this. The recommendation is into 2016 or 2026 that it would be 10% is the most that can be carried over. Am I understanding that right? Okay. Just reached out to a number of my districts and LEAs in the area, and then I got mixed feedback coming back. Many felt that was good. I had a couple that didn't. So I think that will probably explain my vote. I probably will not be voting for this, even though there's components of it that I feel like are in the right area.
Okay, further comment, discussion. I had the same. I heard mixed feedback. There's a lot of money out there. I think the hope here is that this encourages using that money for some of those intensive services that are not being met. But certainly want to hear from folks if it becomes a problem. I think those that are the smallest seem to have the least problem. So hopefully this doesn't impose a severe impact. Back to you, Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, I just have another question. I know during committee it suggested that if they were running into problems with the funding for special ed, what mechanism is in place if they need additional funding? Especially in this area, if they've spent their funding yearly and, yeah.
Deputy Jones.
You got to push the.
Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones. So, you will never hear me say there's plenty of money. However, if a district, which I think one of their, or a district or charter school, one of their concerns is this quote unquote influx of, students with disabilities with high costs. There is enough funding that if we experience, or a district or charter school experience something like that, we could help from this level. Even adding those students eventually that, the money follows the student. So I'm always concerned, and I understand the planning and the concern, but I really feel that even if they're at 10% with carry forward and they do experience some kind of, unprojected increase in costs, we would be able to help them cover it. I think Dr. Voorhees would also agree with me. We can check with her though, but that's my answer, Chair, to that particular question, subject to any other questions.
Thank you, Deputy Jones. Other questions or comments? Yeah, Member Davis.
I've kind of been arguing the opposite of this for years now, and I've finally just become resigned, and I finally understand the fact that until we lower this carry forward amount, we're never going to be able to get increased funding for special education, because every time it's used by the people who hold the purse strings, that the carry forward means that we don't need any funding for special ed. Meanwhile, we have LEAs supplementing special ed with general ed funds. So this is the first step. We have some other coding things that are a big mess, I'll be really honest, that have got to get ironed out. But until we do this, we are going to be just in this spin cycle of special ed funding forever.
Thank you, Member Davis. Other comments, questions? Okay, seeing none, let's vote. The motion is that the board approves R277 Sorry, is there a comment? What am I missing? Member Lear.
I didn't raise my hand. I wonder, Kristen usually says. I'm sorry, Member Lear, you're not on the people at home. Gotcha. And Member Norton may have said this and I missed it, but did you say what the vote was on this in committee?
It's unanimous in favor of draft.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, any other comment or question? All right, the motion then is that the board approves R277-752 Special Education Intensive Services Funds, Draft 3 on second and final reading. Board members, please vote.
Green is a yes.
Green is a yes. Gotcha. All right, voting is concluded. That passes 11-2 with one abstention. The noes being, the noes being Vice Chair Earl, Member Klein, Member Bogus abstaining, Member Hart absent. Okay, back to you, Chair Norton.
Okay, agenda item 6.5, R277-554, State Charter School Board Grants and Mentoring Program. This too is an amendment, and this passed unanimously from the committee. The motion for the board is that the committee recommends that the board approves R277-554, State Charter School Board Grants and Mentoring Program, Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Okay, any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, Board members, please vote. Member Green?
Green. Yes.
Member Green is a yes. That passes 13-1. With the no being Member Klein, Member Hart absent. Back to Chair Norton.
This is agenda item 6.6, Board Policy 2007, Board Member Participation in Legislative Proceedings. This is new. The motion before the board is that the committee recommends that the board approves Board Policy 2007, and I'd like to speak to the motion.
Okay, go ahead.
This is a new policy. It is for board members when they are speaking in an official position with the legislature. Does not take the place of public comment. That's totally on your own. But this is to make sure that leadership is aware and have an opportunity to look at the presentation and that it represents our entire board. It also is to be when the board has taken an official position on something and that is the position that is relayed. It also has nothing to do with staff and their presentation. They have their own policy, and this does not impact staff and their presentations in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. So I'm going to tell a story, and then I'm going to make a motion, a substitute motion. So if my husband were to come to me and say, Christina, I would like goats, I would say, I don't want goats, sir. We live in a house in the city. And he would say, how about pink? And I would say no. And he would say, how about purple? And I would say no. I just don't want goats. And so I could amend this 50 ways to Sunday, but I think it's bad policy. And so I move that I would make a substitute motion that we reject this policy en masse. Thank you, sir.
Let me just ask, is that in order, or is that tantamount to arguing for a vote no on the motion? Member A.G. Buse.
That's not an order in order as a motion because it's exactly the opposite of the motion that is on the table. And so what you would have to do is just vote against it.
Okay,
So-
does that do the trick, Member Bogus?
No,
I guess
motion
she's
is
saying that
tabled because We
formally.
don't want to vote on it at all.
Every part of this, I believe, is not good policy. I think it's poorly conceived, poorly defined, even goes so far as poorly articulated. And I don't think it can be amended into good policy in any way, shape, or form. And so I would just encourage a vote no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Carey.
Thank you. I do have several motions on this particular proposal, which I previously submitted. So I don't see Director Rasmussen, but he has them. Oh, okay. He has them queued up. And again, while he's looking, I just want to again recognize staff. I had the opportunity to speak to Deputy Stallings and Director Rasmussen on several matters last night, this being one of them. And again, despite the late hour, I found both of them to be earnest and engaged and very helpful. So thank you for that. So my first motion, that the board amend lines 19 through 21 to read board members may enlist the assistance of staff in preparing materials and shall follow USBE style guidelines for written and visual materials submitted to the legislature when part of the board member's official presentation. And the reason I'm making this is Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Good catch. Back to you, Member Carey.
Thank you. And Board Member Norton addressed this. She said, look, this only applies when you're in the capacity of officially representing this body. And I thought that without that phrase at the end that's underlined, it would apply to any time a board member would go and present or speak. So that's the purpose for that particular addition in this motion.
Can we do a friendly to a committee motion? Right.
Probably ought to just vote.
Perhaps not. I think we might have to vote just because it's a committee motion, and so friendliness is noted, but we'll have to vote on it. So it's on the floor. Did we get a second?
Yes.
Okay, it has been seconded. Member Davis. Yes. Oh.
Would it be when part of the board's official presentation? Because the only time a board member would be giving an official presentation that would need the help of staff is when they are representing the board, as asked by the chair. So, could we say the board's official presentation or officially representing the board? When officially representing the board. Member Carey, is that friendly?
I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay.
Okay. Any objection from the body?
Then we'll just
Hearing
say
none.
when part of the board's official presentation.
Okay. All right. That's
Like you'll see that.
before the body then. Discussion to that as amended. Member Straight?
I think this goes along the same lines. So if I'm in the wrong part of speaking, if I need to bring this up later, please cut me off. As a representative of the board on Utah High School Activities Association, I am a voting member. This verbiage would say that when I take positions or votes, that I need to have direction from the board. Am I misinterpreting that, misunderstanding it?
That might be for Chair Norton.
This is only when speaking to the legislature
So it's legislative proceedings is the
in
title.
legislative proceedings. Right up, yeah.
That's the title.
What was did that answer the question? Do you have a follow-up?
I guess to be consistent.
Or speak into it.
To be consistent, I think that if I am because in a lot of things like USBA, our representative is not a voting member of that, but they attend. I think that applies to several things, but in the case of high school activities, I actively vote. So what is my role or my duty to the board in regards to those votes? I think it's an important question. I guess what I really want to make certain is that I'm representing the board, not me. Does that make sense? And so, like right now, there's 3 major issues before high school activities. We do forward along the financials whenever we receive anything official from them, but there are those instances. So I guess what is appropriate as far as this goes, or I mean, I'll leave it alone if that's the direction of the board.
So I do have one point of clarification along Member Straight's lines. Line 5 says, present to a committee or meeting of the Utah legislature or other elected body as the official representative of the board. Would that encompass the UHSAA? Does this fall within?
I don't think
I'm
so.
not the drafter here. I'm curious whether those involved in drafting it, would that be covered?
Does it need to be
Sorry.
covered? Maybe I'm off track.
Well, that's an important point of clarification. Would this apply in the case of UHSAA presentations? Would that be excluded? Anybody know? Oh, Director Rasmussen?
So UHSAA is not an elected body, to my knowledge, so I don't think this would apply in that case.
Okay. So what elected bodies are out there that it would cover? I guess city councils, legislatures, county commissions,
boards.
councils, local school boards.
They're not elected.
They're appointed.
Yeah, but
Is there a proposal for any change? Anybody have an amendment or a motion?
I
If not,
wonder.
Member Hymas?
Thank you, Chair. I just wonder, to the point of Member Straight, on initial look at this, it would say, yeah, you just keep doing business as usual if you're called before the legislature, but he is correct on line 5, or other elected body as an official representative. And many of us are official representatives, maybe not to elected, but what about like USSA or USBA or none of those things? So I guess I'm kind of extending from Member Straight's question or concern. Is there a possibility, or is there somewhere where we could be in violation of our own policy by moving forward with this, or is it worth digging a little deeper?
Right. I guess I could put that back to the makers, which our committee chairs teed this up, right? Is there language that would clarify the intent there and the scope, so we don't trip over ourselves?
Talking about legislature or in a legislative session. Is that? Yeah.
Is that perhaps then, I mean, it currently says legislature or other elected body, so we've listed a few of those. Does that need to be addressed with the possible amendment? Member Straight has a comment. Sorry.
I think possibly where we need to go with this is, I think maybe it's a discussion for another day, because I think there is a point that the business needs to be reported to the full board in this instance, because there are votes taken, there are issues that have, and you may get calls regarding high school activities, and those things can be taken from here to the high school activities. Anyway, let's not worry about that. I'm 100% in support of the rule as presented, and I think perhaps this is just an irritant or side question to this particular rule, but I think we do need to address that. Okay, bye.
Put that in the hopper.
Chair
yes.
Moss,
Yes.
I just have a question.
Member Green?
I just want to be in line. I don't know if I'm in line right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's see. Do we have a license, Chair Hymas, or Member Hymas?
Yeah, thank you. I just briefly went and talked to Member Norton, Member Davis. I know behind the scenes, like, do we need to amend? Good points brought up. If we go to a city council as a member of the board, do we represent the board, right? If we go to a board meeting, a local board meeting, do we represent the board? So we do feel like maybe keeping that verbiage in there. To Ben's point, there's a lot of these areas where we are not on an elected board, right? The SCSB, the UHSAA, but there are still instances where this could protect the board in representation. So I guess my final thought on that is probably best to keep that in there, the other elected body, because there are other elected bodies that we do go visit and sometimes maybe asked to represent.
So I have a question then. Does that mean that lines 26, 27 should be brought into kind of conformity with line 5, where we say a board member may testify in a legislative meeting in the same manner as any other general member of the public. However, blah, blah, blah. Do we need to say there legislative meeting or meeting of another elected body, so that we know that when we're showing up to a city council, we consider the distinction between speaking for the board and speaking as a private citizen? Would the same distinction apply, perhaps? I think that the idea is clear. We just need to make sure we're clear on the scope. We just don't want to trip ourselves up, right? We don't want to show up to a city council or local board meeting, end up speaking and not clarify whether we're speaking as a private citizen or for the board. So
But isn't this?
is that do you need to amend to bring in the conformity then? Right, Vice Chair Earl?
Sorry, I just am trying to seek some clarification. This is if you're asked to present. So if you are in a public body somewhere and you say something, you're not asked to present that, right? So this is only if the board directs you or leadership directs you to speak on behalf of the board.
Right.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
Yes, AAG Buse.
Yeah, we are.
That board member Carrie made.
Okay,
and you need
let's
to
bring
go
us
back,
back to the motion.
addressing
Good.
the motion that board member Carrie made before you go to
Good
the
call.
second issue.
Okay, let's go back to the tight motion we had. When part of the board's official presentation. So that was limited to the legislature.
Okay.
Member Klein or member who's up first? Who's got
Klein.
that? Member
Yes.
Klein.
So I just wanted to amend the motion, basically to take that, what he added, and put it at the beginning as a opening clause that would say, it would start when preparing an official board presentation, comma. Is someone typing? So the paragraph would, so removing what he put at the end to the beginning, but modifying it slightly, just so that it reads better. So the paragraph would start when preparing an official board presentation, comma. And then you would take off the end part that's underlined.
Okay, let's see.
And then just strike the part at the end.
So that's a motion to amend the underlying motion. Is that a friendly or do we need to tee that up for a vote?
Yeah.
That's a friendly.
Okay.
Any objection from the body? Okay. So that's a friendly. Yes, Member Carey.
Yeah, so
Oh, there we go.
I know it's on. No, so I want to say that I am against this rule. I look at this as a babysitting type of activity for the board. But I can understand in some situations where it could create good policy, but I'm just concerned that the ambiguity that we're discussing here is one of those concerns. So I made and you'll see like a series of 6 different motions with the intention that we can address some of that ambiguity. So if we have to get this rule, at least we're not in that situation where it becomes a unintentional violation of the rule, or worse yet, it becomes a game of gotcha where somebody does something that they shouldn't have done, but because of the unclarity in the rule, they don't know. So that's why these motions are being made. I think that is representative of that intent, so I would accept it as a friendly amendment.
Okay, further discussion to that motion. Is that Member Booth? Or, I'm sorry, Member Green, you had a question.
Yes, I'm just trying to see. Is first of 2 questions. Is Ed Durham rolled to this?
Member Green, you're really choppy. Sorry, we're trying to make it out, but are you able to get to a better spot?
Is that better?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Let's try that again. Getting an echo on my.
Nope, just kidding.
We lost you. Member Hart's offering if you want to text her your question to her, she can read it.
Hold on real quick. I'll text that to Molly. The right part. You can have somebody else go right now.
Okay, we'll double back to you. Any other comments, questions? Member Davis?
No, I just turned my, oh, sorry, I thought I turned it off.
Okay. So just looking at this, I feel like the only reason to have something in here is to be either prescriptive or prohibitive. And so it should be like a shall or shall not. And where you have may enlist the assistance of staff, that they already can do that, right? We don't need to put that in here. But if we're going to put it in here, it should start with the shall part, because that's the purpose, right? Is to make clear what is required of the board member. And so it may be better to say, when preparing an official board presentation, board members shall follow USBE style guides for written and visual materials submitted to the legislature. And then you could put at the end, if you want, and may enlist the assistance of staff in preparing materials.
Okay, sorry.
So I would move to amend that in order to reflect.
So what would that be? That would be another potential friendly when preparing. So we move to the front.
So you bring the
what's
shall
change
to where the may is, you substitute that last part, the shall follow, should come after board members shall follow USBE style guides for written and visual materials submitted to the legislature, and may enlist the assistance of staff in preparing those materials.
Okay, so just to change, moving things around to clarify.
So it's stronger,
and got it. Okay.
And the required part is at the beginning,
Got
so
it.
that it's clear that that's why we have this. If you're going to make a presentation for the board, it has to follow those style guides.
Got it. Okay. Member Carey, is that a friendly as well?
It is, Chair.
Okay, without objection from the body. Okay, further discussion then to the motion as amended. Okay, seeing none, the motion is to amend to read when preparing an official board presentation. Do I need to reference a line item or a number here? Yeah, we had a couple friendlies without objection, right? So what line numbers are these? This is 19 and 20, I believe. So in lines 19, 20, amend to read when preparing an official board presentation, board members shall follow USBE style guides for written and visual materials submitted to the legislature and may enlist the assistance of staff in preparing materials. No further lights, let's vote.
Green is a yes.
Green's a yes, thank you. And that motion passes 14-1 with Member Bogus abstaining. Okay. Let's see. That takes us back to Member Carey, I think.
Thank you, Chair. The next motion I would like to make and I don't believe it's line 28. I believe it's that first line of line 6. We currently have a board member may testify in a legislative meeting. It's line 26, excuse me, yes. I wanted that to reflect the language up above where it says, a board member may testify in a legislative meeting or meeting of another elected body. And again, that that motion was made to mirror the language in paragraph 1. Otherwise, we're left. Oh, I'm sorry, Chair. I need a second on. I'm just talking.
Is there a
wise
second?
and-
Sorry, I was cutting you off. All right, you got the second.
Yeah,
Floor is yours.
Again, without that language, it leaves the impression that a board member may only testify in a private capacity at a legislative committee or legislative meeting. But now that it mirrors or reflects the language in 1, it's clear that a board member can do that in front of any other elected body as well.
Okay.
Okay, my question is, maybe you are, as maybe a board member is speaking in front of another elected body, maybe not on behalf of the board, but maybe on behalf of their constituents as an elected representative. How does that fit in here? I don't see anything for that. Like, or is it just say they're not? I mean, you'd have to add it in there, appearing in a personal capacity or as a representative of their constituents, and not on behalf of the full board.
A question for Member
Is that
Kelly.
a friendly?
Yes, I would accept that as a friendly. Again, the intent is just to make sure that the rule is clear that board members can attend and speak at those meetings as a private individual. So I think that would add clarity. Yeah, or as an elected representative without being formally appointed by the board to do so. So I would agree with that as a friendly.
So without objection, that's in. Oh, okay, we have objections.
Representing my constituents, but you are there in a personal capacity and representing your constituents instead of or. Because it seems like a formal kind of assignment board member thing when you say, I'm here as a state school board member.
So if it's not a friendly, we just need to make sure we're teed up here. This needs to be proposed as a separate amendment to the motion, or amendment to the motion to amend. Right? Do we have that separated out so we can consider that? Did it get a second?
Well, he said it was a friendly.
But there was an objection, so it can only be done if the.
And representing my constituents.
So we can have a motion, the motion to amend the amendment.
I have a comment.
Okay. Is that to the motion, to your motion to amend?
Yes. So
Okay.
just in response.
Did we get a second though?
In my personal.
Okay, we're going to need a second if we want the motion to
His
amend.
was seconded.
As it's not a friendly. It's not a friendly, so you need an independent second. And
Okay.
then we can address. Is there a friendly to, or was there a second to Member Klein's motion?
So I would like to see it in full form.
All right, let's see what it looks like. Let's tee it up and see if we have a second we can discuss.
Okay.
Representing constituents. Yeah.
Is an amendment to an amendment available?
This is it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's an amendment to the amendment.
Shall clarify the board member is appearing in a personal capacity or representing constituents and not speaking on behalf of the full board or the board. Correct.
I would second that motion.
All right, seconded. Back to you if you'd like to speak to the motion, Member Klein.
Okay. I have had constituents, many, reach out to me and ask me to go and speak at like a local board meeting on their behalf. And so we need to be able to do that as elected representatives, not elected representatives and a board member, because they're distinct. We are elected as board members, but also to represent, not just represent the board, but also to represent our constituency. And so it's a dual capacity, and it needs to reflect that.
Does that language reflect what your intent was? Okay. Discussion of that motion then, the motion to amend. Member Carey? Oh, well, let's see. You going in the right order here?
No, but I hit it first, sorry.
All right.
Okay, Bogus would be next.
Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. So I would speak in favor of the motion because I do view them as two distinct things. And a recent example is I had a collective body of about 60 people, including 7 teachers in a school building, that asked me to speak on their behalf. And I probably would not have been present had I not been asked to speak on their behalf. And so it wasn't something that I was doing as a board member. It was something that I was doing as a representative of the people to a public body. And so I do think it does need to be an or, and I do believe that it should be in there if we pass this. Thank you.
Okay, back to Member Carey. Then Lair. Oh, yeah, I'll come back.
Yes now or no?
You know, we had Member Green in line. I keep forgetting. Why don't we do that? She texted her question to Vice Chair Hart.
So the question was a clarification. Would this include speaking as a board member in ed interim committees? For example, being asked to introduce staff, et cetera, at an ed interim committee, would that require approval of a member's message by staff or leadership? I'm hearing yes and no, both.
Who would like to answer that question? We could go to the makers. Chair Norton, did you want to address, or we have Member Carey?
That's a good point.
I guess to some extent it's a question about the intent and effect of the motion for, if they want. Sorry to draft you, but if,
No, that's
if you'd
okay.
like, okay.
And I, in many ways, I look to leadership because you're the leaders. You represent the brand. But I feel like if they are speaking as a board member to legislature or legislative interim or legislative sessions, even if it is as an introduction, you should know what that message is going to be.
Okay. Member Carey?
Can I follow up
Oh,
with
yes.
a question?
Member
If
Green.
I could do that.
Go ahead, Member
Can you
Green.
hear me okay?
Yeah, we got you now.
Okay. It's given an echo of focus and try and speak. This is one of the biggest things that I'm the whole rule is it just seems like a level of extreme duty and monitoring anything that comes up. I think when we signed on to this position anyway, even our names to that paper, we recognize that when we go into those positions, we represent the board. And so I'm a little unsure of why even we're having this rule as it stands now. I don't support it. I like the clarification that's coming together in front of us, but I was invited to introduce at the Ed Interim Committee for the literacy, and they allowed me to create a message that I felt important. They did a beautiful job presenting, but I didn't have to submit my message to leadership. It would seem very elementary to do so, considering what every single one of us went through to get to these positions. So those are my hesitations. If there's any clarification anybody wants to offer, I would appreciate that. Because maybe I'm off base. Maybe I'm not thinking through this correctly. So
Thank you, Member Green. We can go around. I'll just briefly respond. I've said this before, but I should reiterate it. Some of this asks the chair to do certain things. I had no role in proposing, drafting. This came from our committee chairs, so I'm sort of sitting quiet, and I'll do whatever the body tells us to do in the way of reviewing or approving. I think, you know, there's all 3 committee members or chairs were the ones that brought this forward. So I'll follow you either way, but I want to make clear that I'm not asking for this, the role that's assigned to the chair in this rule is currently framed. So I'll follow your directions. Who's up next? Carey? Member Carey.
So when I first read this, and I'm reading from lines 1, 2, and 3, it says that board member presentations to committees or other meetings of the Utah State Legislature. Then in the next paragraph, it expands that and says the Utah State Legislature or other elected body. And the operational clause for me has been as an official representative of the board. The way I interpreted that, and my motions are based on the premise that if this body, either collectively or through leadership, asks me to do something, such as serve on the state charter school board, I am this board's representative officially on that body. But if I go and do a presentation for my city council, if I go to the Weber School Board or Ogden School District Board and I speak, or even if I go down to interim education and speak, I am not doing that as a representative of this board. I am doing it as a state school board member. And I think that is a big distinction. If we're saying that no, anytime you speak before a public body that's elected, this set of rules applies, then I don't think it can be saved. I think it's bad policy. But I always interpreted this as saying, again, with that clause, as an official representative of the board. So if that official invitation is not coming, this doesn't apply. And I would like to ask the committee chair, is my understanding correct that I have to be officially designated, knighted, whatever term, to fall into that capacity, or is it any time I show up? If Chair, if I may direct that to the...
Either. We're picking on Chair Norton because this came out of finance, but any of
This
the other committee chairs?
original intent was when you are officially representing the board to the legislature.
And in which case you would then make this clarification, is that right? So if you're not there by assignment or request, then you just make the clarification
Then
that
you're
I'm
who
here.
you are.
Here's a board member. I think that's what. I think that I take that to be the effect of what's currently framed up as an amendment, right?
Can I just add one more thing on? And I
Please.
guess it's just from corporate America, but your brand, your color scheme, every tiny detail is so carefully watched because your reputation, you only have it while you're holding it carefully. And the second it is not, attention is not paid to it, it's lost. And it takes forever to get it back. And that's why I think we need to be careful of our reputation, of our brand, and protect our brand. In the NFL, they call it protecting the shield. And that's kind of what this is that we need to take care of each other and our unifying message. And then when I'm Kristen, I'm Kristen. And I don't have to ask you. But when I am there as a member of this Utah State Board of Education, asked to be there by my leadership, I give the message.
Member Carey?
And with that understanding, I agree that when you're representing this board because you've officially been asked to do it, that yes, the board then gets to set the protocols and procedures of that representation. Again, my concern was and remains when you're going and you're doing something as a state school board representative, we can do those things without this rule applying as long as we are not there as an official representative of the board. And yes. So with that, again, I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay. Let's further discussion of that friendly amendment then. Vice Chair Earl? Or no?
Lear, are you?
Member Earl or Lear?
Is the right time for this comment, but I'll say it once and then I'll have to vote accordingly. I don't have a problem with anything that's been said about a board member attending a legislative meeting and speaking as board member, unless the person's in board leadership. But I believe that if you're in board leadership, you cannot take off that hat. You've been designated by your colleagues as a leader of the board, and legislative people especially see you as board leadership, and I would say they see you as representing the position of the board. And so my vote will always be to distinguish between board leadership and board members. And again, I believe it's impossible for Molly to speak to a legislative committee without that committee, and I've heard this from legislators, without the legislature saying, well, I guess that's the board's position because Molly Hart is the vice chair of the board. So I don't think we can so readily take that hat off and on when it's convenient for us. But I think it's especially true of board leadership. So do I object to this particular provision? No. But I think board member should be distinguished from board leadership, and maybe that is a distinction that's just too cumbersome to make in all of this. I just want to express that opinion, and then I'll just vote accordingly, because I could say it with every single issue that comes up. You can't, once you're a leader, you can't take off that hat, I don't believe, because that's the way the public perceives you. No matter how many times you say, I'm just Jim Moss, and I'm speaking from Jim Moss, father of five. They perceive you as chair of the board, and I think that's an important distinction that we should honor, in my opinion.
All right, so that's a suggestion, not a motion, correct? I don't think the motion. All right, yeah, I think the rule or whatever this is policy or rule, as framed, doesn't make that distinction. But I take your point. I take your point, and I think this as framed, would in some setting perhaps allow member Vice Chair Hart or whoever to say I'm speaking only as Vice Chair Hart, but. All right, well, I take your point. Yeah, I think we're just trying to look at the language here, what's being proposed, what we're going to vote on. So, further discussion to this amendment.
Davis.
Member Davis.
Yeah, I don't think it's that hard when you're speaking to any elected body to say, I'm here at the invitation of Chair Moss to represent the board. I mean, when I was in board leadership, I had to say that all the time. I'm here at the invitation of Chair Hansman. There were sometimes quick on the fly, like you just mentioned, and someone wasn't there and they needed someone to come introduce staff or whatever. And I would say, I haven't been asked to represent today, but I'm happy to introduce these people and tell you how our board has voted. And then I'm just strictly saying, this is how the board has voted on this issue. And I think that's really clear. If there were any amendments left in this situation, I would amend to say I'm speaking as a private citizen or an individual board member, and then not speaking on behalf of the board, because I think that separates the two. We're going to speak to bodies that have nothing to do with education, then we're there as a private citizen. We're going to speak sometimes as a board member, and we need to clarify, I'm here as an individual board member. I'm not representing the full board. But then it's already clear and inherent that you have constituents you're representing. But anyway, it's too late because there aren't enough amendments left. But
All
I
right.
think that would add a lot of clarity, actually.
I'm occasionally asked to come to my local board and on something this board has not voted on, and so I don't have an official position to present, but they might ask me, you're on the board, what do you think? I think in that case, I would say, speaking as a citizen and a board member, but not on behalf of the board, and I would usually say, and I do usually say, we haven't voted on this, but here's my thoughts, for what they're worth. So, remember Vice Chair Earl.
Bogus is next, and then
Oh,
me.
Vice Chair, sorry, Member Bogus. Okay.
Okay. Oh, then I have.
All right. So, Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah.
To the motion, or
And this is to Michelle Buse. Does leadership give up the right to speak if they're not speaking? Like, for example, if we're asked to speak on behalf of the board for a presentation, do we give up the right to speak? Meaning that if I wanted to speak later, that I can't speak because it's going to be perceived wrong. Do I give up that, being in leadership, the ability to speak in a legislative committee or in other areas?
There's nothing in your bylaws or in this policy that makes it so that you can't separate yourself from it. I think what Member Lear is saying, it's very difficult for the people who are listening to make that distinction. So I don't think legally there's anything that prevents you from doing what Chair Moss just said that he does at a board meeting when he's asked and he's the chair, or in front of the legislature, just know that it's very difficult for other people to not see you as leadership providing the opinion of the board as a whole. So you have to
Okay,
be
I just wanted a
extra careful.
clarification,
There's
so it doesn't
nothing in
give up the right
bylaws.
to speak.
It doesn't take that
Yeah,
away from
okay,
you.
I wanna make sure.
Your bylaws and policies currently don't take that away from you, no.
Okay, and then I would like to make a substitute motion that we move this back to committee and that people submit their recommendations and that it be vetted in committee.
Second.
Oh, we can't? Oh, all right, vote on it, then we can.
That's actually a motion to refer to committee can be raised at any time.
Okay.
So it
We did
is an
that
appropriate
earlier.
motion to refer it to committee if that's the motion that you want to make and someone seconds it.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded to refer back to committee. Discussion to that motion. Member Davis, question? Yes, oh, we just need to light her.
Oh, who am I lighting up? Who?
Member Davis.
And how many motions do people have left here today on this rule?
3 at least.
I think I have
and then there's.
on this.
4 more.
Yes, AAG views.
3, 4, and 3.
Just
When
when
I
you
speak
refer-
on,
Sorry, when you refer to committee, it's referred to committee at the point that it is right here. So it's referred to committee with these amendments pending, and that's the way that the referral goes to the committee. And so you would need to know that you're referring it at the position that it is right now with Board Member Carey's motion. And so committee is going to pick it up right
With
from
that
where you
motion
referred
pending.
it.
that's fine.
Okay.
I'll support the motion. I'll support the
Member
motion
Davis
to move it
supports.
back to Finance Committee.
Member Carey, point of clarification.
Just for AG Buse, when you say it goes back to committee with this motion pending, you're referring just to this one or all the motions that I have filed in regards to this rule or policy?
Just the one that is before the body right now.
Okay, thank
The
you.
ones that are before the body. The others you will need to bring to the committee yourself.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Member Carey. Other discussion, questions to the motion to refer? Member Bogus?
Oh, if this fails, I have a
out.
motion, sir.
Okay. All right, so the motion is from Vice Chair Earl to refer Board Policy 2007 back to committee. Seeing no further lights, let's vote.
Green is yes.
Okay, are we still missing one, or are we down one? Member Lear. Member Reel. No, you're distracting Member Lear. I'm just. Yeah. All right, that passes 12-3 with the noes being Vice Chair Hart, Member Wood, and Member Norton. All right, back to Chair Norton on finance.
Okay, it takes me a minute to get to where I need to go. We're item 6.7, the program outcome and funding review and/or recommendations. The motion, this is a multi-motion agenda item. These came back from PEA with some legislative and some suggestions, I should say. So the first motion before the board is that the committee recommends that the board recommends that the legislature clarifies in statute that the local funding match for the Beverly Taylor Sorensen Arts Program is a minimum of 20%, and the non-supplant applies only to meeting the statutory match requirement.
All right, discussion of that motion. Sorry, looking ahead. Member Booth?
I have a substitute motion. I move that the board recommends that the board and legislature establish more internal controls to guarantee that LEAs pay 20% or more towards the program costs, requiring the LEAs to code the amount they are contributing to BTSA, specifically using a BTSA code in the system. 2, codify in board rule or Utah code that new funding goes first to increase the number of new schools in BTSA as the top priority after ensuring current salary schedules are met. 3, allow USBE an extension of time prior to shifting the current budget model to complete the research study underway, which will address best models for program implementation and barriers to opting into BTSA, and provide a report to PEA in 2024. And 4, loosen the requirements in Utah Code 53F-2-506 for a licensed full-time arts educator in some of our more rural areas who can't afford a full-time educator due to low student populations, to allow for more flexibility, such as an artist in residence model or a rural coach model. And I'll speak to it.
Do we have a sec? We do have a second. So yes, back to you, Chair Booth.
As to item number 1 in the motion, that we want to establish more internal controls to guarantee that LEAs pay 20% or more by coding specifically BTSA code into the system. There was an understanding that that was not happening in the initial consideration. But as we go back to our records, our staff has assured me that historically our BTS schools are paying their minimum of 20%. As in terms of number 2, codifying the new codifying the way that the funding goes first to increase the number of new schools in BTSA, which is a concern because there was a belief that the money was just going to salaries and we were not increasing the number of schools. As you look historically over the last 3 or 4 years, there has been an increase every year, and that information was provided in backup, which you've had a chance to review now, the corrected information indicating that there was growth and new schools being added each of the years. Third, in terms of the wonderful opportunity we now have to be conducting this research study, by June, we should have everything back on that study and be ready to use that very valuable information to make the best informed decision as to the future of this very successful program. And to go ahead and push through now something in the interim that may be at odds with what the information is going to provide from the data and the research, I think would be premature, especially since we're already in the middle of that. And then finally, BTSA is currently piloting a model through NUES with northern rural schools with an artist in residence model or a rural coach model, which might be something that we would want to encourage other parts of the state to use when they can't afford a full-time educator because of low student numbers. So that I think this would help us make good decisions for the present as we anticipate even better recommendations in the near future so that we can continue to grow a program that has been so highly successful for the last many years. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Booth. Discussion to the motion. Oh, Superintendent Dixon, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Moss. May I direct a question to Member Booth?
Please.
Member Booth, on number 4, one of the things that we heard from LEAs is not only the issue of
funding for a full-time FTE, but it was also more about availability. So I'm wondering if the language needs to include beyond who can't afford or find a full-time FTE. I mean, that leads to these other models where they have residents who would be willing. This is from some superintendents who said, we have somebody who would be willing to come and do artist in residence, but they won't go back and get their bachelor's in endorsement, but they have an associate, they've been an artist, professional artist, etc., and would come and do artist in residence. So those are some of the models, and I just want to make sure that doesn't preclude it just based on affordability, but also I'm going to make up a word, findability, not being able to find someone. Thank you.
Chair Booth, did you want to address that?
I just need the microphone. Oh, it is. Thank you. I think that's an excellent point, and so we would just need to add into that. I think that's a friendly suggestion. So, where is it on number 4? Who can't afford or find a full-time educator? Okay, that's good.
Any objection from the body? Hearing none. Yes, back to you, Superintendent.
Vice Chair Hart, I need a mic. Thank you. So given that, not being a board member to try and amend, but I think if you say who can't afford or find a full-time educator, I think you would just need to take out that due to low student populations.
Okay,
and then to allow for more flexibility.
Okay. Another friendly without objection. Any other discussion to Member Bogus?
So I have some manifold comments. One is, thank you, Member Booth, for this motion. I really do appreciate it. Well done. Well done. I do have concerns in number 4, where what is our vetting procedure for artists in residence? As someone who's worked in schools, sometimes artists in residence come in and they do incredible work, and it's a wonderful experience. And sometimes they come in and students don't always love art more when they leave. And so my question would be, what is our vetting process for that? And is that something that needs to be included in the motion? Or should we just include language that we need to come up with a rubric? I don't even know to whom I should direct that question. It just causes me consternation. And so I would ask for some clarity there, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Booth, did you want to address that? Or phone a friend?
I have some great folks here in the room that deal with this all the time. I don't know whether Laurie or Lisa might want to respond, but I have full confidence in the staff and the organization that we have statewide in terms of their developing a rubric, if there isn't already a way that they are already evaluating the preparation, the classroom management, the other kinds of the personality issues that you talk about that could make an experience less positive than we had hoped it would be, having spent the money and invested the resources. Is there anything that either of you would like to say back there? Oh, thank you. And we've also got Jennifer Thronson. Thank you for joining us. Lori, may she proceed?
Yeah, please. Sure. Oh, do we have a mic? Let's see.
Thank you. Lori Bayevsky,
Okay.
Fine Arts and BTS Coordinator for USBE. Thank you for this question and for taking this motion. We don't currently actually have a rubric for this. It's a really interesting point that's been brought up. I would say the best model we have currently is our POPS model, which is fully vetted. And I think we can use that as a framework for this recommended motion. Point 4.
Follow-up? Any follow-up? Thank you. Member Bogus?
Sir, I
or
have a-
Member Davis, then Member Bogus? I don't know who's first. Bogus, sorry. Molly's got the list. Go
May I
ahead.
query the maker of the motion?
Sure.
Sir, Member Booth, I would just love to know it is your intent with number 2 to ensure that our current educators get their salaries first, and then the priority goes to increasing the number of new schools. Because I read that, and as I read it both ways. And so I just want to clarify your intent.
My intent is that I don't want to destroy something that's already working by not being able to continue to advance these outstanding, highly qualified educators that are in place because they simply, well, this year we've had a cut, and so you're going to have to, if you're going to stay with us, we want to treat them as we treat all other faculty across the board, and then we would proceed to expand the program. If the priority had to be expansion of the program first, even if there wasn't the capacity to continue what we already have going, we're not ready to expand in my mind.
Okay.
Okay,
I
want to
appreciate
protect
the
those
clarity.
educators.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
And then, Chair, may I?
Yes.
I just would encourage us to support this motion. I think a lot of time has been spent. If you have questions about the math of all this, I have spreadsheets. They're even color coded. I would just support this motion and thank the maker of the motion for the hard work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Is Member Davis in line for this? Yes.
I would just like to note that Coordinator Bayevsky has a killer bio. Some of us read in the email from the introduction of new employees that came out very recently. And I think we, the university, the dean of the College of Arts in Montana University. So I just like to thank our wonderful people for expertly acquiring more wonderful people here at USBE. So thank you.
Indeed. Good to have you. Anybody else? Any other discussion to this motion? Seeing none, I guess we need to read this through. Let's see. Substitute motion is that the board recommends the board and legislature establish more internal controls to guarantee that LEAs pay 20% or more toward program costs, requiring the LEAs to code the amount they are contributing to BTSA, specifically using a BTSA code in the system. 2, codifying board rule or Utah code that new funding goes first to increase the number of new schools in BTSA as the top priority after ensuring current salary schedules are met. 3, allow USBE an extension of time prior to shifting the current budget model to complete the research study underway, which will address best models for program implementation and barriers to opting into PTSA, and provide a report to PEA in 2024. And 4, loosen the requirements in Utah Code 53F2506 for a licensed full-time arts educator in some of our more rural areas who can't afford or find a full-time educator, to allow for more flexibility, such as an artist in residence model or a rural coach model. There you go. Whew. All right. With that, board members, please vote.
Green is a yes.
Green, yes. Thank you. Missing one. Okay, that motion passes 14-1. The one no vote, Member Klein. Back to Chair Norton.
Okay, the second motion in this particular agenda item is that the committee recommends that the board recommends that the legislature clarifies in statute that state funds for educator professional time may be awarded by stipend or hourly rate at the discretion of the LEA. The state distribution would be appropriated on a per teacher basis to the LEA based on the state appropriation and total number of eligible educators.
All right, sorry. Discussion, comment to the motion? Seeing none, let's vote. Member Green?
No.
Member Green to no? Let's see, still missing one. Did we get Member Green? We did. Let's see. Anybody we're missing?
Yeah, it's me.
Oh, there we go. All right, that passes 12-3. The no votes are members Green, Klein, and Bogus. Back to yes. Sure.
I just really feel like when you have an array of educators as present on the auditor's website, that the hourly rate should be used and that our LEAs should have that flexibility, and the base rate divvied up and then reallocated could have ended up with some LEAs offering fewer hours for educators because of the way the money would have been expended. And so that is why I voted no.
Thank you, Member Bogus. Back to Chair Norton.
Okay. Motion for the board. The committee recommends that the board recommends that the legislature directs the board to develop a framework for the teacher supplies and materials program, including purpose, distribution of funding, and use of funding by educators.
Okay, discussion.
We're still on
Oops.
6.7. That was the final one.
Any discussion, comment, questions to that motion? Member Klein.
I need a mic. I just thought it was interesting that it's the board recommending the legislature to direct the board. Is that, it sounds like something we can do already. If that's the case, I mean, why are we bringing the legislature into it? Is it necessary?
Yeah, I can defer back. I will say we've done this on a few different occasions. Sometimes it is successful, sometimes not. Typically, it's to get the legislative sense of what we're doing and have their stamp that we move forward. And sometimes we don't need that. Sometimes it appears advisable, but I'll leave it to Chair Norton in this particular case. For this one, I get, yeah. So, Chair Norton, do you want to address that, or do we need somebody else from staff?
I think, quite honestly, it may be best to have Deputy Superintendent Jones to address just the quick history of where these came from and why we're meeting and talking about them.
Deputy Jones, would you like to field that one?
No, you're fine. Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones. Chair Moss. So to answer to further expand, Chair Moss did hit the nail on the head. There's been times when the legislature has asked for some type of work group or those types of things. So if you were to support this, we would go to the legislature at your direction. They may say, well, we're not going to direct you to do this in any committee or things, but go ahead and work on it. I don't think there's really any harm in asking them, but I don't know for sure that they'll, direct us in a open meeting or something like that. But it does typically help to assert ourselves in the sense of, hey, help us help everyone else with this particular program. And let's work together on it. So I think that's really what the intent of this is to just somehow communicate that we want them to know that we would like to work on it with them. That lets myself, the financial crew work with LFAs, things like that. It's just I think it's actually a professional courtesy type motion, but I don't really see any harm. You're probably going to have legislators say, you really don't have to ask us to do this. You can do it on your own. It's really up to you. So, but I really think the intent was, hey, we care about this program. There's a lot of work that needs to be done on it. So, can you direct us or can we do it together? You may want to change the verbiage to reflect more of that if you want. So I hope that helps. So
follow up, Klein? Oh.
So, they mentioned that want to put it out there to see how the legislature feels about it. Is that because we think that they might have strong feelings about it? And if so, what are we assuming like they would be very for it or against it, and they need convincing? Is otherwise, I don't see that there would be a reason to go to them in the first place.
Yes, Deputy Jones.
Yeah, so Chair Moss, I appreciate Board Member Klein's question. If you look at the presentation that the legislative fiscal analyst gave, this program, the funding has been pretty much flat. It's been pretty, not incrementally increasing. So they, the legislature, I feel confident about this, are looking for ideas on what to do with this funding, right? Do they increase it? Should they roll it up into the flexible allocation, those types of things. So we've heard from the field how important it is, though, to our educators, especially our, early or our beginning educators, to have this type of funding available to them in the manner that you, the board, have directed that it be made available to them by August 15th. They are. The legislature is really looking for our input, a bottom-up approach to it. I can't speak for the legislature, speak for every legislator, but my understanding is that's a lot of the reason why, the LFA presented this was to get feedback from us, do that, and we have an opportunity to do that. If the legislature directs us, we got it. If not, we can still work forward and together with them. We always do. So I hope that answers or helps answer the question.
Member Klein?
So just to clarify, make sure I understand, it sounds to me like, whereas I was thinking it's us trying to find out how the legislature feels, it's more the legislature trying to find out how we feel about it. If we would be supportive of this so that they can then have the confidence to move forward on some kind of funding possibly.
I think it's that, and they want to know, they want we all want the same thing, and that's to really make an informed decision together on what is best to do with this program, with this money, in the interest of the educators. So having something like a directive to do just that, so that they are confident that the input has come from the field to you, so that when we give it to them, there's at least some level of assurance that everyone has had a say or recommendation in ultimately what the decision is to do or not to do with this particular program and the level of funding. Does that help answer Board Member Klein's question, Mr. Chair?
Board Member Klein?
Yes, so it sounds like there's been communication back and forth already between the two bodies.
Right, and gosh, I really appreciate that because why I appreciate that so much is oftentimes from my position, I hear that board members sometimes get surprised by what they hear staff have been working on or talking about with the legislative fiscal analyst. So this was actually that's another reason why, and again, we can work on the wording, is that by asking them to direct you to do this, that you're actually empowering staff to further the conversations and do those types of things, right? Knowingly about these programs. So like even tomorrow during Finance Committee, we're going to talk about more related to basic programs and get input from the field on those. So that was another aspect of this recommendation, was so that you, the board, had a sense of knowing that we're not just going up there and working on things and then surprise, here's what we're doing with teachers, supplies, and materials. So just some way of ensuring that we're demonstrating to you that we're trying as much as possible to involve you and include you on all these decision-making processes that are made up there. It's rough. It really is. There's so much going on, and we're just really trying to make sure you know that it's a joint effort and we're not trying to hide anything or do anything, and hopefully eliminate or at least reduce those surprises that might come up during the session. That's really what this is about. So it's joint. That took a long time. Sorry, Chair.
Thank you.
Long
Member
answer.
Bogus?
So-
I would like to amend the motion, but I need to see the motion just for clarity, please.
Sorry, say again.
I would like to amend the motion, sir.
Okay, let's see. There we go.
So I would like that the board recommend staff inform the legislature that they intend to develop a framework. And I would like to speak to the motion with a second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Member Green, second. Back to you, Member Bogus.
So I think this allows the board to lead is I think the crux of the issue, that we can empower our staff to continue having these conversations, but to make it very clear that we're not asking for code or micromanagement. This is something we can handle, we can do on our own. And if I understand correctly and my recollection serves accurately, this is to make the pathway to these monies easier, if you will. And if I did not articulate that, I would love for a member of the Finance Committee to correct me. But I think that motion allows us to lead, it empowers our staff, and gets us moving forward in an appropriate way. Thank you, sir.
Okay, let's see. I'm not sure if we have any. Member Norton, Chair Norton.
And I'd like to speak against that motion. This came from a presentation from the LFA asking us about these particular programs and opening the door for us to be involved in the conversation. And I would worry that if we just say we're going to take this and run at this point, that I like your tone when you said it's a professional courtesy. I think that a better response would be the proposed motion just out of that professional courtesy tone.
Thank you, Chair Norton. Okay, any further discussion to the motion? So the motion is that the board recommends staff inform the legislature that the board intends to develop a framework for the teaching supplies and materials program, including purpose, distribution of funding, and use of funding by educators. If there's no further discussion, board members, please vote. Oh, sorry, Member Klein.
Sorry, I just got it up. I just would like to amend the substitute motion, just to add to the end, let's see, a distribution of funding and use of funding by educators. Sorry, I had it in my head and now it just disappeared. So inform the legislature. And then after developing it, we would present it to the board, however we can add, or to the legislature for their input. So, and present the framework to the legislature for their input.
Deputy Stallings.
Before finalizing.
Let's recognize Deputy Stallings for a question about the technical implementation here.
Just clarifying, there's 104 legislators, so I'm trying to envision, when you say inform the legislature, would it be a committee maybe, like to PEA, Public Ed Appropriations Committee? Does that sound good? Okay.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. I forget, did that get a second? Member Klein, did that one get a second? I'm not sure.
Second.
Well, we have a second. Is it, who's the original maker? That's Member Bogus. Is that a friendly? Without objection, we'll add that then. Okay. All right. So that's on the floor. Any discussion of the motion? If not, the motion is. Sorry, Member Wood.
I just have a question. Can we take an appropriation and then tell the legislature that we're going to tell them how we're going to spend it? Can we do that?
Is it within the line item that they've allocated? Can I address that perhaps? Member Klein, as I understand it, the legislature imposes certain restrictions. Within those restrictions, we sometimes have some freedom to act. What's the case here? Deputy Stallings, I see it.
Either way.
Or Jones, sorry, Deputy
Okay,
Jones.
so this is a great point to make, Chair. Currently, there is no code governing teacher supplies and materials. So here is another opportunity, or an opportunity to actually get that in there. It will, I really believe it will take this framework type activity to do so, but that could be an actual thing. So then, to the question, the specific question of, can we tell the legislature how we're going to use the funding? Sometimes, right? And that would be, here, support us this code. This is how we want to expand this program. Here's how we want to disperse the funding. Here's who it's, all those types of things could come out by way of this process. I mean, maybe consider this. Anytime the legislature directs us to do something, it's typically in the interest of codifying something or ensuring that the money is being spent in the manner that it was intended for. This is just an opportunity where there is no code right now to take a particular program and really make it clear and maximize it as fully as possible to the benefit of the educators. So please consider that too. Does that help answer the question or address the concern, Chair?
Any follow-up there? Okay, thank you, Member Wood. Member Klein, your light's still on, but are you speaking again, or are we putting this to a vote?
Well, I was just thinking it doesn't hurt for us to put together kind of a rough draft plan of a framework to present to them so that they have something to look at. And it saves one step, and just say, hey, this is our vision, and what do you think about it? We're not approving it. They're not approving it. We're just putting something together and then informing them that something's being put together and will be presented to them for their input later on. So it's, there's nothing being codified. There's nothing, it's just, it seems better than us going to them to ask them to direct us.
Okay, further discussion? If not, let's restate the motion. It is that the board Oh, I'm sorry, Member Bias.
No, it was a last minute. If members of this body have consternation with the word inform, perhaps we could use the word communicate to the legislature. I don't want us to appear bossy, but I do think that we need to lead on these issues. And this is something we can lead on, that we can keep here, that we can do good work on, and ensure that if it needs to be modified, we meet every month, whereas the legislature meets once a year. And so this would be something that would be a mess inside the system if we weren't able to fix it in September. And so we need to ensure that our teachers have access to these funds in a way that is not cumbersome, as was last year.
Okay, thank you, Member Bogus. Any further discussion? If not, we can tee it up. The motion then from Member Bogus is that the board recommends staff inform the legislature that the board intends to develop a framework for the teaching supplies and materials program, including purpose, distribution of funding, and use by funding by educators, and present the framework for the program to members of the Public Education Appropriations Subcommittee for feedback. Board members, please vote.
Green is a yes.
Green's a yes. Thank you. Let's see, I'm missing two. Okay, voting is complete. That motion passes. Vote of 12-3, the noes being Member Lear, Member Davis, and Member Norton. Okay. That brings us back to... Yes, Member Lear?
Break?
I think
good idea.
we could. Can we just, let's clarify where we are. Is this back to an underlying motion, or did that settle it? I apologize. Back to the underlying motion.
If we're at the
And
edge
that-
of something,
I
that's
think
fine.
I think we're close, right?
Okay.
Chair Norton, okay. So this puts us back to the underlying motion, which is, let's see, I lost track a little bit here.
Sorry.
Right, so your motion has now passed, correct? Right underneath it. Is that a substitute that replaced whatever underlying motion we were dealing with, or do we still have a base motion down in there? We're now in Inception, and we're 5 layers deep and wondering how...
Yeah.
Just 5? How deep does it go? Nobody knows. I think Kelsey's sorting it out for us.
It just would be this motion, right?
I think so. I just can't remember what does it replace. I lost the script on it. Okay, so that is the amendment then, effectively.
Yeah.
But it was not a substitute, it was motion to amend. So we just
So
need
we
to have
just
a
need to
second
vote
vote
on
on
it
the same
again.
thing. Okay, just like earlier. All right. That works. Okay, so
It doesn't matter to me, I just wanted clarity for my own.
all right, so this is the motion as amended then, is that correct? We just read it as, does that sound right? Okay, so we're voting again on the same thing because we had a motion to amend and we bring it back as the base motion now. So the motion is Member Bogus's motion is the underlying motion as amended by Member Bogus's motion is that the board recommends staff to inform the legislature that the board intends to develop a framework for the teaching supplies and materials, teacher supplies and materials program, including purpose, distribution of funding, and use of funding by educators, and present the framework for the program to members of the Public Education Appropriations Subcommittee for feedback. Same motion, second vote. Board members, please vote.
Green is a yes.
Green, yes, thank you. We're missing one. All right, voting is complete. That motion passes 11-4. The noes being members Booth, Lear, Davis, and Norton. Okay, does that conclude finance? That does. So we've had a request for a short break. We'll call it 5, make it 10. What are we looking at here? 5, 10-minute break? All right. Okay, we're on a break. Trying to think of a good song here to tap out. I need another one. Okay, we're back. And we have finished our committee reports. Chair Booth is right. We've only got one more, and then it's time for lunch at 12:30. Okay. So, all right. Audit committee report. Chair Hart of the audit committee has agenda item 7.
Yes, I do. All right, the audit committee met and on the data reliability graduation and student data audit report. And we recommend that the board release the data reliability, graduation, and student data audit report to the public. Any questions?
None? Well, yeah, we
Do we
should
have a
probably,
quorum?
I don't know if we have a quorum.
Oh, come on.
We do have a quorum. I didn't see that, sorry. We have a date with this in Washington. Yes, you do.
All right, we have a quorum of 8. If you're in the hall, we are proceeding. We're back on the record, and we are considering the audit item, which is item number 7. So is there a motion then from...
That was the
Oh,
motion.
you did state the motion. Sorry. Okay. No discussion to that motion.
Online.
If not, let's vote.
Green is a yes.
Green's a yes. Thank you.
Freeze dried. Oh, it's good for you.
All right, let's see. That might be Vice Chair Hart.
Oh, those are good.
Okay, that passes with 9-0. And did we get Green? I think we did. Her? Okay. All right, 9 present, all voting in the affirmative. That motion passes. So back to item number 9. Did you want to handle that one with the motion?
Yeah, I have a motion.
Okay. Item 9 is R277-700, Elementary and Secondary School General Core. And we have a motion that the board accepts the hearing record as presented. Any discussion of that motion? If not, board members, please vote. I just made it.
I mean, in light of who's present, can you just start bringing up rules that involve charter schools? Like, I'm just asking, but is that?
Well, apparently the charter schools are the ones that are on time and follow instructions.
Yeah, so I'm just saying.
We're all in the same boat.
That's- All right, do we have that teed up for vote? Okay. We are up. Okay.
Member Green?
Member Green?
No.
Member Green's a no. Okay, this is to accept the voting record. And let's see, anybody else wish to vote? We are voting to accept the hearing record on, yes,
Just accepting the documentation that the meeting occurred
correct.
and the information contained in the meeting minutes.
Yep.
Yeah.
So with
I'm
11
sorry, I was
voting,
discussing.
Member Green?
For me.
Oh, change it to a yes?
Member Green is a yes. Okay, we've got 11 having voted. The voting is unanimous. That motion passes. Next motion is that the board selects one of the options outlined. And I will read these and then open the floor to motions. That the board directs staff to file an effective date for R277-700 with the OAR. That the board holds R277-700. That the board amends to R277-700 as follows. And request staff to refile R277-700 with OAR, or that the board refers R277-700 back to committee for further review and consideration. Floor is open. Member Earl has a motion.
I have a motion that we accept number 3 for amendments and that we do, if you can put mine up there, my motion. And I will read it. So it's if a student refrains from a portion of a course or to a course in its entirety under Section 53G 10205, the parent and school may work together to establish an alternate academic accommodation which allows the student to demonstrate mastery of course standards or alternate standard. Consistent with 53G 68037 and subsection 53G 10205 2B, and that's strike the rest of that.
Okay, do we have a second? It's been seconded. Member Klein seconded? No, who was the second? By Member Reel. Okay, back to you, Member Earl.
Yeah, and I just, let me just speak to this. So we have the words in there, alternate instead of reasonable. That seemed to bring up some questions as to whether there were some nuances to that. So alternate was included as an alternate academic accommodation, and then also as an alternate standard that schools, the main thing is that the school and the parent encouraging them to work together. But in the end, that you got your 53G 803-7 and your 53G 205-2B that creates the framework for that to be worked within. So.
All right, discussion of that motion. Let me just see which order we have. Member Klein.
I have a
Member Klein.
substitute motion. I motion to, my motion would be a student, to amend 53, or R20, R2775, sorry, I'm getting my numbers mixed up. R277700, section 7, subsection 4. To read a student or parent may refrain from participation consistent with section 53G 10205.
See if we get that.
A student or parent may refrain from participation consistent with section 53G 10205. G 10205.
Does that say it accurately?
Yes.
Okay, did we have a second on that?
I would second that.
Member Bogus seconds, and we can come back to you, maker of the motion. Do you want to address the motion?
Yes, I have some prepared comments that, if you'll indulge me. There are only two categories. If you look at the actual amendment as it was passed the other month, there are only two categories that our 277700 amendment that this board passed can fall into. It's either optional legal guidance or a constitutional issue. Sorry, it's either an optional legal guidance on a constitutional issue, or it is a requirement, optional or requirement. If it is legal guidance, then our board's legal policy advisor already set the precedent for this board's authority to provide that guidance, which is we don't have that authority or expertise. The quote directly from our legal advisors in the record is that administrative rules are not designed to provide legal guidance. That's a direct quote. The board repealed its previous rule, R277105, entitled Recognizing Constitutional Freedoms in Schools, because it was guidance on constitutional rights. So if this rule falls into the category of providing guidance on a constitutional issue, we simply don't have that authority. And if not just guidance, then the only other category that our 277700 amendment can fall into is that it is a requirement. Administrative rule has the effect of law, and the language may in Utah law means an action is authorized. It's a permission. May. It's not, meaning the district can authorize it, meaning it's not optional. So our 277700's wording, that particular portion grants the school the authority to, quote, establish a reasonable academic accommodation, which allows demonstration of mastery of core standards consistent. So that's the part that it is allowing the districts to make that decision. It's granting authority to districts to authorize that schools and parents work together to establish reasonable academic accommodation, which allows the mastery of core standards. But the way it was passed, it said that it would be consistent with 53G 6803 of the code. instead of what the law 53G 10205 requires it to be consistent with itself, 53G 10205. So if you look at what the phrase reasonable accommodation means for all of section 800, which gives the definitions for all of the 800 section of code, 53G 6803 included, where it defines reasonable accommodation, it's not pretty. In order to allow a religious belief or right of conscience to be accommodated, it means an LEA. The definition directly from the code says reasonable accommodation means an LEA shall make its best effort to enable a parent to exercise a parental right specified in section 53G 6803, A, without substantial impact to staff and resources, including employee working conditions, safety, and supervision on school premises and for school activities, and efficient allocation of expenditures, and B, while balancing the rights of parents, the educational needs of other students, the academic and behavioral impacts to a classroom, a teacher's workload, and the assurance of the safe and efficient operation of a school. Okay, so it has to meet 14 different criteria before the district has to make an accommodation. It has to meet all of those. It's an and. Basically, R277700 says a school need only accommodate a student's or a student's parent's conscience and religious belief if those 14 different conditions are all met. There isn't a single claim of religious belief or conscience that couldn't be overridden by the state thanks to this provision in Parental Rights Code, ironically. It excessively burdens a student's constitutionally guaranteed rights of conscience and religious belief. It would not pass the strict scrutiny test, which means it has to be done with the least restricted means. It wouldn't pass it in the slightest, and it puts us in direct conflict with 53G 10205, which orders the board to make our rules consistent with 53G 10205, not with other sections of the code that we are currently out of line with now since the passing of that amendment. This requirement of this rule is simply not consistent with the law itself, and it's also not consistent with the Constitution that says the rights of conscience shall never be infringed. The bottom line is that the board should avoid stepping in this minefield completely. We can simply refer the schools back to 53G 10205 and let the schools address student and parent rights of conscience and religious belief instances on a case-by-case basis according to the law as it is written. Draft 1 that the staff put forward did this perfectly. As our own legal policy advisors here at USBE, in consultation with our Attorney General, said, quote, "It's really not something that's the board's authority to create these requirements," end quote. We need to show the legislature and the families we represent that we are following the law and upholding the Constitution we took an oath to support, defend, and obey. Not to mention that going against or saying that the school can require a student to violate their conscience or religious belief in order to fulfill a core standard that's required for graduation is just a bad look.
Thank you, Member Klein. Other discussion to the motion? Member, let's see, what's our
I got Hymas.
member?
I don't know who's next.
I've got Member Bogus, then Davis, then Hymas, I think.
Do you want to hand me that and I'll run it?
Sorry. Sorry, where did I go? Bogus?
Bogus.
Yes. There you go.
So when I cogitate on this, I have two positions that are juxtaposed and they never reconcile. And I think they don't reconcile because freedom is that messy. And one is that I have reached out to liberty groups and attorneys all over the nation And I think the board is stepping into a minefield if we pass anything that doesn't say consistent with section 53G-10-205. That was the language that our staff originally put forward. It was something to that end. And so I think it's important that we stay out of that legal minefield. But I do think, having said that, I do think we have a job to do in this room, because when our schools are so tenuous that kids don't want to participate, or that parents are pulling their children from an entire course of required study, we have a system that's gone rogue. And I wonder if we've created a system in service to the public that does not meet our public standards. I have often thought about the terminology or the phrase that, you know, this is what's in the public school system, and if you disagree with 86% of it, then by all means choose a different school. But this is a public system funded by public dollars for the benefit of the public. And if we have individuals that have conscience issues with the system that we've designed and created, I think we have work to do. With that, I would support this motion because I've done the research, and I would like not to be in that hot seat when it comes, and I do believe it will come. I just believe that we're staring down the barrel of some birdshot that's going to go everywhere. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Member Bogus. Member Hymas.
Thank you. I don't see this motion doing anything different than what's in the other motion. Students and parents, of course, they have the right to refrain. What we're trying to, what I'm seeing in these other motions is now the school, instead of just saying, yeah, you don't want to do it, don't do it. And then what? Do you receive a grade for that? Do you receive nothing at all? What are you? Is it simply excused? There's more happening here than just a student refraining, because I can refrain from anything. I could have refrained from coming here today. There's going to be consequences, right? But it's my right to not be here. It's my right to do other different things. So to just leave this here, a student or parent may refrain from participation consistent with section 53G. Absolutely. Absolutely, we support that. It's actually in the amendment that what came out of committee. It's in the amendment that Vice Chair Earl has put forth. This verbiage is in there. A student or parent may refrain. And then we have to then discuss and say, okay, how can the school help that individual fulfill other requirements that have been put upon us by the legislature, right? So how do we do that? So we're asking schools and families to work together. And for some reason, that seems to upset some people, where we're saying, we're trying to create this spirit of unification, of working together. You don't believe in that? That's fine. But let's do something, whatever that is. So this, I don't feel is complete. I feel like it's in there already. I'd speak against this motion and speak in favor of what Member Earl, Vice Chair Earl, has put forward, because this is, in my opinion, incomplete.
Thank you. And could we just scroll up a little bit on the screen so we can see both motions while we're talking? Thank you. That's, whoa. Nope, just so we get Vice Chair Earl's and Member Klein's, and then possible to blow that up slightly if we just have the two in front of us. Oh, no, okay, you're right. That we got the top part that would be cut off. Never mind. Okay. All right, Member Klein.
It's on.
You got it.
Okay.
You're live.
So the code says the school may offer an alternative. So I'm glad we took out reasonable, since that has a distinct definition in code. And again, I'm going back to your motion, to Board Member Earl's motion, but it's still requires, so it's mastery of a core standard or alternate standard. I don't know what an alternate standard is if it's not a core standard. All of the standards are core standards. In reading through the code and our rules, whatever standards we have are considered core standards. So there really isn't such a thing as alternate standard. And again, this makes it consistent with 53G 6803 instead of 53G 10205, which the code requires it to be consistent with. You can't make it consistent with both because they're in conflict. And so the code requires that it be our rules be consistent with 53G 10205. So you can't have both. That just doesn't work. And again, this is it should be a case by case basis because you're dealing with exceptions here, right? If you have whole classes that have a problem, then the teacher or the curriculum should be addressed, right? Or our standards that they're aligning their curriculum with should be addressed. But for the unique situation where you have an individual, if there is not a way for the school to, if there's not an alternate that can be given, and that's allowed in the code for an alternate to be offered, it's not required, but if it is offered, which this makes it more of a shall, like this, the school may work together with the parent to establish. Well, may is again authorizing the district to establish or require the parent to work with them. It's not a you can or can't. It gives them permission to require it. And establish means that you have to come up with an accommodation, which isn't what the code said. The code says they may offer an accommodation or an alternate. But if they do, that alternate also may not violate conscience. So in the rare case that a student really can't, that an alternate can't be come up with that satisfies the student's objections, then that student, the code says, should not be penalized or discriminated against. And if they make a frivolous claim just to get out of an assignment, the school has to make a judgment. And if the school decides, yeah, that doesn't make any sense, that's not conscience, you just don't want to do the assignment, well, then let it play out. And if the parent's not a check on the child, like the code requires that the school contact the parent, so the parent can be that first check on Johnny if he's just trying to get out of stuff. But if there is a legitimate conscience objection, the school needs to err on the side of allowing or honoring that conscience objection, because regardless of what our code says, our code has to align. It can't go against what's in the Constitution, which is the rights of conscience shall never be infringed, and never means never. And so we can offer, the schools may offer an alternative, but that alternative also may not violate conscience. And if it doesn't say that.
Okay, thank you. Member
It
Davis.
doesn't say that, it leaves it out.
Member Davis. Member Davis.
I agree with all those things, but I think Member Earl's amendment does those things, and it is aligned with code. It is aligned with the codes that were mentioned. So but I am kind of confused because are we speaking on Member Earl's amendment or are we speaking on Member Klein's amendment? Because we've been here for 15 minutes and I feel like somewhere in the middle we switched. And I need to know, do I put my light on to speak to this one now, or are we still doing Member Klein's?
We're on Member Klein's.
Okay.
So you can speak to that one.
Okay,
or hold.
No, I'll hold to speak to the other one when we officially do.
Okay. Any other comment or questions? I will just briefly say I think the same thing, that the right of conscience in religion must be protected. I think the proposed amendment does not explain what to do when a person refrains. And I think it's important that they understand that you offer an alternative that does not violate their conscience as stated in 205. I know I'm mixing the two, but that's my reason for voting against this one, because I think the top one give specificity on how to give an alternative that still protects the right of conscience. So I'm a no on this one for that reason, and I think we're set to vote. The motion then on the floor is that the board amend 277-700-74 to read, a student or parent may refrain from participation consistent with section 53G-10-205. Board members, please vote.
Green is a yes.
Green's a yes. Thank you. Okay, voting is complete. That motion fails by a vote of 12-3. The yes votes being Green, members Green, Bogus, and Klein. Back to the underlying motion of Board Member Earl. Discussion of that motion, Member Bogus.
Yes, sir, I would move to amend the motion.
Okay.
I would like to, where it is in red, Director Rasmussen, if you're running that, where it's red and it says, or alternate standard, I would like to put a period there and strike the remaining language. And with a second, I would like to speak to the motion, sir.
Okay. All right.
It's all
Do we
right
have
there.
it framed up correctly? We do have a second. Just want to make sure we got it teed up.
I do believe that's correct. So it would strike all language after the word alternate standard.
Okay.
Is that, so it would strike, yeah, it would strike that language. Thank you. I'm sorry, I did not see the language down below. I know we have two people working. Thank you guys for your efforts. So just for clarity,
We did get a second. Yes, yes.
Yes.
Member carried. Okay.
I think I've said my piece. I do believe that if we try to entangle this code with any other code, we are setting ourselves up for litigation that is something I'm not comfortable with, and I'm not comfortable messing with the Constitution. However, I am comfortable. A gentleman named Aaron Bullen spoke before this board, and he gave an excellent example of what could possibly be entertained in the realm of climate change. There's always an alternate, in my opinion. We teach core standards through different mediums, through different genres, through different elements. And I do think that there is a way to do this. And I think that liberty-minded educators are going to rise up and do what's right by kids of all faiths, by parents. And if they don't, then I think that's something that this board will have to deal with. But I would like to refrain from entangling this amendment with another piece of code. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Member Bogus. Member Klein. And then Member Davis.
I would speak in favor of this amendment, or what's been stricken out, as it makes it only partially consistent with 53G 10-205 by adding 2B to it, and adding 53G 6803 brings in muddies the water incredibly, because that section is not the same or isn't consistent with 53G 10-205. So I appreciate that part's been taken out.
Okay, thank you, Member Davis.
I don't think it's possible to entangle codes. They are sort of already coexist within code. So we already have responsibility to implement, but even if you want 205 to be the primary. This certainly lends itself to that because it basically gives the same language. It changed the may to a shall. It used the word alternate instead of reasonable, which some of our public hearing members said. And I appreciate Chair to Mr. Member Bogus's point about some of the suggestions made by Mr. Blunt. In fact, I heard that Member Earl was working on a motion and asked her if she would include something that he had talked about, which was also an opportunity to give an alternate standard. Now, with this may, the school can do just what it says in 205, which is nothing. It can give an alternate that does not conflict with the student's right of conscience. So, you know, I think that this is consistent primarily with 205.
Thank you, Member Davis. Vice Chair Earl. Yeah.
When you say this is consistent, do you mean Member Bogus's motion or do you mean Member Earl's motion?
And Member Earl's motion. Sorry, so I would speak against removing the codes because they do coexist. But I just wanted to point out that I still believe this language is primarily, well, it is 205, basically.
Thank you. That's
So
Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, let me just create some clarification. We removed reasonable because there's some questionability with that. So alternate is the language from the law. The two codes that were listed, let's be clear what those are and what those are not. We're trying to create clarity for our districts. That's what we're trying to create because there is some ambiguous discussion there. So if you go to 7, what is it? 53G 6803 7, it does not refer to reasonable academic accommodation there, which there seem to be some concerns with that, and understandable, there's some components to that. But it says consistent with, and then it gives the code, and that has to do with graduation, which requires the state board to establish graduation requirements that use competency-based standards and assessments, as an LEA shall allow a student to earn course credit toward high school graduation without completing a course in school by, and then it gives 2 reasons why. The reason why this is listed here is so it shows in the rule exactly where they could get that competency-based, whether they test out of the course or demonstrate competency in course standards, of which, if we're adding in here, allows that standard flexibility. So it does, it's very consistent. In putting that in there, we aren't jeopardizing anyone's right of conscience. And then also, if you go to the other piece here, which remember, this has to do with courses and course standards. It says, the B says, may offer an alternative that does not violate the student's or the student's parents' religious belief or right of conscience. The point of putting it there is to make sure that there's a clear understanding. Do not cross this line. I don't think there's anyone here that wants to violate someone's religious belief or right of conscience, despite the fact it's been articulated otherwise. That's not the case. Do we want to get the language right so it's clear for our districts? Absolutely. Our districts want to know where to go with this. They don't want to leaving the law just the way it is, says you may. This allows that flexibility and that exactness that needs to exist. And so I would encourage us to leave the language in there. The language is not restrictive or constitutional violation. And it's already there anyways. We're just saying if you're doing courses with standards, here's the flexibility, here's the code that associates with it, and it allows some clarity for our districts. So.
Okay, Member Klein and Member Bogus.
Okay, so I'm just listening, and 2B is not the only provision in the law that it needs to be consistent with. It needs to be consistent with the entirety of 53G 10205.
Oh, sorry. Click it again.
Also, there is a hierarchy of, there was comments about all the code works together, and, you know, They're different sections of the code, but the Constitution trumps. And that says the rights of conscience shall never be infringed. And so whatever provisions are in the code, if they don't allow for the rights of conscience to be held higher than, then it becomes a problem. I would move to amend Member Bogus's motion to also take out accommodation and well, I have to be able to see what I'm looking above. Thank you. So it would say an alternate academic, sorry, an, how did I say that? An academic alternative instead of alternate academic accommodation. So an academic alternative. So that it's consistent with 205, we say that a parent may, in fact, we'll just amend from that second line where it says the parent may work with the school or the school may offer. So just, yeah, I would just take out the parent and just say the school may offer an academic alternative. The school may offer an academic alternative. It would just be the school may offer an academic alternative. Consistent with 53G 10-205. Mm-hmm.
It's rid of the clarity and the flexibility.
To
I'm sorry, can I have a point of order or information or whatever?
I'm still going.
Yeah.
Well, your academic alternative can't really be consistent with 205.
I think that's discussion of the motion. Let's frame it up and then we
Okay.
can turn to discussing the language. If we get a second, let's let Member Klein frame it up.
Okay, so it says the student refrains from a portion of a course or to a course in its entirety under, and yeah, I think that's not going to necessarily happen, but they would refrain from the entirety of a course. But so I don't really like that wording. This, in fact, I would take that out and put if a student refrains from an aspect of school, because that's what the code says. Refrains from an aspect of school. Someone typing? If the student refrains from an aspect of school, the school may offer an academic alternative consistent with 53G 10-205 in an attempt to honor the student's religious belief or right of conscience. And then if an alternative cannot be found, that satisfies the student and the parent, then the school may not penalize or discriminate the student for refraining. And that would be it.
All right, let's see.
Is there a second?
We got it? Everything look right? Okay, is there a second? Hearing no second, that fails. Back to the floor. Any other discussion? Member Straight? Yes, so we're back to Member Earls.
Well, the amended,
Sorry, we did have an amendment.
well, it's striking that.
That the board strike the language after alternate standard from the motion. Okay, Member Straight? Yes, yeah, you are.
Could
We
I-
got Member Bogus, then Member Straight.
Could I please query a member of the staff with regard to the code line listed 53G-6-803-7?
Absolutely.
I do
What's
believe
the
it may be Superintendent Stallings or Director Rasmussen. I can either ask the question and they can choose, or I don't care how you do it, sir.
Go ahead, just pose it and yeah, we'll see who takes it.
Okay, Superintendent Stallings, if you guys have that code pulled up, it has 2 line items there. It says, consistent with section 53E-4-204, which requires the state board to establish graduation requirements that use competency-based standards and assessments, an LEA shall allow a student to earn course credit toward high school graduation without completing a course of school by A, testing out of a course, or B, demonstrating competency in course standards. And my question would be, how do you test out of a course and get a qualifying score on that course if you are fundamentally opposed to the content of that course or disagree with it as objective fact? And then in B, how do you demonstrate competency in something that you have not learned because you're fundamentally opposed of exposing yourself to it or engaging in it? Is that the question I wanted to ask?
It's a pretty good question.
Okay.
Chair, thank you. I will give my answer and then I will defer to anyone else. I would have to research that. Honestly, I can't answer, or I don't have an opinion or expertise to provide on that. Anyone else?
Well, and may I, sir?
Okay, sure.
I just appreciate your honesty, Superintendent Stallings. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else comment? Member Davis, I think, might be responding. We have Member Straight with a separate comment, but if you're responding to this one, we'll.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I
Squeeze you
mean,
in
if
there.
I understand correctly, it's an or, so you don't have to take the test to demonstrate the competency in the test. And there is a provision elsewhere, if there's a problem with the course, you still have to earn 24 credits, but you can work with the counselor on the CCR to have an alternate course for credits. So you still earn 24 credits to graduate, but it would be an alternate if the whole course is against your right of conscience. And then this would build in kind of what Aaron was talking about, that more sensical steps. So maybe you just have a concern with an assignment or as one standard. This would be the aspect of school that comes out in 205. You should be allowed to take that course and just have an alternate that doesn't violate your right of conscience for that one standard or two and not have to take a whole nother course. I mean, I think this gives our parents and students, again, better options. The schools, we can't do a shall because it's not in code, but we can certainly do a may, and it gives them some better options.
Sure.
Query the commenter.
Sure.
Member Davis, I have great consternation. I love that word, about how, as an educator or how as a counselor, when the code expressly states that someone does not have to explain, in particular that word, their objection. I understand not having to defend. I understand the other language, but that word explain, how do I, as an educator, offer anything as an alternative if I don't understand the objection itself?
Yes.
That probably would be a good question for the bill sponsor, because they have put in there that the school may offer an alternate. So I can't necessarily get in their heads, but I can say this would be a little more helpful because the school and the parent are, having a conversation about what do you think would be good for your child to earn this credit? Well, what do you think would work for this student? I used to do that even just on discipline issues. If I had a student that needed a discipline in an elementary school, for heaven's sakes, I call the parent in. I say, you know your child the best. How can we turn this ship around? What would be best? I'm not going to push my thing down everybody's throat. And I really valued what the parents thought. And I think this amendment allows for that.
Member Straight? Sorry.
Yes. I'm ready to go. Okay, so I already told you about Christmas trees. I've already talked about that. Anyway.
Relevant?
Go for it.
It is relevant.
Bring
it is
it.
relevant.
Bring it.
So we used to go up every the Saturday after Thanksgiving, and we cut down a Christmas tree. Invariably, I like that word, invariably, we would look at lots of trees, and oftentimes we would come back to the first tree we looked at. And that's how I'm feeling about where we're headed here. As I listen to the descriptions of what board members would like to see by putting forth these amendments, where it kept taking me back is to the First Amendment by Vice Chair Earl. So I'm ready to move past things. I think it accomplishes everything we want. My experience in education is that we do everything to find all sorts of routes to success for students. And, if there's a right of conscience, if there's an issue, educators bend over backwards to try and make that be successful. So let's get back to that First Amendment. I'm going to call previous question.
So the motion before the body is Member Bogus's motion to amend, right? That the motion board strike the language after alternate standard. Sorry?
Call the previous question.
Right. So I'm just articulating what we're calling the previous question on. Yeah. Sorry. I did sound like I was going off into the curb there. Just trying to frame up what's being called. The question that's being called is Member Bogus's motion. So it's not debatable. Motion's been called. We are voting on whether to move straight to a vote. Requires 10 votes to call the question, correct? I always want to make sure I'm not, okay.
To clarify, this would be straight to a vote on Bogus.
Correct, yes. That's what we're doing. So that's before the body. Please vote.
Can you ask Green?
Member Green?
Green is yes.
Green is yes. Thank you.
She was a yes, right?
Yeah, Member Green was a yes. That doesn't actually work to just say it into the universe.
What's that?
I said that doesn't actually work just to announce it.
Oh. What is that called? What is that called when you announce your intentions?
I don't know. All right, that's unanimous.
I think it's right.
Motion passes. The question's been called. We now vote on but the motion by Member Bogus, which was to amend that the board strike the language after alternate standard from the motion. Board members, please vote.
Green is a yes.
Oh, hold on. Let's
to strike.
hold on. That the board's, yeah, correct me. Okay, did the board strike the language after alternate standard from the motion? Is that off? That's correct. Okay, sorry if I stated it wrong. All right, we've got it right, so that's the motion. Let's vote. Member Green?
Yes.
Member Green's a yes. Did I? Yep. All right, voting is closed. That motion fails by 12-3. The yes votes are members Green, Hymas, and Bogus. Okay, back then to the underlying member Earl motion. Any further discussion to that motion? I was going to make one comment. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, member Klein first. Member Klein and Bogus. There you go. Anybody who's not made comments? We have member Reel teed up. Member Klein.
How is what is the difference between a core standard and an alternate standard? They're all like, all the standards are required. So can an educator make up their own standard? Is that what we're saying? I mean, I think Member Earl said there's flexibility in the standards, which I didn't realize there was flexibility in the standards. Is that true?
Sounds like we might turn to Deputy Norman for that. Is that all right? Thank you. Got her? She needs a hot mic. There we go.
Deputy Superintendent Patty Norman. There is a question on this that we've been discussing and looking up back here, which is alternative standards actually apply to special education. There are the special education alternative standards, and so that term is being used specifically for special education at this time.
So there's no such thing as an alternate standard for the general ed students. So it's either core standards or they don't fulfill this standard if the standard itself is what they object to.
Deputy Norman, did you want to address that? I'm interpreting body language. Did you want to address that, or should we go to a board member comment?
You can go. Yeah.
Okay. I'd love to hear any response, but let's see who we have set up. Member Reel.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm sure it's no surprise to anyone that I wasn't a huge fan of House Bill 348. And through this process, I know it's taken a long time to find a way to make sure that the parents and the schools are working together in a way that will support the students' academic excellence and their learning, while also giving them the freedom and liberty to opt out of whatever they feel is necessary based on their right of conscience. So I'd like to call the question on Member Earl's motion.
That is not debatable. So, question's been called. That would bring us directly to a vote on Member Earl's motion, which is framed up on the board. Requires 10 votes. Please go ahead and vote. Again, the question is the previous question on whether to move directly to a vote on Member Earl's motion. Requires 2/3 vote.
Yes.
Member Green's a yes. Got it. You've got one more we need. Who hasn't voted? Anybody? Oh. Well, I know, but we usually, did you want to vote, Member Davis? I'm not calling you out, just asking if you'd like to. Okay. So this passes by 11-4, the previous question. The noes being Bogus, Moss, Klein, and Carey. So we now proceed to a vote on Member Earl's amendment, which is that the board amend the rule as follows and refile it with the OAR. If a student refrains from a portion of a course or to a course in its entirety under section 53G 10205, the parent and school may work together to establish an alternate academic accommodation which allows the student to demonstrate mastery of course standards or alternate standard consistent with section 53G-6-8037 and subsection 53G-10-2052B. That is the motion. Board members, please vote.
Green is a no.
Green, no. Thank you. Huh? Oh, yeah, for voting. Okay, we've got a motion, we got a vote going on. Okay, let's see, 2 more votes. Did you? You voted by, okay, there we go. We have it there. Motion passes 12-3, the no votes being members Klein, Bogus, and Green. Let's see. All right, that completes, I believe, correct? Do we have another vote, or does that wrap it up? That takes us back. Okay. On to item number 10, preschool update. And let's see, I believe we have, are we turning to a senior staff member? I've got Jared Lisenby, preschool specialist, Christina Barrera, preschool specialist, and Chelsea Oakes, special ed preschool specialist. Thank you for joining us. This is an information item, board members.
If you want your mic turned on, you'll have to press the button with the little guy on it.
Who do I need?
Afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon, Board Chair Moss and members of the board.
Good afternoon. Let's call to order.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, we're just
Sure.
using your coming up as a chance to take a quick break here, but we
Absolutely.
do want to pay attention. Let's make sure we're focused on you. No, we were just doing some chatting. We can take a break after this, though. You bet. I will. Duly noted. Request for break. We got our preschool specialists, and then we will take a break. So thank you for joining us. It's all yours.
Excellent. All right. Well, good afternoon, Board Chair Moss and members of the board. My name is Christina Barrera, and I am currently a preschool specialist here at USBE. And we very much appreciate the opportunity to share with you an academic highlight for preschool today. And of course, thank you for your time. Okay, I'd now like to take a minute to introduce you to our team, which also includes my colleagues Jared Lisenby and Chelsea Oakes. To share a little bit about me, I started teaching in a pre-K classroom back in 2004, eventually becoming the director of a local early childhood center before coming here to USBE. Now, Jared.
And I'm Jared Lisenby. I'm one of the preschool education specialists here at USBE. I've been here for 3 years now.
And I am Chelsea Oakes, the special education preschool specialist. Previously, I was an early learning preschool specialist in teaching and learning for 2 years, and then just in August, I switched to the special education. All right, so just as a reminder, there is a federal requirement for school districts to provide special education services to children from 3 to 21 years old. That is the IDEA. And as part of this requirement, a continuum of services is required to serve students with disabilities. This continuum includes a general education classroom, which is an inclusive setting with at least half of the students in the classroom being children who are typically developing. So for preschool, that means they can use special education funding if it's available. They can also use Title I funding, or they may have a tuition-based community preschool within the school district.
And in addition to special education preschool, we also have the high quality school readiness grants. Just a little bit of background on this. I'll talk about this more in a moment. But access to high quality early learning programs have been identified as one of the key interventions for intergenerational poverty. So providing access to at-risk students to maximize their learning is a key component of what we do with preschool.
Mm-hmm. And then I'll be speaking to you about the benefits of high-quality preschool programs, which include learning foundations, family choice, and support for teaching and learning. Part of what we do as preschool education specialists is to provide professional learning and support to programs to help them meet the elements of high-quality school readiness initiative set out in legislation, which I'll be talking about in a few slides. Now I'd like to turn things back over to Jared.
So just a little bit of background and context. This slide shows the patterns in preschool enrollment in LEAs over the last 5 years. We had a high of 16,844 in 2020, the year before COVID hit, or I guess the year that COVID hit, which then dropped the numbers quite substantially. You can see that over the last 3 years, though, we've recovered, and so we're almost, with last year, we're almost back up to the point where we were prior to the pandemic. As part of the school, okay, so just really briefly here, this also breaks out the number of students who are in special education services. That's the bottom purplish bar. The number of students in charter school preschools, which is the middle orange bar. And then the rest is students who are in community preschool services or Title I or part of the school readiness grants. We have 2 school readiness grants that we help administer in coordination with Department of Workforce Services Office of Child Care. This, just a really brief background here. This coming legislative session will be the 10-year mark from the original House Bill 96, which established high-quality school readiness programs here in the state, which was initially the Pay for Success grants. In 2019, these grants were expanded and combined into a single high-quality school readiness grant program consisting of 2 different grants. The first one is the Becoming High Quality grants, which provides funding for programs specifically to invest in quality such as materials, coaching, professional learning. The second grant here, the Expanded Student Access Grant, actually provides funding for programs who qualify as high quality to provide seats for eligible students. Eligible students mean students who are low income with at least 1 risk factor in foster care, or students whose home language is something other than English. So part of what we do is that high quality component. We know that high quality really does matter. This slide shows, as we've been working with programs on the grants, we've seen some tremendous increase in the quality in programs over the last few years. This just illustrates from 2 years ago to last year. The little bit of background here, this is the measure of classroom quality called the Early Childhood Environmental Rating Scale, or ECHRS. This is a 7-point scale. Scores of 5 or above are considered high quality. As you can see here, programs are scoring in the high quality range in 2 of the 3 components that are reported to the School Readiness Board governing the grant. Those are the language and literacy area and interactions, and we're almost there. We're pretty close in the overall ECHRS score. So exciting things are happening with quality in the school readiness programs. And I'm going to pass it over to Christina to talk a little bit about the elements of high quality, which we've used to support those.
And just as a reminder, if you need access to these links, staff will be providing you with these slides shortly so you can access them for further information. So taking a look here, we've indicated which code contains the elements of a high quality school readiness program. Those elements include curriculum aligned with the Utah Core State Standards for early learning for ages 3 to 5, professional learning, ongoing assessment including school readiness, a maximum class size of 20 students with 2 staff members or a 1-to-10 ratio, ongoing program evaluation, family engagement, lead teacher qualification requirements, and a kindergarten transition plan. Ultimately, we are focused on student learning and success, so you may be wondering how these elements of high quality relate to student outcomes. My colleague Jared will now share information with you regarding those.
So so ultimately, as Christina was saying, it's all about the students, all about helping support them to maximize their learning. So this graph here shows data from the last 3 years, looking at the beginning of the year assessment, showing the percentage of students who are proficient in literacy, and then the end of the year. And you can see here we have about a 40% increase in the percentage of students meeting proficiency standards from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. And also, you'll also notice that this trend is increasing over the last 3 years. So this past year, 72% of the students who took this end of the year assessment going through the high quality school readiness programs met proficiency standards in literacy. We have a similar pattern in numeracy, with 75% of students at the end of the year meeting proficiency standards in the numeracy area. So with this, we're curious about, since we're, as program administrators, we're responsible for encouraging building quality. We're very interested in looking at, well, what elements of quality, what aspects of quality are most related to child outcomes? So this graph here shows the correlations between several areas of the ECHRS classroom quality observation tool with child measures on the beginning of the year literacy and numeracy and the end of the year literacy and numeracy. So you'll see here, as you would expect, in the first column under beginning of the year literacy, there's no association, as one would expect, that there's not been any intervention, the children haven't been in the classroom, there wouldn't be expected to be any associations. But at the end of the year, we see some interesting things as far as what aspects of quality correspond with increases. One of the first things is what's not associated. That's the language and literacy component. There's no association between language and literacy on the classroom quality score and children's outcomes in language and literacy at the end of the year. What is associated is the interaction score and the program structure score. These two scores here are related to the quality of the interactions that the teachers have with the students. With the interaction score, the second one is the program structure score, which takes into account learning in small groups, large groups, and one-on-one interactions during child-directed free play. In the ECHRS tool, to score high on this one, programs need to have at least 1 hour during a 3-hour period where it's child-directed, teacher-guided, play-based learning. And we have some research, 20 years of research on literacy development in early learning that really shows that children do not do well with whole group direct instruction types of activities. Where the real learning takes place is in these quality one-on-one interactions or in small group interactions. So we have a little example, and we'll cross our fingers here that this little video plays, just to illustrate what these high quality teacher-child interactions during play-based learning would look like.
I help you use those scissors. Watch. Well, put your thumb in the top part of the scissor. Oh wait, I think these scissors, you gotta use this hand. There you go. Your fingers in there. Go open, close, open. You could throw that pencil away. All right, are you ready? I'll hold the paper for you. Go ahead. There you go. Open, close, open, close. Oh, you cut your vulture in half. 2 halves. So put it back together. 2 halves make a whole. A whole bird.
Okay, so there's a lot of exciting learning that's taking place in that just short little interaction. Positive guidance, recognizing the child's need, recognizing what the child's goal is, supporting the child, explicit instruction in how to hold the scissors to cut, bringing in language, you cut your buzzard in half, the half and the whole, teaching mathematical skills, all in that one little interaction. These are the types of interactions that really do coordinate or are associated with that learning that we've been able to see. I have another little clip here, another brief clip really showing examples of this learning taking place in the preschool classroom. This is in the same classroom. They were doing a study on desert habitats, and this child wanted to talk me through a diorama of what they have been learning about deserts.
This is a snake and this is the lizards and these are the cactuses. And these are the flowers.
So there's flowers in the desert and camels?
Yeah. And leaves and snakes.
Snakes. So where's the water?
Water?
Yeah, where's the water?
There's no water in the desert.
There's no water in the desert, so what do the camels and the snakes do?
Yeah, they dig up to get to the water, which was really cute, but yeah, just seeing the excitement and seeing her talk through, describing the different parts, different aspects of the desert. It's just so exciting to see how engaged the children were in this learning and the learning that takes place. In an interaction like this, there's a lot of showing what the child knows that takes place here, but also the teacher can recognize there, it's like, okay, she understands some of the idea of like digging down to get water. We need to expand this in future lessons or future books that we read to talk more about water in the desert, because that's an important component. Anyways, I just get excited about learning in preschool. Sorry. So with that.
All right, so the staff at the State Board of Education strive to support all early learners by providing a strong foundation that will help children love to learn. We also celebrate the successes of children and educators in preschool for all of the hard work that they do. We have a monthly early educator spotlight where we highlight a preschool educator who has been nominated by a peer.
And as you can see, also part of ongoing support is for building quality and capacity in early learning programs. That is included in strategy 1C. This is 1C of the strategic goal number 1 for early learning. And the goal is for 1C to increase optional access to high quality preschool programs. And so we are thrilled to be continuing that effort and supporting programs to provide that.
And also part of this is just raising awareness of the importance and the excitement of early learning, especially supporting parents and families, recognizing that parents are children's first and most important teachers. Part of what we do also is aligned with the USBE Strategic Plan Area 1D, which is increasing family engagement in early learning. Some of the video examples that I had there were part of the process or part of the task that we have to help spread the word so that parents can recognize ideas that they can use with their youngest learners to support learning both at home and in the preschool classroom if that's something that the parents choose to engage in. And with that concludes our report.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Comments, questions from board members? We got Member Bogus, Member Klein, Member Straight, and Hymas. I'm sorry. Start with Bogus. I don't know who is first. It looks like Member Klein might have had the first light, so let's start there.
What is the average student-teacher ratio in the preschool classes?
Okay. So for the high quality school readiness grants, there's a requirement for 1 adult for 10 students. And so the maximum, and with a cap of 20 20 children in the class, so it's a 1-to-10 ratio. Because of the nature of the early childhood education in the LEAs, being very closely tied to special education, most times there's more than just the 2 teachers in the classroom to support that learning.
So there's always 2 teachers. If there's up to 20, then there's 2 teachers.
Right, with a 1-to-10 ratio, yes.
Okay. And are these classes are they at the local schools, like the regular schools, or are they different buildings?
Yes, most of these classrooms in district preschools are in the elementary schools. We do have some programs that have early learning centers where they will have multiple preschool classrooms in one building. But yes, most of these preschool classrooms are in elementary school buildings to help with that continuity into the K through the kindergarten system.
Okay. And what kind of technology do the kids use?
That varies by the program. Because of with the high quality school readiness grant, the Eckers observations emphasizes very limited use of technology in the classroom. Technology is usually limited to less than 5 to 10 minutes per child, and if it's used at all. In most of the classrooms, recognizing that the highest quality learning takes place in these one-on-one personal interactions with the teachers, most of the classrooms we observe only use media as part of perhaps a whole group activity where they're doing a active song or something where they'll use that media. But other than that, the primary mode of instruction is these one-on-one interactions or small group interactions.
Okay, and then standards, are there standards for pre-K?
The State Board of Education has approved the standards for early learning for ages 3 through 5. So yes, there are standards approved by the board.
Okay, so I was just having a conversation with Deputy Superintendent Stallings this week, and I asked, if something about pre-K, and she said it's not part of the public education system. So I asked why we administer these programs, and she said it was a directive of the legislature. So while it's not part of the public education system, we still manage the program, it sounds like.
So part of this...
So I'm just looking, I just think if someone can speak to that, I'd appreciate it, because it sounds like it's part of the public education system, especially when we have standards for it. So maybe you're not the one to answer that, but...
Deputy Superintendent Dixon.
Most days I'm a deputy.
No, we got you.
Yeah, just if I may, Mr. Chair, to Board Member Klein, what we mean when we say it's not part of the public education system, it's not part of the constitutional oversight, which is K-12. We are a K-12 public system, which is unusual. Most states are pre-K-12, and some are pre-K-12 and beyond that a Board of Education has oversight for. So it's what is your jurisdiction? It's generally K-12, even though we've had programs assigned to us. So it's always been part of the public education system, but not part of the codified K-12. We're not a PK-12, we're K-12 under your jurisdiction.
It sounds to me like this is a distinction without a difference. Yeah. We're still like but which would mean that we are in violation of the Constitution if the Constitution says we're K-12 and yet we run pre-K.
If I may, sir, as designated in code. So in code, we are designated to be part of this high-quality preschool program in concert with Department of Workforce Services.
So code is out of alignment with Constitution?
No, it's about your role. What you have oversight, K-12 is listed, and preschool is listed as a separate program. And it names you in code as a partner with DWS to oversee this program.
Again, I think a distinction without a difference. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, please.
3. Hi, so again, Chelsea Oaks, Special Education Preschool Specialist. We do have the federal mandate to provide special education services to preschool age students. So, and again, for For students with disabilities, correct. Yes, thank you.
All right, I think Member Hymas.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm grateful for the presentation, for the things that you've shared. I see kindergartners coming in every year. I love seeing them learn about art and deserts. What are we doing about math and reading, right? What are we expecting our pre-K to know by the time they hit kindergarten? How many digits should they know? Should they be able to add or subtract those digits? How many words, letters should they read? I just heard there's a document, but can you just quickly, like what in your ideal kindergartner, this is what you guys have prepared them for. What does that look like as far as just math and reading, just briefly, if you could?
Okay, to respond, there is the PEEP, the preschool entry and exit profile assessment that is aligned to the early learning standards, which provides those expectations. That's the data that I was showing as far as proficiency. And with that, there's some theories from not theories, but some practice from early learning that talks about a child entering or leaving the preschool program would be expected to know a certain number of uppercase and lowercase letters, be able to count. But what we're finding as far as what's most predictive of student success isn't necessarily the letters and numbers known. It's more that foundational, lifelong learning practices, the love of learning, the ability to be self-directed learners, which is carrying them forward more successfully. So yes, while there is a theoretical number, like a student should know 18 uppercase letters and 15 lowercase letters, that's not the most important thing that we're finding as far as predicting success as they're entering kindergarten.
Follow up? You bet.
I mean, that's interesting. But by the time they're in third grade, first grade, second grade, whatever, we want them reading on a grade level. I don't know. I'm confused by this, and maybe I can have this conversation offline with some of the staff. But it seems to me if we're shooting for expectations of our LEAs, then our pre-K would align more with what expectations we're holding them to, if that makes sense. And this is just a query. I don't want to put anybody on the spot. Again, I just use the term query because I heard it today from my seatmate. I've never used that before. Anyway, I appreciate your thoughts here and what you're doing. I just, when they come into my school, I want to know that they can do specific things during in kindergarten. And I see that as a success measure, as well as a love of learning, of course. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's see, Member Bogus?
Thank you, sir. I actually did have a question, and I apologize. So the first one is, I would love a copy of your slideshow. I don't see it in backup. But did I hear you use the language multilingual or second language interventions? Did I hear that? Or did I make that up in my head when you said something else?
May I respond?
Yes, please.
I did not say that. What I did say was, as far as the school readiness grant programs, as far as qualifying to receive funding for the seats, the qualification is low income with at least one risk factor, foster care, or a child from a family whose home language is something other than English.
Okay, so we don't have a federal mandate to pre-K second language learners. We have a federal mandate to pre-K in the special education realm. I just wanted to clarify that. And I appreciate that you clarified that, because I guess to me, second language learning is not a disability. And so I appreciate that clarity for us and for our public at large, that we honor that they're just learning. They just have two languages. So thank you, sir.
And that slideshow is in your email just now. Yep.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, Member Green.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for this presentation that you put together and for even the videos that you showcased. I think it really highlights the innocence and the age that those young children are and the joy. There's a sparkle in the corner of their eye that you can see, and that makes a lifelong learner. That makes these kids excited to go to school. I've seen some shifts, with some of that, what I call magic, kind of extracted out of these young learners' environments, kind of from like older teachers, a lot of which are retiring. But they would bring in the music, they'd bring in the routine, they'd bring in the nursery rhymes, they'd bring in all of this, I guess, age appropriate or level, learning at that level that gets those kids engaged. The little girl highlighting those environment, with the cactus and where does it get to water. You saw it ended with her looking. I mean, she's tearing apart that diagram with her eyes, trying to search for the answer for that. And so I just want to encourage that type of learning for these young kids, being able to cut your paper, all of these things I call the intangibles. So, and I think it's age appropriate. And I do think that it creates a foundation for quality academic learners in the future, because we've kept in mind what age we're at and developing the skill sets that they should be developing in. So thank you for making those highlights in your presentation.
Thank you, Member Green. Member Straight?
Yes, thank you. A quick question, Chair. In regards to certification, I know in Utah, certification with a bachelor's degree is not required in early childhood education. Do we have any data on if there is any impact on certification for preschool as far as the success? Thank you.
Go ahead, thanks.
So on a larger level, nationwide there is, with the data that we have, looking at, because I was looking at the elements, aspects that predicted both classroom quality and child outcomes. What we found was that having specific training in early childhood education, whether it's through a training program at a Institute of Higher Education or through the CDA, the Child Development Associate Program, is associated with higher quality in the classroom. There's, so I guess that's the brief answer, that yes, there is. It's obviously a lot more complicated than that, because it does tend to be specifically related to training in child development and early childhood education instruction practices in these high quality one-on-one interactions and small group interactions. I would love to have further discussion with you on this, but because it is kind of complex, because there's a lot of things that come into play with that. But you are correct that right now there is not a state requirement for certification for preschool teachers, other than in special education.
Okay, Member Wood?
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you. Having a daycare director in my home, I've watched her interactions as she's had to work with your office to get the PEEP established in her care center. And I asked her, I told her when this was on the agenda, I asked her what her thoughts were. And one of the things she talked about is how much the PEEP has improved the quality of the care in her center, because they did the pre-entry exam, and that gave direction for her teachers to move ahead. And so thank you for the work you do for even these community centers to help bring quality care to our young ones.
Vice Chair Earl?
Yeah, just a comment. I just piggybacking off a little bit off of what Board Member Hymas said. I actually appreciate the play more than the academics at that age. Now that may go against, I know, because I think, and I think you can do both. That's the high quality, right? That's the difference there, is the high quality. But I also wouldn't want us to overemphasize academics when kids are just learning to, develop these fine motor skills and develop this, and that language, how important that is at that age. So while I do agree with that, that careful balance is there so that children can be children, right? And they can love it and just enjoy, and then move into the more academics as they get older. But, childhood, we don't want to skip it, right? Kids need that. They need that. It's an important resiliency thing. So anyways, that just piggybacking on a positive way, right? With the academics. So, okay. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other lights, thank you very much for the preparation, the slides. And I did see that was circulated, right? Is that what we saw? So the slide deck's now been circulated with the data, impressive data in there. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for being with us. Appreciate it.
Did we do a clap?
All right. What's that? I think we did.
Oh, we did.
I-
do a clap. Oh, sorry.
We'll do another clap. You bet. The
I didn't know we
double
did.
clap.
Did I miss the? We did. What's that?
And for the,
Thank
all right,
you.
let's see. We're on to general session legislation preparation. Oh, I'm sorry. We are on a 5-minute break. We are teed up to come back at 5:30. So let's count at 6.
As long as
Sorry.
Matt doesn't think that's too much fun. I mean, I'd like to. I mean, just saying, like,
Let's stay on course
Get
here.
back to academics.
Academic progression is at stake.
Math can be fun.
Matt?
I mean,
Oh.
Oh, it's update. Sorry.
Thank you.
I have with Charlie.
All right. Back on. Don't, don't. All right. Let's see. We are up to, yeah, we're almost done. There's a fascinating, what's that? Before midnight. We're going to be done. I've heard there's a fascinating book presentation over at the something or other cafe on the McKay Coppins book about Romney that we're all fascinated in. It starts at 7, so we can target that. We can shoot for 7. I don't know, the King's Barley and Grapes or something. So there you go. King's English. I don't go to enough bookshop cafes. King's English, 7 o'clock. McKay Coppins from the Atlantic talking about his MIT bio. So that's worth trying to get to.
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
All right, let's go. Okay, an hour and 23. So I don't think so. I think it's just Coppins
Just the barley
from what I hear. Just the. All right, so general session legislation preparation. let's turn to that. And I think we have Deputy Stallings to guide us in that one. Is that right? Or let's see, what do we have? We've got actually funding first. Yeah, we do have funding scheduled first. So Deputy Jones, did you want to walk us through that one?
Yeah. Okay, there we go. The Deputy Superintendent of Operations, Scott Jones. This is agenda item 11.1. As you know, and the public knows, you made your submission or recommendations to the governor's office on time, on target. So what happens during the interim with the interim of your submission to the governor's office and the start of the legislative session is we ensure that the process for board requests for legislative funding is followed, and that if there are any updates or you as the board see something you want changed or anything comes up, we have the opportunity to do so in this perpetual agenda item. So between the time you submitted the governor's your proposal to the governor's office, we've had one significant change in the sense of I believe it's your third priority for the market-based adjustments. The estimated amount has changed. The data was not available. We had some data. We had data to do you had ordered us to do the request for funding. We did so. However, since then, we've got more integrity with data that HR did, DHRM, for market comparisons to such positions as our coordinators and or educational specialists. Staff are not necessarily requesting an action item. We just want to make sure that you're aware of the amount. It's quite a significant amount or change in the amount that was originally submitted. The governor's office or staff is aware as well because they have a tie-in with DHRM as well. However, we're insistent upon making sure that you know of any changes so that if you feel like you want to action it, to amend it, the amount, we can take that opportunity now. But at the very least, you've been made aware, and that we'll go ahead and update that at your direction with both the governor's office, but also with the legislature as we move towards the beginning of the session. Chair Moss, pending any other questions or concerns, we just ask if it's okay for us to amend the amount and resubmit the RFF request for funding to the governor's office and subsequently the legislature.
So is this, I'm looking at the backup, the increase from 1.1 to 5.9?
Yes, sir. Yep.
To 5.9 million.
Right.
And so questions, comments from board members. We prioritize this ranked third on the list. This is ongoing money. And so that's the increase. Any questions or comments? I don't see any. Okay.
So I just want to make sure we don't need an action item. I mean, we put an action item on there for that, but it can be just information at this point, just so that you're aware we're doing that.
I don't see any.
Okay.
So let's move, or does that conclude the funding side? Do we go to the
yes,
policy
sir.
side? Okay, Deputy Stallings.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Thank you. Moss. Thank you. Angie Stallings, Deputy Superintendent of Policy. This month, we do not have any staff requests for statutory changes. And so just as a quick update, last month, Chair Moss and I did present the board's existing request for statutory change to the Education Interim Committee. We understand there may be one or two bills that could be discussed by the Ed Interim Committee on November 15th, but that's not a for sure thing yet.
Okay.
That's it.
Any questions, comments, or motions? Seeing none, thank you, Deputy Stallings. All right, let us move to item 12. Agenda item 12 is a statewide online education program action item. Let me just introduce this. There was a request by this board back in, I think, August or September for information on the SWP program. Staff have looked at it and identified a number of items on which they would like to tee up a proposed rule. And rather than go through the merits of that potential rule today, I think the action item, as I understand it, is to ask them to work something up for consideration by a committee. So the action item will simply be to send it to the committee to address certain items. I don't think we're looking to direct specificity as to what position we may want to take in committee or back on the board on those elements. But I think, Quinn Callis, if you're ready, are you our lead person on this? If you'd just like to maybe identify the items on which you think a rule would be appropriate without asking us to debate the merits of those, we can probably come up with a direction to take it back and work it up for a committee.
Thank you, Chair.
Am I getting that right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the board, my name is Quinn Kellis. I'm the coordinator for the Technology Supported Learning team, and part of that includes the State Online Education Program. It's my pleasure today to answer any questions you might have about this. Our intent here is to respond to board requests from a couple of months ago when we brought 2 requests for board approval for online education providers. One of those being a certified online provider, which the board appropriately denied. And at that same time, the board asked staff to come back with some recommendations to tighten up the application process. And so the intent of this item is to do exactly that. These are somewhat specific, as you can see them, items 1, 2, and 3. But in general, what we're asking is that the board direct staff to propose rule change language that will address these items 1, 2, and 3 thematically.
All right. I think, oh, were you finished? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Oh, I may have jumped in too soon, but we do have comments from member Lear. So the items are protection of data, the requirements for entity status as applicants, and the applicant's academic service experience. And so we're not, I think it teed up a couple of options, but we're not asking for direction on the ultimate product or conclusion, just to address those 3 items or topics. Does that sound right?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
And then we'll hash it out in committee and then bring it back to the board for full debate in both forums. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, and we have a proposed motion when you're ready for that.
Okay. Okay, member Lear?
I just have a simple question. There is already an SOEP rule, so I'm assuming this will be just amendments to that rule, not a different rule. Is that right?
Mr. Chair?
Jennifer's nodding
Please.
behind you, so
Yes, that's correct.
thank you.
Okay.
Member Lear.
So I believe Deputy Stallings has a shortened rule or a motion, which is there. Motion is that the board directs staff to include in the Utah State Board of Education Board statewide online education program rule the following 3 elements. Elements to demonstrate the applicant maintains safeguards appropriate to the protection of sensitive data, including personally identifiable information protected under FERPA, nonprofit status, and an alternative option for lack of academic records. So that is the motion that's framed up by staff. Any discussion of that motion? If so, Member Klein, sorry.
I just had a question that it may be something we could fit in here. I'm not sure. You can tell me if it fits with this, but I had a parent contact me whose child does the SOEP program, and he was concerned that there was nothing that verified this, that it was his child that was doing the work, and that because they didn't really meet with actual teachers face to face, it was just they do the work online, but there was nothing to verify who was doing the work, that it was his child doing it. It's like, my child's doing it, but it could very well be me sitting down and doing the work for her or him. I don't know if that's something that
Should we put that to Coordinator Callis? Is that something we've addressed or might be addressed? Does that need to be fleshed out? Oh, let's hit the button.
Member Moss, members of the board, interestingly, amazingly, we have spent 6 hours this week with Representative Dan Johnson and a committee who's been working over the last almost 14 months on revisions to code applying to the state online education program, many of those including better communication between the State Board of Education staff, the providers who provide the content and teaching, and the primary LEAs where the students' records reside. We've had that exact same conversation about the quality of the classes, whether or not there's a live teacher connected to the students, if they're meeting with the students, meaning not just by email, but that they have some teaching sessions where they know who the teacher is. The scope of this particular item is more for the approval process for certified online providers who are applying for provider status with the state, but that conversation on a separate topic is happening.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Lear? Oh, nope, did I skip? We got Member Carey and then? Okay.
Chair, just a point of information. Which committee would this report be sent to if the board leadership has gotten that far?
We have not gotten that far. I know we've addressed SOEP matters in finance. They may have also come to law and licensing before. Any direction there from the assistant or the deputy superintendents? We could assign it then in our executive committee meeting, discuss it and see where it fits best.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
If that works, okay. All right. They're rock, paper, scissoring for it. What's the over-under on the... All right, Coordinator Callis, any further questions? Member Lear?
I just wondered, this looks very prescriptive and limited about what the board rule would address. I'm wondering if it would be helpful or not helpful to say, and any other issues that you think are timely or important, or is that helpful or not?
Member Chair?
Sure.
Member Lear, thank you. Please. Yes, please.
It would be helpful.
Yes.
Okay, so do we need to add the following three elements? Can I amend the motion then? That'd be great. I just wanted to leave you folks with the flexibility that if you discover some elements that you think would improve the rule and the program, that you could also bring those to the board at the same time.
I don't know if we have a second. This is not really a committee motion, so I guess. Sorry, Kelsey. All right, could we get somebody, is anybody interested in bringing the motion as framed by Deputy Stallings? Okay.
Can I just move it?
Can you? Sure.
Yeah. So moved.
And
do
I'll
I need-
second. So, any further discussion of the motion?
We've changed it to what she said, right?
Correct.
Okay.
We've got including the following three elements. Okay, if there's no further discussion, oh, sorry, Member Carey?
I just moved it.
Last line of that first paragraph, it says including. It said on or something related to. You want to? Member Carey? Let's see. Can we get member?
Chair, my concern on this motion is that support for this application was made in part because it was limited. And now what we're doing with the amendment is saying everything is on the table when it comes to the statewide online education program. And I see the wisdom of saying, hey, if we're going there and they're already looking at this, but I'm thinking that maybe we can add a provision that would require, to the extent, is it Mr. Chalice? Callis? That Dr. Kellis, to the extent that Dr. Kellis feels that we should be doing something beyond these three things, that he would come back and advise the entire board, which would give us a chance to look at that and say, yeah, this is an issue that we believe we should pursue, rather than have him and his team dive into 6 or 7 items and they come back and they're not reflective of the direction the board would want to go. So if I'm looking for an amendment, it would just be along the lines of maybe number.
I'm there if you need me.
Okay. Yeah. Yep.
It would
Yep.
come back to committee, I think, right? So, yeah, I guess that's the question. To what extent are we asking for an overhaul of everything, or are we asking for 3 items specifically in response to a request that was made by the board on a previous motion, I don't know that there's appetite to reopen everything. Like, if that's the suggestion, I'm not sure that's where we were going. We asked for these identified items, but we didn't want to limit it strictly to that. I don't know. You go ahead, Member Carey. I'm trying to wrestle with the.
Yeah, based on what Superintendent Dixon said, if this report or draft amendment to board rule is going to be referred to committee first, then I would be okay with this language as it stands now. I just think it wouldn't be appropriate to bring it back to the full board without having that committee vetting process first, and I would recommend finance to do that.
Yeah, okay. It is. It's a SOEP is fun.
Where's the challenge?
All right, we'll have fun with it in finance. We could handle it. I'll wait for Chair Norton. That's the committee I'm on. But all right, we'll figure that out. So that is the direction. It would go to committee for consideration of a rule, and then forwarding to this board whatever the committee sees appropriate. So, all right. Any other discussion to that motion? We got a second, correct? Did we get a second?
Yeah, we got
I second it. All right. Gosh, what time is it? Okay. Motion is that the board direct staff to prepare a draft amendment to board rule in the statewide online education program, including the following 3 elements to demonstrate the applicant maintains safeguards appropriate to the protection of sensitive data, including personally identifiable information protected under the FERPA nonprofit status, and an alternative option for lack of academic records. So, okay. If seeing no further comments, members, please vote.
Chair Moss?
Yes. Member Green?
Christina is a no.
Oh, Member Bogus is a no. Member Green?
Thank you. No.
Member Green's a no. Let's see, we're still missing 2.
You're voting over there for people. For some reason, I really thought this was Member Bogus, but Member Klein's not here, and I can't undo a vote. I can just change it.
Can you hit cancel?
Can we change it to a
You changed
absent?
it to an abstain, didn't you?
I changed it to an abstain.
Well,
Cancel at the bottom. There's
let's see if we can cancel. We don't want abstain.
Well, maybe we need to reboot the.
We could start the vote again.
Yeah, let's revote.
All right, that's fine. No, you're trying to get it right. New system still. All right, so we're gonna vacate that and revote. All right, again, same motion to direct staff. Member Booth? Okay.
So we should be down 2, so 13.
Yes, we're down to revote, so there should be 13 votes. Member Bogus was a no, and Member Green was a no. Is that correct? Okay. We got those on there.
So we need revotes. You need to revote.
Still got a couple more.
Like, we're at 9. I know there's not that many missing.
Any more? We got 2 more to vote.
Okay, that's it.
All right, that covers it with 13 members voting. That passes 11-2. The noes are Member Bogus, Member Green, Member Klein and Member Booth absent, I believe, correct? All right. Okay, thank you very much. I turned it off. Okay. Superintendent's report. Let us turn to Superintendent Dixon.
Thank you. Chair Moss, if I may ask for student art recognition at the beginning. It's kind of split between Employee of the Month on the agenda. So Lori, are you ready? Dr. Norman? Just want to make sure we're calling for our arts team to come up and present student art. Yes, you were. It's all good. Need a podium mic.
Hello, board. My name is Jamie Workman, and I am the BTS specialist here at USBE. And I have the privilege today to introduce some BTS art. So I'm going to start, but we're going to do like normal, but then we're going to do a couple things a little differently today. So the first thing I would like to direct your attention is these beautiful aspen trees. And this was made by the Midway Elementary School, 4th grade. And our new position of coach for a rural area given by Liz Brown, this was taught to teach the teacher how to implement more arts in her everyday. So there's two main things that they learned in conjunction with how to watercolor these. And the first thing was how organisms work together to create a pando that we have here in Utah. The other thing, which I specifically loved, was that this is now our state tree, which is the aspen. It used to be the Colorado blue spruce. And it was changed by a group of 4th graders writing in. So they have a wonderful civic lesson with this learning how to paint and with science standards as well. And that is wonderful integration. We also over here have on the younger end, kindergarten students creating fall leaves. And one of their core standards was learning about the weather patterns and seasons. And so this they related to warm and cool colors and the changes of season. In the back, and that is from Duchesne Elementary. In the back, we also have examples of different natural systems that they were doing in a really quick way so they could promote ecosystems. So here is the time for something different. If you look over here, there are some QR codes. These QR codes are linked to student videos in music and dance. And so we kind of set this up so we can keep some of the students' privacy from being shown on YouTube. So I know that you guys sit a lot, so I would encourage you to stand and go scan them. But we also have a copy for each of you if you'd like us to bring it around. So that, and the biggest thank you for supporting the BTS Arts program. It is amazing what our very qualified teachers are getting up to. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jamie. And I would encourage you all to do as Jamie has asked, and that we stand up and go look at those I'm sure we'll have a break shortly. Thank you. I love that so much. Thank you. All right. With the great assist of Ryan. I would like to introduce to you our Employee of the Month, who many of you know, and some of you who have been around a bit have known, Coordinator Wendy Morton from Career and Technical Education for quite a while. I was so thrilled to see her nominated. It's one of those where you see the nomination come across, and the Employee of the Month committee sends it forward to me, our Employee Action Committee rather, and I have to approve or not approve. And of course, I've never disapproved anyone that I can remember. But in particular, when I saw Wendy's name, I was really thrilled because she has been a leader in this organization for a very long time. She's the kind of person, this is from her nominator. She is the kind of person that you always hope you'll get to work with. She's dependable, innovative, and always understands the big picture of our work. She strives to serve our stakeholders and to earn their trust in all that she does. She's always looking for ways to improve processes. She is a well-respected leader in our state and across the country, actually. People call her from all over the country to ask her questions. Now, I have to tell you that I didn't realize, I may have mentioned this before, but I didn't realize until this summer that I think we're the only state that requires CTE for graduation. And so many other states are working on initiatives trying to figure out how to get their kids engaged in career and technical education, which was really surprising to me. I just assumed it was a requirement for everyone. So a lot of people call and ask about the programs we have. How do we get so many pathways up and going? And Wendy is really well respected for her knowledge. I personally know that anything I need to know about career and technical education, I can ask Wendy, and she really has data behind it. She's very data driven and has brought that to the forefront. When we're in leadership council or in different calls, Wendy always asks really good questions that are data-based. She wants to know what's working, how will things make a difference. She's just an awesome employee. She has the highest ethics in her work. She really is great at managing funds and providing checks and balances. So when you talk about internal controls, Wendy is somebody who really understands that and brings that to career and technical education and teaches all of us. So we're really proud to honor Wendy. Unfortunately, she can't be here. She had a family emergency today, so she isn't here with us. But when you see Wendy, please give her a shout out or send her an email or a text. She is awesome, and we all love working with Wendy. She's been a great support to our educators and our students for many years. So congratulations to Wendy Morton. So recently, I had this great opportunity. It's a blessing and a gift to travel, and I had this opportunity to be in Prague. And I was in the Jewish quarters and went to a number of synagogues, and I came across something that just stopped me in my tracks. And I really took it in, and I wanted to share it with you as a precursor to the goal that we'll be talking about in reporting out the strategic plan on the significance of teachers and leaders. You all know that the teacher is the number one factor in school that makes a difference in student outcomes, and the leader is second to that. So I ran across a teacher that I want to tell you about, and thanks to Ryan, he found this great quote that I'll read for those online who may not be watching. Friedel's teaching, it's titled The Role of Teachers. Friedel's teaching, the time spent drawing with her, are among the fondest memories of my life. Terezin made it more poignant, but it would have been the same anywhere in the world. Friedel was the only one who taught without ever asking for anything in return. She just gave of herself. And this came from Erna Furman, who was a student. So let me tell you a little bit about Friedel Dicker Brandeis. In the fall of 1942, Brandeis received a deportation order. And on December 17th, she was sent to Terezin, which was a Jewish ghetto and concentration camp in the Czech Republic. And it's about, I think, 40 miles north of Prague. As an art teacher in Terezin, she saw her goal as restoring the shaken inner world of the children. She used a system to develop emotional concentration in order to compensate for the chaos of time and space. While there in the ghetto, she taught drawing to hundreds of children. She also designed sets and costumes for children's performances. She made an exhibition of children's drawings in the basement of her house. In October of 1944, Friedel was deported to Auschwitz together with some of her students, where she was killed. After her death, over 5,000 drawings made in her classes were found, and most of them are now in the Jewish Museum in Prague. I had the privilege to see probably 30 of these drawings that were in a particular synagogue. And they were thematic in the way that they were grouped together. So you saw where she would say, draw your favorite childhood memory or draw a holiday memory, really trying to keep them positive, but also drawing on, what they're feeling now. And so the drawings didn't need any words. You could just look at the drawing and think about the child behind the pencil, the crayon, the watercolor. So I was so struck by the difference that this teacher made for students in the worst of times. And for better or worse, our teachers are showing up every day, and I'm thinking about some of the time we spend on a word. This is certainly not a criticism because you're working so hard to get things right. But sometimes we'll spend, a long time on just getting a word right, and I have to stop and wonder, would that have made a difference to Mrs. To Friedel, and how does it make a difference to our teachers in the classrooms now? And I hope we always think about that. I believe you have that in your heart always when you're making these decisions. How does this affect our teachers, our leaders, and our kiddos? And maybe that's a way to sort through what matters and what doesn't. So with that, I want to go through, I didn't mean to start out in a somber way, but it's just such a powerful role that I wanted to share with you about a woman who, for a couple of years, really kept kids together through her work and her focus, not only just with art, but really helping them be disconnected from chaos for a bit. I also went on some school visits, and this was during the interim meeting in St. George, and I took the opportunity to see a brand new high school, Career Tech High, which you've heard me talk about. The best source of information is always, for me, interviewing students. So I had the opportunity to interview this group of students, and they're from a variety of schools. And in this particular school, they are picked up at their home school, bused into Career Tech High, and then they spend the day there. So they have their core courses there, unlike some of our other programs that we've talked about, Catalyst and Granite Technical Institute and Jordan Tech Center. And a lot of these, they do their core classes and then come for the technical courses. In this particular case, those core courses follow the standards, but they're also woven into the technical pathways that they get. So it was just really marvelous to see the different kinds of roles that they have for adults in the system as well, of mentors and those who can kind of shepherd them into apprenticeships and internships. And in its first year, the kids are so enthusiastic. They come as far away as Enterprise, which, remember, Norton is probably 45-minute bus ride at least. And a lot of the kids were by car 45, and a lot of kids from Hurricane and all of the schools around. So they come a great distance, but really a great concept. And I loved interacting with the teachers who were so excited to be there, and the kids were very excited. The next school I visited was really thinking about literacy. And again, just trying to be more focused this year on my classroom visits and using ULEAD and our data from literacy and numeracy, and trying to get out and see where can we see great outcomes from students. So I was able to visit South Mesa Elementary. They have a very high percentage of their students who are reading at grade level by third grade, and great proficiency scores. Their principal, who's in the middle, and their assistant principal both have their reading endorsements and have taken their entire staff through letters training. So they're all not only fully trained, but these two as leaders know what to look for in the classroom because they've been through a reading endorsement, the letters training, and the leadership training around letters. Their whole community, the parents, everybody's engaged in a literacy effort, and it's paying off. Listen, the library is just a magical place to be, both in decor and the contests, and it's a place kids thrive in. They love to be in the library. And then last but not least, George Washington Academy. And Chair Moss, you can help me if I misstate this, but I think it's one of our oldest, our veteran, I will say, charter schools. It's definitely, I think, the first one that was in St. George, if I'm not. Oh, Royce, you're still back there. So you can, am I getting it even close? It's been around a while. 20 years. Okay. I love George Washington. It was a great, fun place to be. And these were my student docents. And I tried to fit the little guy on the right into my purse to bring him home with me. He was just a little too big. He didn't quite fit. but they were so articulate about the creed of their school. They can tell you about their values, their creed, what they're studying, why they're studying it, and they were so articulate. But their values and the culture of the school are as important to these kiddos as the academic subjects that they're studying. Now, they were weaving them all together, and they could tell you why academics were important, but also articulate then the values on top of the academics. And they've got just great leadership there, and it was a very fun place to visit. I think the adults said very little, and the students said it all. They were awesome. So based on those school visits, just the role of the teacher and the leader keep coming back to me about whatever we can do to provide the resources they need and the room, meaning get out of the way when we can, for them to be innovative and do their best work. And just really had such an excellent experience in Washington County schools, including the charter school there. So as we move into our goals, I would just share appreciation to you all for focusing on teachers and leaders. You do it often, and it's very much appreciated. I want to talk to you and report back to you about how staff is following through on the strategies of the strategic plan. Excuse me. So 2A is to support districts and schools in providing effective mentoring for beginning educators and leaders. And I will tell you that I've been around a long time, and we have stayed away from doing anything top-down with mentoring. We've had some standards in place for mentoring, but we've lacked in resources. And while there's some out there, and we've dabbled here and there, this strategy has provided a way for our schools to have comprehensive support. So we've engaged in creating an endorsement, which we've had people asking for a while. And our leaders out in our schools feel like with this mentor endorsement, there's consistency, and the mentors out there are well trained and know what to look for. So we have had 5 LEAs who have applied to take mentors through endorsement. So they've taken what we do and they've said, we want to give these endorsements out in our district. And we expect that there will be over 40 applications for more LEAs to do so. We've had about 70 applicants or 70 mentors go through the program. And then we've also awarded 0.5 credit, USBE credit, for each, excuse me, for each of the required modules in the endorsement. Sorry about that. So we also, you can see here, we have a list that I'll show you in a minute, but we've also in 2B assisted districts and schools in providing continuous personalized professional learning for educators and leaders. So again, coaching, just like mentoring, coaching's been around a long time, decades, right, Dr. Norman? And there has been some malpractice in the name of instructional coaching. So we've had standards out there, there have been resources, but we haven't always coalesced around how can we support with resources, training modules, et cetera, endorsements, things that the field has been asking for. So we have responded with an instructional coaching endorsement, and you can see there that over 850 educators have obtained their own instructional coaching endorsement. And many of them have used the tools that we've developed here at USBE, and it has really created a talent pipeline for LEAs, because one of the things we know about retention is that if you can find ways for teachers to stay in the classroom and find ways to be leaders, of which coaching is one, mentoring is one, that they're more likely to stay. So feeling like they're making a difference and they have a different skill set, we have seen coaches and mentors impact retention for sure. Here are the LEAs that are facilitating their own endorsement courses. Most of them, in fact, I think all of them are using our tools, and they partner with us in doing so. Granite has an asterisk by their name because they have their own endorsement, but they partner with our staff and with the University of Utah to facilitate that work. So it's pretty exciting to see everybody that's involved. Strategy 2F is increasing the supply of transformational school leaders across the state. And what we mean by transformational is taking their schools from good to great, or their schools from schools that are struggling into schools that are really thriving. And so it's helping leaders with those skills around culture, rigor, high academic standards, community involvement, parent relations, all of those kinds of things. So we have these professional principal networks, PPNs for short, so that we've added another acronym to our very long list of education acronyms. And we've contracted with the Utah Education Policy Center, who provides facilitator training, and we compensate the facilitators for this work. And I think you can see those on the next slide, right? Yes, so you can see the different networks to include like new Beverly Taylor Sorensen Arts specialists, principals, new principals in the elementary level, new principals at the high school level. I want to give a shout out to Assistant Superintendent Nilsson. I don't know if Darren's still out there in the audience. Darren, will you stand? Or is he in the overflow? Okay, Darren, stand there in that doorway. We need a spotlight on you, though. So Darren did some, Assistant Superintendent Nelson did some great work when he was in Box Elder. And I was in another district at the time, and then here at the state office, and I got to watch him really transform leadership in a district. And I so appreciate, Darren, what you've brought to the state in informing these PPNs, and a lot of this leadership framework. So Darren would never take the credit for it, but his leadership has so influenced the work that we're doing with school leaders, and it's really making a difference in this state. So I wanted to acknowledge him and not tell anybody that I was going to do that, including him. So thank you, Assistant Superintendent Nelson, for the influence that you've had on leadership.
Hey, Sid, Dr. Dixon, can I
Yes,
make a
ma'am.
statement about that?
Yes, and I'm finished with my presentation, so
okay.
perfect timing.
Thank you. I actually had the opportunity to lead one of those PPNs, and it was an amazing experience. We were in the Wasatch Front, and it was a mix of charter, traditional LEA, grade levels, types of schools. And one thing in particular that the participants talked about was the, now I can't even think of it. What is it? Problem of practice protocol. And the problem of practice protocol, it's a problem-solving, brainstorming activity where all members participate, and it's amazing the outcomes of those. And I know several of the participants have taken those back to their districts, and including myself, and trained principals, groups of principals. So while the PPNs might be small, they are mighty, and it's not a big, it doesn't cost a lot of money. It's not terribly flashy, but it has some of the biggest impact of any professional development I've been involved in. So thank you. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you for that feedback. Appreciate that. Back to you,
All
Charles.
right, thank you. Thank you all. All right, let's move to the consent calendar then. Any motions for the consent calendar? Vice Chair Earl, or Hart, sorry. Did somebody beat you to it? Member Klein.
I will pull the minutes, whatever number that is. Oh.
Oh, there we go.
Say a quick comment about superintendent's report.
Sure.
I know we moved on kind of quickly, but I just want to mention that the visit that you made to St. George, the principal there in the South Mesa Elementary, I just saw her picture up there, and she happens to live in my sister's neighborhood in St. George. And I was down there visiting one time, and she happened to be teaching a church class that I was at. And she apologized to the class, and she said, "I'm sorry that I'm so teary today." She said, "I just love my students and my teachers so much, and my students' families." And she said, some things were said about us online that were not true. and it just caught on like wildfire and it spread all around. And she said, it is so painful to watch these people who come here every day and work their guts out for these kids and see how they're suffering right now because of this situation. And I don't know her at all. I walked up to her after the class. I said, you don't know me. You don't even care who I am. But I gave her a hug and I said, I see you. I see you. And if I had that problem with you, I would have come to you personally and found out what the situation was and what the context was. And so I'm grateful. She just said to me, I don't know how much longer I can do this. So I'm really happy to see her up there on the screen, that she's still there and she was there for that visit. This was a couple of years ago. And I just want to thank you, Superintendent, for going out to these schools, because these folks who work really hard for our kids, they sometimes get they have real feelings and they want to be seen. So thank you for going out and seeing our people in every geography area all over the state. I just think it's a wonderful thing that you do. So thank you for doing that.
I went several years ago with you, Dr. Dixon, to a few schools in Salt Lake, and I don't know if that was a one-time opportunity, but I would just say I love to be invited to those visits if you have time and your schedule allows. And it's always easier for me. Some of you are really good about just going into schools, and I do it occasionally, but I'm much better if I go with Dr. Dixon, because she always has a greater purpose than I do. So I'd love to be able to do that if you're doing that again.
Salt Lake's on my list.
Great. Thank you.
East side, west side.
Yeah.
I'll try to cover them all.
All right, thank you. And back to the consent calendar. Do we have any member Hart, Vice Chair Hart?
I move that we approve the consent calendar minus the meeting minutes.
Is there a second?
Two separate actions.
Okay, so that's item number 1. So are you moving item 1, which is everything but the minutes?
Well, I'm moving everything that's in 14.
Okay, it's effectively action item number 1. Okay. We have one action item, which is contacts
No,
agreements.
it's just it looks to me like, just a point of information.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the approval of the minutes is just listed separately.
Is separate. So yeah, we have an information item, which is action item 2. We have minutes as action item 3. So I take Vice Chair Hart's motion to be addressed to what's left, which is action item 1. 2 action items under the consent calendar, correct. One is contacts and agreements, one is the minutes. So this motion goes to number 1. Correct. All right, so the motion's being made to approve all in number 1. Is there a second? Second. Any discussion of that motion? You're holding on the minutes, correct? Item number 3. On this one, you've got a comment on action item 1?
Yeah, I would just speak against both the contracts, the contract and the grant.
Okay.
On item number 1.
All right.
Yeah.
With that discussion, seeing no further lights, can we can vote? All right, let's vote. The motion is to approve action item
Chair,
number
may I?
1. Sorry, is that?
Chair, may I?
Yes, is that member Bogus?
It is Member Bogus, sir.
Yes.
I just would offer that in reviewing the contracts, there is a disclosure in the contract that would govern the Utah Fit Scholarship of every student in the state, not just the students that apply for the information. And I think that as a body, that should cause us overwhelming consternation, because it's not just the students who participate in the program, it's every child and their PII. And so I would just put that out there before we vote. Members can make their own decisions, sir. Thank you.
So where's it located?
Disclosure, could I ask disclosure to whom?
To the party of the contract.
The program manager. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Does she have a?
So it's not authorizing disclosure to other parties, but you're saying it discloses all students in the state's PII to the program manager. What page is that?
Sir, that is how I read it, yes.
Do you know what page we should?
It is cited. I apologize, sir, I'm on Zoom.
No worries.
My understanding is that it was for the purposes of verification. And I just think that that's something we should look into.
Okay. Excuse me. All right. We actually were mid-vote, so that can affect or influence the vote. Let's continue with the vote. It is open. The motion is to approve all consent contract items. So let's proceed with the vote.
Green is no.
Bogus is
Sorry,
no.
Bogus is no. Green? Okay, green is no, correct? All right, so Bogus
Correct.
is no, green is no. Okay, we've lost member Booth. Is that the only one we're missing? Sorry, so this is the motion was to approve all of the contract items in item number 1, the consent calendar. Okay. Well, let's read the vote. We're voting. We've got the vote is 9-5. That passes. The noes are member Wood, member Green, member Bogus, member Davis, and member Klein. So I'm sorry. Back to member Klein. There's a question. The vote's been taken. Is that a follow-up
it-
about just gathering information related to the question
yeah,
that
I
was
just
raised?
wondered if we have a staff member that knows the contract well enough that could point us to that section so we could take a look at it. And then if somebody that voted on the prevailing side could bring it back if we see that it's problematic.
Where's it located at?
That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, I don't think we heard it. I know member Bogus is joining us by.
She might be online. It's like 138
Director
pages,
Chalice?
so it'd be helpful if someone could point us.
I'm
I'm happy to speak
to.
Yes.
Why?
I was just going to say, if Board Member Bogus could describe her question again and the page number, I think I might know. I think I have a sense of what it is, but I don't think I heard the question well enough or what she was hoping for clarification on.
Member Bogus, are you able to rephrase the question or repeat it?
Yes, sir. There is a section in that contract that authorizes the release of every student in the state and their PII for the purposes of verification.
Do you know where that might be in the contract?
Sir, I'm sorry, I don't. I wish that I was in front of my computer. I would find it for you.
No worries. Well, I think we're digging through. Deputy Stallings, I think, has a beat on it.
We can follow up with her and bring it back to you.
Or Director Chalice, do you know the contract or what that provision's about, where it might be if it is?
Yeah, I don't, thanks, Chair. This is Katie Chalice, Director of Privacy. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, I can speak to this if you'd like. I can't point to the part of the contract that Member Bogus is referring to, but I can explain to you how this data sharing would work. So
Sure.
the legislature has charged the program manager with determining eligibility of students who apply for participation. This would require USBE to give the program manager relevant information about those students when they apply. So it is true that the program manager would need access to student information for any student who applies, but they don't receive that information until the student applies, and then they check the information based on that application, if that makes sense. So there wouldn't be like an extensive.
So do we
Yes,
have,
exactly. They're check in response to the application.
okay, follow up, Vice Chair Earl? or
Yeah, I
Member
just
Klein?
was,
Yes,
and
sir.
the question is so they can't actually check the information until after there's an enrollment or whatever the process is, right?
Yeah, and admittedly, like this is going to require some discussion with USBE staff and the program manager and how to do that technologically. I imagine there will probably be some kind of API that we need to establish, but that's definitely, for me personally, as the privacy director, that's really important to me to make sure that the program manager only has access to information as needed and not carte blanche.
Okay, thank you.
Member Klein, does that, or Member Bogus, did that answer the question? Okay. We did vote. Member Davis? What?
Yeah, I'm looking at 38. It's got a lot of limitations on it.
Okay. Norton, yeah, I guess we've got an order. Member Norton, Member Klein, Member Davis?
I'm also looking in I looked in section 119 and saw some things, but I'm also looking in section 38 and it's very limited. It shall be limited to the necessary and directly related to the contractor's responsibilities. It's only provided for the writing of the scope of the work. It goes through over and over and limits that all on the data.
Okay. To the needs related to the applicants. Member Davis?
No, section 38.
Yeah.
9.
Did I miss it this somewhere? How many applied?
We're just putting
You mean contract? There were. No.
How many applied to be the Utah Fits All manager?
4.
5? And they all got relatively low scores? And they're just getting, this is an out-of-state entity that's getting $10 million. They're just throwing it out there. There's nothing we can do about it, I guess, because it is what it is, but just putting it out there.
Okay. All right. I think that covers that item. We still have the action item for the minutes, which is action item 3. That was pulled, but it was already kind of separate anyway. So is there a motion related to the minutes?
I move we approve the minutes.
Is there a second? Seconded. Any discussion of that motion? If not, let's vote. Motion is to approve the minutes.
Green is a yes.
Thank you.
Bogus is a yes.
Thank you, Member Bogus. We've got everybody. Voting is unanimous. That passes. And that concludes the consent calendar. So let's go to the monthly budget report and Deputy Superintendent Jones. Oh, sorry. Member Davis?
Sorry.
Okay. Deputy Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones. So this is the monthly budget report. I can attest that the Utah State Board of Education and all of the, or the entire budget within Department 400 is, we're able to meet all of our obligations and commitments. We continue to ensure internal controls across the whole enterprise or across all of the different sections that make up Department 400. Pending any questions, sir, I can move it your direction to the next item in the monthly budget report.
See no lights. Let's proceed.
So we always try, again, earlier, I stated about how important it is for us to try and make sure that you have the latest and greatest information. I understand there might be some concerns about that this was just added. This being the results of the October 1 counts. We have to go through a pretty intensive process of ensuring accuracy and reliability in these counts. We did that process and we've come to this consensus on these numbers with our partners in GOPB, or the governor's office and the legislative fiscal analyst. At this time, Chair, I think it would benefit the board if you would call on Director Sam Urey and minimum school program coordinator, Del Frost, to just provide just an overview of what the results of this. We anticipate there will be some media inquiries on these numbers. And as you all know, these numbers are what really is probably the biggest and most important pieces of data that go into determining funding levels, both at the upcoming mid-year update for the current fiscal year and then for FY25. So, Chair Moss, at your direction, could you recognize Director Uri and Mr. Frost?
Yeah, just go. Yes, please. Thank you both.
So, just go ahead and give them the overview. And
Good evening, board members. Sam Uri, School Finance Director. With me is Dale Frost, MSP Administrator. As you can see here, we did see a slight increase in charter enrollments, along with a slight decrease in district enrollments overall. It's worth noting, I think, that as we look at grade bands and declining birth rates across the state, I'm a Utah native and have always heard that Utah is just going to keep growing, right? And I did my part. I have 3 kids, 2 who are in the public school system. But we have seen that trend hold, that these declining birth rates, and so MSP Administrator Frost just let me know that in the K through 3 grade bands, those grades are averaging about 5,000 students less than those grades from 4th through 12th. So 9th through 12th. Thank you for the correction there. So we are seeing quite a dramatic shift there in those incoming students in the lower grades. And so we are projecting, if you look on the far right there at the very bottom, we are projecting next year another decline in enrollment overall of 0.6%. So, you could think of that as a projection to remain mostly flat there, but happy to address questions. We didn't want to go too far into a district by district analysis, but we feel pretty confident just based on the data that we're not demographers ourselves, but based on the data that we've collected and our partners in the system, we feel confident that this is a wise and conservative projection going into next year. And again, the October 1 data doesn't lie. This is what we have in the system. So, MSP Administrator Frost, anything to add?
Go ahead, Dale.
Chair Dale Frost, MSP Administrator. Did you want us also to cover the next document, or are you going into that next?
We can. The next document is the kindergarten data on full day versus half day, but happy to address any October 1 data questions or projections for fiscal year 25.
Could you scroll? I know we have this in backup. I wonder if you might just scroll up a little bit into the district section. Or is that a separate?
That's at the top. Yep.
Yeah.
Right there.
I do want to note for the board, as we make a press release, the numbers will seem to be just a little bit different. There are some students who might be partially enrolled in one or another LEA. So the total count will be just slightly lower than what you see here, but the overall trends and numbers are the same. It's still a 0.3 overall decrease in the student count.
I know you're not demographers, but I see a 3 significant increases in rural counties, right? Iron, Garfield, and Nebo. Is that something we're seeing out there? What's the difference?
We can't speak to that. That's actually related to online program enrollments. There was a large online program that shifted from Tooele to the Nebo School District, and so you're seeing that reflected. Though
Is that Garfield
there-
as well?
There
Yeah,
are
so
partly online.
There is some actual growth in Iron County. I have a cousin that's a home builder in Iron County, so but so there is some growth there in Iron and in Nebo. I'm not as aware of much growth in Garfield specifically, but most of it's related to online student enrollment.
Yeah, so Chair, if I may add, so if you look at Nebo, they were up about 7,400 students, and Tooele is down about 8,000. Almost all of that is that move from My Tech High, just the contract. And then it's on a much smaller scale is Garfield. But Iron, a lot of that growth is actual students. So the biggest changes is that movement between Tooele and Nebo. We do have some growth in pockets, as you can see. Overall, our district enrollments are down slightly.
Got it. Other questions? Member Klein?
Do we know who took over the contract for My Tech High?
Nebo School District.
Nebo
Oh,
School
they
District,
did. Okay. Okay. And then, do you know the numbers, and are they being tracked, of the influx of students from outside the country, like coming across the border, that have been coming into Utah? Do we know what the numbers are for that, to have a better picture of what's really going on?
I can speak to that, Chair, if I may. Member Klein, we do, so our enrollment models, the two main things we look at are those who are kindergarten age, so we look at the births, essentially 5 years ago, and then the in-migration from out of state. And the reason we've been growing as a population has been that in-migration has eclipsed the declines in births. And this year was really the first time that there was that switched. For example, the births are down about 5,000 compared to the graduating class. So to answer your question, Member Klein, immigration was a little over 3,000 students this coming year from out of state into this.
Follow up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I'm
so
sorry.
does out of state include those coming, like
So
refugees or
that is
illegals, or
everyone-
just anybody coming?
Correct. Sorry, we're not looking. I apologize. We don't know the specifics of those. We just know the total head count of students that came from out of state, but we don't have a breakdown beyond that.
So we don't know how many have been sent here that came across the border. That's not being tracked anywhere?
If I may, Chair, we don't have that data at this point. It may be helpful for us to reach out to our partners at the Gardner Policy Institute at the University of Utah to see if they're tracking that more closely, and we can get that data for you.
So when a student enrolls, where they're coming from ascertained? Do they have to say, they were just sent here after crossing the border? I mean, when they come across, they're put on a bus or a plane and sent to lots of different locations. It should be something that should be trackable, instead of just treated like just another kid that came from another state. To see if they're new to the United States, that's illegal? But the federal government, I would think, is tracking that as part of everything that's happening down there. There should be some record that's being kept, right, of who's being shipped where.
So schools are not allowed to discriminate against a student based on whether they're here legally or illegally.
Well,
under
that's not my
Filer
question,
versus
though.
Doe. And so schools don't schools don't ask generally whether they came here legally or illegally, or where they, I don't know that that's something that's asked.
Hold on, let's just have follow up.
So these
Member
numbers
Klein.
are being obfuscated, like the growth and the decline are being obfuscated by not knowing that information. So we can't tell how that influx is affecting our enrollment.
Is that the question then? Whether
Yeah.
we know within the in-migration numbers, which of those are cross-the-border immigrants? Do we know that?
Chair,
By border, I'm talking U.S. border, right?
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Chair, I understand Board Member Klein's question. The appropriate answer at this time is we do not have that level of detail of information at this time, nor do we know for sure, or certainly everything is dependent on how the schools are coding children that come in to enroll in that particular school. What I can do is get with our data and statistics team. If Board Member Klein will, approve this or allow us to do it and follow up on her questions, because again, I know that we have particular codes that we train the LEAs to use, but the level of detail on whether or not we can distinguish precisely where a child came from, I'm not sure that that's available, but we certainly can check and follow up with Board Member Klein.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Are there federal entities that are keeping a record of where they're sending these people as they come across the border? Do we know that? Or is that something you can check on?
Yeah. I could tell you what I know from my experience with Homeland Security, but my answer is yes, I think so, to the fullest extent they're capable of doing that. I mean, we all know that there's, and I'm not taking any position that there's concern with this, our southern border, and that there very well could possibly be individuals with children that cross that are not documented as crossing at a certain time. The extent of that, I'm not aware of.
Oh, not intentionally. Hit your button. My apologies.
No, you're good, ma'am. So we let us, we understand your questions. We understand your concern. Let us take some time to follow up on those specifics.
Well, and let me
Yeah,
just say one more thing.
I didn't do that one.
That was me. Go ahead. Then we'll turn it to Vice Chair Hart.
Okay, when they come across the border, government officials are putting people on planes and trains and shipping them to different parts of the country. We may not be able to know how many are actually coming across on foot on their own,
Right.
but those that are shipped to different places, there should be a record of that.
Yeah.
My husband having worked down on the border
Sure.
and understanding how this operates. So,
Yeah, Chair Moss?
Yes.
So I
Go ahead.
agree and concur with Board Member Klein. I am not prepared at this time to provide the level of detail that she's asking for, but I can later if she's amenable to that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Vice Chair Hart.
Did My Tech High add a site or change a site? So do we see a corresponding decrease in
Tooele.
Tooele? Do we know why they did that?
Twilla?
Why'd they switch the program? What's that?
Pulled out. Twilla pulled out on them.
Oh. Okay. Does anyone know why?
Yeah. Talk to me later.
All right.
All right, back to Sam. Director Yuri, excuse me.
Okay, and if I can clarify, we do not believe at this time that there's a need to change the fiscal year 25 projections. We do feel, along with our partners at the Governor's Office and the Legislative Fiscal Analyst's Office, that our total projections here are accurate, regardless of that, taking into account different refugee situations. So. But we are happy to provide additional data as needed. If there are no further questions here, we'll move on to the kindergarten counts.
I don't see any lights. Oh, Member Carey? Sorry.
Just a point of information. I want to go back to the time that I thought I heard Deputy Superintendent Jones said he had experience with the Department of Homeland Security. Okay, just wanted to make sure I heard that right. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Got some stories. In the right forum. Right. All right. Back to Director Yuri.
Very good. I unfortunately do have some experience with Homeland Security as well. My firstborn was actually born in Mexico because I taught in a border district, and I paid a $5 cash copay for him. And so when we had our second on the American side of the border, I was flabbergasted to get thousands of dollars in medical bills. But anyway, so the kindergarten counts here. Our overall totals are there at the top. We have 34,911 full-day kindergartners, 10,345 half-day kindergartners, for a percentage of 77% full-day and 23% half-day. If you'll recall, during the last legislative session, the legislature moved to fund a full WPU for each kindergarten student and family choosing to have that student enroll in full day kindergarten. As you can see, it does vary by district according to their space and availability, but the legislature has been willing to fund that full WPU, and by and large, we've seen those districts and charter schools really take advantage of that, and parents and families as well. So we know specifically our largest district, Alpine, where there's just 45% full day. They do have a lot of space considerations. They've gone through lots of growth recently and things, but across the board there, large numbers of families are appreciative and taking advantage of this option. If we can scroll, yeah. I will note and give many kudos to our data and statistics team who there were some challenges in different LEAs reporting correct kindergarten, what we call the type code, so whether they were full day or half day, and so they moved heaven and earth to make sure that we contacted all those LEAs and collected the correct data as of October 1. But happy to answer any other questions there.
Member Davis?
Waiting.
Oh, there we go.
Do we have a total number of age eligible students that participate in kindergarten? Like, what percent of the kids who are that age in the state are doing any kindergarten at all? Because it's not compulsory. How many are choosing it? At either half or full? I mean, what's just the total doing it at all?
Chair, I can begin to answer that question.
Sure. Dale, thanks.
It's Chair, Member Davis, it's a little tricky to answer because, we do have folks coming in from out of state. But, there are about, we looked at the kindergarten age population, there are about 47,000. And the kindergarten incoming class is more like 45,000. So hopefully I'll give you an idea. So, and then it does, so it was 46,000 last year, and then the first grade class was 48,000. So there is an uptake between kindergarten and first grade. And I don't know if that can help you kind of get a sense, but the vast majority of students from the data that we can see do attend kindergarten, either half day or full day. But there is a handful of students that attend first grade. I don't know if that answers the
Well,
question.
they skip kindergarten and go straight to first grade?
I'm just telling you the numbers. I don't know. I I don't know exactly how they
they're
get to
that
first
age.
grade. I just know that the first grade class
This
is
is 96% are attending kindergarten. Okay.
Or home.
It's a
Or do
lot,
we
though.
track home?
96% is a lot.
May I also make one point about half day? So we said half day, the statute says that, you know, to qualify for full day K, you have to have the same schedule as first through third grade. So there are some extended days and situations that are part of, those half day just means funded at the half day level.
Can you repeat what you just said?
So what statute requires is that you have the same schedule, the same number of hours as first through third grade to qualify for a full day kindergarten student.
Every day, all day?
The same as first through third is what the statute says. So that there's still local control on their schedule, but it has to.
Okay. Yeah, okay, thank you.
That's all I was trying to say is that there are some, you know, half day encompasses more than just what we think of typically as half day.
Got it. Thank you. Any other questions or comments from board members? I'll just echo the thanks to the data team. I know the first year of this full day, half day was a trick, and our folks were scrambling to get the data right. So our thanks to them. That's a lot of checking around, a lot of LEAs out there. So thank you. All right. Does that conclude the budget report, or is there? Okay. Thank you much. All right. We will go to agenda item 16. Oh, did I miss Deputy Jones? Sorry.
Yeah.
I was stampeding away. I forgot we still have the discretionary
Sir,
funds.
I tried to
Back to you.
I tried not to be a diva and come to the front, but if you're going to mute me, then. Okay, so discretionary funds report for your review. This is an updated report, so you can see the comparison of the reports from last month to this month. What's especially your key takeaway here is we do have some funds that are available or unobligated. You can see that in the upper right-hand corner under the column remaining. Please take a look at the tax delay fund. There's over $5 million there. That's unrestricted money. We encourage board members at your direction to come with ideas on how to utilize that funding. Then you can scroll down a little further and see that the updates that occurred at your direction, what projects are open right now, and what. If there's the other report too. You can see the changes that were made at your direction. Sir, subject to any questions or concerns on the discretionary funds report, we can move to the presentation on the CARES and the CARES Act funding.
Any comments or questions? Seeing no lights, let's go to CARES.
Good evening, Board. Jessica Kerr, your CARES Education Specialist here at the agency. It's always funny, and it was not planned. It was not planned. I know, wouldn't that make it so much easier? Anyway, sorry. So if we could go to the next slide. So this is just giving you an overview of all of our CARES funding. I do want to highlight that 1, 2, and 3 are currently their grant life has ended. So the only one that's currently open is like the American Rescue Plan. So if we'll move on to the next one. This one highlights kind of the award, the amount, the purpose of the funds, and the distribution method, along with the number of awards and the deadline to be used. On to the next one. This is our ESSER award in K-12. We do like to highlight that 90% of our awards have gone to the LEAs, 0.5% to the state admin, and 9.5% to the state reserve. If you'll go to the next one. 100% of Utah K-12 COVID-19 relief funds are obligated. We do like to highlight that for you each time we present to you. If you'll go to the next one. This is our first round of CARES. These funds haven't changed since the last time I presented to you in August. So if we could skip to round 2 of CRISA. There we go. Perfect. So these funds had to be spent by September 30th of this year. If we'll go to the next slide, this will give us a little bit more information on that. So the ESSER grant ended September 30th of 2023. LEAs have until December 8th, 2023 to get in final reimbursement requests in Utah grants. Your CARES team has been sending out reminders to LEAs starting in the spring of this year, letting them know that the funds were ending and the timeline on submitting those reimbursement requests. If we go to the next slide, so we have our ESSER base, our 90%, and then our ESSER 10% base and our Gear 2. Our numbers have gone up a little bit. So our ESSER 90% base has gone up 11% to 99% since the last time I presented to you in August. Our ESSER 10% base has gone up 7%, and our Gear 2 grant has gone up 17% since I last presented to you in August. And this part's the really thrilling part for me is on the fully reimbursed, our ESSER 2 90% went up 27% since I presented in August. And our Gear 2 has gone up 30% since I presented to you in August. And those were just very exciting numbers to me. So I thought I would share those along with you. If you'll go to the next slide, these are just additional federal awards from the CRISA Acts. It mentions that the University of Utah Reading Clinic and Gear 2, kind of those different things. And our EANS, our Emergency Assistance for Non-Public Schools, where USBE is serving as the fiscal agent. If we can go to the next slide. This one is our third round. It is ARP, or the American Rescue Plan. These funds have until September 30th of 2024. We like to put that this is in progress and how much kind of where we're seeing the money go. So 90% of the LEA award, 5% to accelerated learning, etc. And our next slide, it kind of goes into what highlights from LEA plans for ARP ESSER. We're really looking at purchasing technologies, capital improvements, including HVAC, and student community mental health services. If we'll go to the next slide, I will do the same thing. I'll just kind of tell you how much we've increased. So on our ARP ESSER 90%, since the last time I presented to you in August, we've gone up 14% to hit 59%. Oh, will you go back up one? Perfect. So on the 59% is what we've gone up to, which is 14% more than what I presented in August. And ARP ESSER 10% base has gone up 8%. ARP summer is gone up 17%, and ARP after school has gone up 9%. Now the next one, please. So this is just kind of the additional awards from ARP as well. It just talks about ARP EANS, where USBE is serving as the fiscal agent. If you'll go to the next slide. This is just kind of our Utah LEA ESSER planned funding by category. We've shown this to you every time we've presented. And after that, I am open to any questions.
Okay, comments or questions?
Thank you.
I don't see any. Thank you very much.
Thank you, board.
Okay. Okay, with that, I think we are wrapped on the budget. Okay, thank you, Deputy Jones. On to item 16, which is an ESSA waiver proposal. I think we have Assistant Superintendent Nielsen. Are you piloting this one? Then we got Ann Michelle Neal, our accountability specialist. Thank you. Up to you, whatever you think we need. Yeah, this is an action item. I'll let you folks explain for us.
Darren Nielsen, Assistant Superintendent of Student Learning for the Utah State Board of Education. With me is Ann Michelle Neal, the Accountability Specialist for the Utah State Board of Education. We're happy to be here today. This has been a long journey to get to this spot. It started with House Bill 257, which was passed last March in the legislative session. There's a piece of language in that bill that creates an expectation that the Board of Education submit a waiver to the state or to the U.S. Department of Education related to schools that have an opt-out rate of 50% of higher and excluding them from the requirement in ESSA that we have meaningful differentiation of schools to identify from all schools that are in need of additional support and substance. And so this has been a long time coming, in part because if you remember in November, the Board of Education directed staff to submit an amendment request to the existing consolidated application. We were waiting for that to fully process before we move forward with this waiver request. The details are in the backup. It's a little unusual because typically a waiver request would come from the Board of Education. You would direct staff and we would do the legwork on that and then come back to you. And this one, we took the initiative that since it was in code, that we would do the legwork first, bring that information to you as a board, and then seek your approval to submit that to U.S. Department of Education.
Okay, I have Vice Chair Earl and Member Klein.
Yeah, I'd like to make the motion that the board approve staff to submit the waiver request to the United States Department of Education.
Is there a second? Second? Do you want to speak to the motion?
No, just, I think just through the legislative session, we're asking to do this, asking for that waiver. And I do think that when we have schools that have high opt-out rates, that this is probably, if they'll allow the waiver, this is probably the more accurate or responsible thing to do. So, yes.
Member Klein.
A couple questions. Do we know how many schools fall into this category?
Yes, Chair. From 2023, we have 10 total schools that have a parental exclusion that exceeds 50%. One of those is Arizona State University, which isn't technically a school. They provide SOEP services. So we really have 9 schools. 3 of those are traditional oriented schools. The others are all online education providers.
Any charters?
Yes. I don't know if you want me to use their names, but there are charter schools in there as well.
And do you know what they are? Who? Which ones? If you have it right there.
Give me just a minute. We have the Leadership Academy of Utah, I believe, is a charter school. Mountain Heights Academy is also on that list, and I believe both of those are charter schools. And then the Southwest Educational Academy, which is part of Iron District. I'm not sure if that's a charter school or not.
Okay. And then can you tell me what happens if we don't end up getting the waiver?
From our perspective and from the school's perspective, we would continue to operate business as usual. Of these schools, none of them are designated as CSI schools under for academic reasons. There are a couple that are identified as CSI because of low graduation rate, below 67%. Title I designation is a prerequisite for CSI designation under the federal program improvement area. These schools are not identified, especially your online schools. I don't believe we have any online schools that are designated as Title I.
Okay, thank you. Member Lear.
Member Klein's question. So I didn't hear an answer about, you'll continue to work with these schools, but is there any penalty or is there any consequence for if the waiver's not granted and the opt-out rate was that high?
Yes, please.
The thing that's frustrating to the field and probably the sponsor of this bill is that under the federal accountability requirements, once we exceed 5%, so there's a 95% participation rate. Once we get below that, students who are not included, either because of parental exclusion or some other reason, they get counted as non-proficient versus non-participant. So it can skew the academic data related to the schools, not just these. 50% might be an arbitrary number. I don't know. I haven't spoken with the legislator that identified that as the target, but really outside of inside the 95%, those students that don't participate are counted as non-proficient. You might recall last year there was a bill that removed the overall school rating and school grade from a requirement. And that does relieve some pressure, I believe, to the LEAs because we no longer publish an overall rating, which allows our community to go to your online dashboard that you've provided and drill in and look at the data more specifically. But it does still create some cloud some noise in the data around non-participant versus non-proficient.
So can I just repeat what I think I
Sure.
heard and see if that's what I'm understanding is accurate? So really, the only consequence will be the online appearance of less proficient students. Is that what you're saying? Okay. And then just another different question, short. Do you have any sense if these waivers are usually granted, sometimes granted, not usually granted? Do you have any sense of that? And maybe you don't. I won't hold you to the to your sure.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Anne Michelle Neal, the Accountability Specialist for the Utah State Board of Education. Thank you for your question. The United States Department of Education typically considers waivers that states can demonstrate will have a positive impact on student achievement. That is typically their criteria for considering a waiver. We have submitted waivers in the past that have been approved.
Okay, that's all I'm asking. It sounds like the waivers in the past have been approved. Waiver requests, I should say. Thank you.
Vice Chair Earl?
Yeah, just a couple questions. We used to have two separate measurements. We had a state measurement, right, and then the federal government measurement, because the federal government required other things. We're not doing that anymore? We have just one measurement?
Do I have to do anything extra or just wait till it turns red?
Just
Thank
wait.
you.
It's on
That's
us.
correct. That's correct, Board Member Earl. Prior to 2018, 2017, we had a state accountability system and a federal accountability system that changed with state legislation in 2017 that created a single system that we then wrote into our state Utah consolidated state plan so that we have a unified system that serves both state and federal purposes.
So another question. Marking students that don't take the test as non-proficient is an inaccurate measurement, both impacting the state as well as districts, because we don't know if they're proficient or not.
That's correct. Students who do not participate in the assessment, whether it be for parental opt-out or for other reasons that students don't take the assessment, creates an unknown about the proficiency of those students. The ESSA currently requires that for the achievement indicator or the achievement measure in the accountability system, below 95%, we count those students as non-proficient. We only apply that rule when we do the calculation for identification of comprehensive support and improvement, which is done once every 3 years. What you see on the school report card does not have that.
Okay, that's what I was
penalty
getting at.
applied.
I was wondering what % of our students were marked non-proficient on our report card that comes out, but you're saying it's only for the CSI that we're using that measurement tool.
That's correct. We apply that rule once every 3 years when we calculate the 3-year average for CSI identification.
Okay, but do local districts though, like let's pick one of these districts that were listed at, or schools, sorry, it's not districts. But their numbers, would they be reflective of the non-proficient or of the students that took the assessment?
On the school report card, the numbers are reflective of the students who participated in the
So,
assessment.
okay, so it doesn't have the non-proficient of the 50% that opted out or 20%
correct.
or whatever. Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Member Klein?
Is it possible to get a breakdown like we saw with the enrollment numbers, the percentages for all the different schools of what those rates are on the opt-out for each school in the state from year to year?
Yeah, in fact, we publish that on the state board's website currently, so I'm just looking at it off of the website. So under the assessment accountability section, and I can send this link forward to the board. It can be found there under resources with assessment directors in a report that we do. So you'll be able to go back. I think we go back to 2015. You'll be able to do some comparisons as well.
Okay, further, sorry, Member Norton.
Okay, I have to apologize. I'm going to have to spitball this a little bit because I've read a lot and I did not take notes on my questions on this. So you might have to help me a little bit. First of all, if I remember right, overall, though, our state is going up in parental inclusion in testing. Is that correct? Like a pretty decent. It's not like tenths of a percent. It was percentages. Was that right? Okay. Then the other question that I had, may I, Chair?
Yes.
Is that it made note, I think, that the kind of groups that had the lowest overall were online students and charter students. Was that accurate?
The online schools, I know that's accurate for sure, and I believe you're correct with the charter schools as well.
I can see why online might be, because that means that, parents or they have to get to a school to test generally. But I wondered if there is any reasoning that kind of gives us a better idea of what the issue is on the charter.
I don't have a specific answer to that. On the online, I will remind the board, and it's in the waiver application, there's a mention of this, that you as a board has authorized staff to work with our two large summative assessment vendors, and we're going forward with providing remote summative test administration options this school year as another effort to try to support the parents who participate and students who participate in online schools who, if the reason they're not participating in testing is because of the burden that it creates. So you as a board have taken action to try to mitigate for that as well.
And then in looking at the information that you received in feedback, it looks like most people were in support of this waiver as well, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, additional question. I have one additional question. Is there, well, when does this go in? When will this be submitted?
We can submit as soon as we're authorized by the board, so it could be as soon as next week would be likely, or we could delay it if directed by the board to submit it at a later time.
Okay, well, we're going to approve it. If we do, we're going to say just do it, and we're not going to give you a date, so you'll do it. Okay, related, are there any other waivers that we ought to be thinking about? This is not for full discussion here, but is there anything percolating where we would be better able to use our own judgment on things if we had another waiver? This sort of came up because it was directed by a bill, but is there anything out there perhaps for consideration at a future board meeting where you might feel better able to make decisions if you didn't have a particular federal regulation that we might look for a waiver?
Yes, I'm going to interpret your question as from staff's perspective, because there might be lots of perspectives on the answer to that question. With the amendment that was submitted, worked on last November and submitted, we worked back and forth with the U.S. Department of Ed, and that wasn't approved until August of this year. So it was almost a full year of back and forth and negotiation to get the requests that the board submitted through that amendment.
Which one is this?
It was the amendment to our ESSA plan that was submitted in November of 2022 under the direction of the board, and it was comprehensive. We did some of the changes were cleaning up language. Some of it was removing out anything that wasn't essentially required by the U.S. Department of Education that the state board in 2017 might have included in there. Given that we just got that through and staff felt like we've been able to include in that amendment request all of the requests we've gotten from the various audiences in the field that we work with, I don't have a specific recommendation around additional waiver requests.
Okay.
The board did request in 2018 a waiver on the 95% participation requirement rule, and that was one that did not get an approval. That's one that there's quite a few states that would like to have some kind of flexibility around that, but I'm not aware of that waiver being approved in any state.
Got it. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. I think we need to move to a vote, correct? Member Green? We need to... I don't hear anything. So we do have a motion, right, that the board approves staff to submit the waiver request to the United States Department of Education. Did we get a second on that? Was that formally moved? We did. We had a second. We discussed. Okay, no other discussion? Let's vote.
August is a yes.
August is
Green is a yes.
Green a yes. Okay. Thank you, Darren and Ann Michelle. And I think that's everybody. We're missing Member Booth, so that's unanimous in the affirmative. That motion passes. Thank you very much. And we are ready to look at executive session. We have a motion to move into executive session.
I move we move into executive session.
We move. Okay, we need a roll call on this one, I believe, don't we? Or can we use a new system? Okay.
For the purpose of discussing the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of individuals and pending or reasonably imminent litigation. Thank you.
Okay, board members. Was that seconded? I'll second. Who made it? You made the motion? Okay.
I made the motion.
Member Bogus. Voting on going into executive.
Yes, sir. I'm a yes.
Member Booth, I believe is not with us.
Nope.
Member Klein.
Yes.
Member Davis. Vice Chair Earl.
Yes.
Member Green. Member Green.
Yes.
Vice Chair Hart.
Yes.
Member Hymas.
Yes.
Member Carey.
Yes.
Member Lear.
Yes.
Member Norton.
Yes.
Member Reel.
Yes.
Member Straight.
Yes.
Member Wood.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So we will move into executive. Take a short break while we get the tech all set up, and then we'll resume back in here. Okay. Hey, we're kind of moving.
I looked at 2 more hours down the road.
Yeah. We're getting there.
I move we come out of executive session.
Okay. And I'm going to have to go by memory unless somebody else I just stashed my sheet, but I think I can handle it.
Here.
Let's go through it. It's that one.
Yep.
Member Bogus, motion is to come out of executive
Yes.
session. Yes. Member Booth, he wasn't rejoining, was he?
No.
Member Klein?
Yes.
Member Davis? Vice Chair Earl?
Yes.
Member Green?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hart?
Yes.
Member Hymas? Member Carey? Member Lear? Member Norton? Member Reel? Member Straight? Member Wood? And Member Moss is a yes. Okay, we are out of executive, and we will turn to Member Norton, I think, right? Oh.
I move that the board accept UPAC's consent calendar recommendations.
Second. Any discussion? More, please vote.
Green is a yes.
Thank you. Let's see. Oh, Member Bogus?
I abstain, sir.
That's right. Okay, gotcha.
Yes, it abstained on hers.
Yeah, I had abstained for. Is that everybody, or are we still missing one?
Davis.
Member Davis?
Vote.
Okay, that passes 12 in favor, 2 abstentions, Member Bogus and Hart abstaining. Oh, sorry. Member Straight abstaining and Member Booth absent. Okay.
In case number 20-1740, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Okay, seconded. Board members, please vote.
What was the number again?
Oh,
20-1740.
Yes.
is that Board Member Green?
Yes, it is.
Okay, Member Bogus?
Member Bogus votes yes, sir.
Thank you. We need one more. Member Straight, I think. We're looking for a vote.
No, this is on the first case.
Oh, the first case.
Help them out there, Jared.
All right, that's unanimous. Thank you. Passes.
Okay.
No.
In case number 20-1752, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Seconded. No discussion. Let's vote.
Green is a yes.
20-1752.
Green's a yes. Member Bogus?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And we need one more, I believe. Okay, that passes 13 yeses, 1 abstention, member Straight abstaining.
In case number 21-1815, I move that the board accepts UPAC's recommendation.
Seeing no discussion, please vote.
Green is a yes.
Member Green's a yes. Member Bogus?
August is yes.
Bogus is yes. And need 2 more. Member Davis, I think. That passes 14 in favor. Member Booth absent. Back to Member Chair Norton.
In case number 22-1908, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Green is a yes.
Member Bogus?
I'm sorry, sir.
Your vote on number 20-1908.
Yes, sir.
Member Bogus is a yes. That passes 14 yeses and 1 no from Member Earl. 13 yeses. Back to Chair Norton.
In case number 22-1930, I move that the board accepts UPAC's recommendation.
Seconded. No lights. Please vote.
Green is a no.
Green's a no. Member Bogus.
No, sir.
Member Bogus is a no. That passes 10-4. The no's are Bogus, Green, Wood, and Earl.
In case number 22-1938, I move that the board accepts UPAC's recommendation.
Second. Okay. Please vote.
Green is a yes.
And Bogus?
Bogus is a yes.
Okay, that's unanimous, 14-0. Member Booth absent.
In case number 23-1978, I move that the board accepts UPAC's recommendation.
Seconded. Seeing no lights, members please vote.
Green is a yes. Is a yes.
And Member Green? Oh, we got you. We got you as a yes. Okay, that passes 14-0. Back to Member Norton.
In case number 23-1982, I move that the board accepts UPAC's recommendation.
Second. I'll second. Sorry. All right, please vote. Member Green?
Green is a yes.
Member Bogus?
Yes.
Okay, that's unanimous. That passes 14-0. Back to Chair Norton.
In case number 23-2029, I move that the board accepts UPAC's recommendation.
Seconded. Please vote. Member Green?
Green is a yes.
Member Bogus?
Bogus is yes.
Bogus is yes. That passes 14-0. Member Booth absent. Back to Chair Norton.
I move that Kevin Kuykendall be appointed to the Utah Special Education Advisory Panel representing students with disabilities from a private school for a 3-year term.
Seconded. Seeing no lights, please vote.
Green is a yes.
And Bogus?
Bogus is a yes.
Okay, that passes 14-0 with Member Booth absent. Does that conclude?
One more.
Let's see. Nope.
I move that Valerie Staker be appointed to the Utah Special Education Advisory Panel representing students with disabilities from a charter school for a 3-year term.
Seconded. Seeing no lights, please vote.
Green is a yes.
And Bogus?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That passes 14-0.
I move that we adjourn.
Does that cover everything? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Sir, if I may,
Member Bogus, yes.
August. So every month, we kind of skip over the board member comment section
I made a motion.
and we go straight to adjournment. I just want to make certain that we acknowledge that and give people the opportunity.
Then we'll put.
All right, so yeah, the motion's been made. It's not debatable, but does anybody want a roll call vote? Do we need to go through a vote? Let's say all in favor, raise your hand.
Adjourning?
Motion to adjourn.
Yes.
I'm just asking for a hands up because there may be no votes, okay? Any opposed? Okay.
I just kind of feel like we're going to keep putting board member comment on, but we're going to never do it. Just don't put it on the agenda next month.
We had it there. We had a motion to adjourn, and so let's think about that next month. That was
People were free to vote against it.
Oh,
People can vote against it if they
well.
want to.
Let's let's get it in there. I want to make sure folks have a chance to speak. I won't bore you with a chair's report.
If it's less than 8 hours, then we do, and if it's more than 8 hours, we don't.
Speed it along. All right. Well, we did have a motion.
I felt
We are
like the board
adjourned,
member
but we
comment
will.
should be held hostage by a longer meeting, respectfully.
All right. We'll think that through for next time. Make sure we get it in. And I will not torture you with the chair's report unless I have something super exciting. Fair enough? Okay. All right. We're adjourned. Thank you.